There we are. Okay, let's see. There are okay. There's no one in the chat. We might as well go home. Okay, that is not a relevant chat. There we go. That's the one I want. Hey. Okay.
Okay.
Let's see. So, we didn't talk about stream titles.
No, we didn't. I put showing toggle beat weird Zig design decisions.
That'll suffice. That'll suffice.
Yeah, not as spicy as we could have gone, but oh well.
I think it'll be good. We did the things looks good though. I think we'll do this. Maybe we do another one on Wednesday as well. Well, and we should be done at that point. I think the target reached on Wednesday. Okay. Right, and I don't have anything, so I'm gonna quickly pop this open. Hello, Teufel. How you doing? Have you started streaming yet? Okay, let's see. I'm gonna get some of my music going. That's a nice thing when we're streaming together is that my music does not translate over, so I can just play whatever. Not. Hello, Skylar. Didn't have time yet. Oh man, can you smell that? It smells like excuses in here, Teufel. That's what it smells like. Everything all in due time, right? It's all tickety boo. How you doing today, Skylar? Let's see.
Oh, wait a second. Okay. There we go. I think... Oh, no, never mind. I was doing something dumb. I thought for a moment that you were muted, but no, you were not muted. Also, the Teufel would have not been able to answer you if you had been muted. I suspect.
That is some good logic right there.
Yes. That's the behavioral pattern of somebody who has not had enough tea yet this morning.
There you go. What kind of tea are you sporting over there then, Crystal? What do you got?
Oh, nah, just random. Well, it's, normal Twinings are great. Nothing crazy for now. I do need to up my game though. Now that I'm off coffee, I need to up my game.
I saw that you can. There's like coffee substitutes, but none of them are supposedly any good compared to coffee. And I'm guessing if you really like your coffee, it's not going to be great. Twitch does not provide a way to send. It does on the CS. We're just streaming here this week, and I think if my predictions are correct, after this week we can stream wherever. Right? It should be fine. But for the time being, we're streaming over of this place.
Yeah.
So I'm predicting, Don says that after next week, we will have converted Christoph into a filthy Rust programmer. He will lose all his friends. We do like the cult thing where you alienate your family and your friends, so you only have the Rust team left, right? That's how we get you, right?
I mean, there will be definitely an interesting discussion with Andrew next time we have a meeting after I spent a week programming in Rust.
It would be like Mama Bird, man. He wouldn't even look at you. He'd be like, I don't know you, man. Like you're outed, man. Ostracized. So I don't have the audio glitches here apparently, so that's pretty good. Hello, Bites Watcher. Hello, Darsh. Coffeeless Italian sounds sad. You're not the first one to make that comment. I thought that as well. I had some of them like when you're out traveling and you're driving, then you kind of stop at like various petrol stations and stuff, and you have a cup of coffee. And in Italy, I had like some amazing coffee at like a standard petrol station. Right, there's a good big coffee culture in Italy, but I don't drink coffee. Right, I used to drink coffee, but then I stopped drinking coffee because I got sick, and there was no reason to start again. Right, when you're through with the headaches and stuff, why start it up again? Right. I don't even know where to go with that, Teufel, right? That seems like a lot of steps to look at my errors, right? Hello, Andrew.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Okay, so Toggle, can I go make myself some tea?
Please do.
Will you be fine? Okay.
I'll be great.
I'll be right back.
All right. Now it would be more fun if I had control over like all the transitions and OBS and everything. I can't really do much here, and I just realized that I'm very large. So there you go. Right, there is no such thing. It doesn't exist. Well, it could do. Should try to drink tea. You can't find that tastes like coffee. Well, no, I think you kind of have to have a different mindset. Coffee. I used to love coffee, right? I used to bang out between 8 and 11 cups of coffee in a day. Yeah. And drink subsequent coffee. Okay. Right. Um, so yeah, no, I was a coffee fiend. And then I got sick one day. I got like a stomach bug and I couldn't eat or drink anything for several days. I mean, obviously, ate something since I'm here and I'm alive, and I drank something, but I couldn't drink coffee. I don't think I could even drink tea. And once I was through it, and I was gonna go make coffee, I thought, should I really go and make a coffee? Right? I've gone through the withdrawal already. I've dealt with the headaches. Why don't I just not make a coffee? Right? Let's start drinking tea instead. Tea is good. I even got this little teapot from my sister-in-law, so I can, make myself more than just one fifth a cup of tea. I can make 3 cups of tea in there. You limit to 3 a day. Amateur hour, okay? 3 coffees a day. That's barely rolling out of bed, right? You need 1 cup per limb, okay? 1 leg over the edge of the bed. 1 cup of coffee. 2 legs, 2 cups, right? It's basic maths, right? Coffee, right? I used to spend money on coffees when I was working in the city. I spent a lot of money on coffee. Could do without. I bought a fancy coffee machine. Could do without that as well. Well, I do now, but it's only available here, Malvin. You literally just have to 3 coffees a year. That's pretty hardcore, right? That's pretty hardcore. I do consume coffee, but I don't drink it. I freebase coffee these days mostly. But no, I use coffee in cooking when I make something like a chili. I use coffee and dark chocolate in there. But when I used to eat sugary things, I could happily have like a coffee glazed cake or whatever. So it's not like I'm against coffee in general, but not like a massive um, coffee consumer in that sense, right? Oh man, I had no preparation for this stream, right? Right now, I am drinking something that is from a posh tea place whose name is French, so I can't pronounce it. Um, but it's like a slightly milder version of Earl Grey with a little bit more fragrance and slightly more floral hints to it. It's pretty good. All right. Hello, Caratham. How you going? You drink tea, but you can only get coffee outside. Well, given that it's winter and probably cold outside, I understand why you don't drink that. Can't make tiramisu without coffee. Too right. Too right. Yeah, no, it's pretty good. So I haven't. Normally, we have like a couple of minutes before each stream to catch up on things that we can talk about, and I have no idea what we're going to talk about today, other than we're going to look a little bit at the deprecated deprecated property in Zig. So we'll probably be poking at that a little bit, and then the rest of the stuff is completely wild to me, right? I have no idea where it's going or what's going to happen, right? So that's pretty good, all things considered. You will be as surprised as I am by this stream, right? No time to look at things. Right? The thing is, we kind of agreed to stream already, but I forgot all about it. Right? Let's talk gRPC in Sig. And let's not. How wild do you want it to be? Listen, with a name like Greaser, I reckon that you fit right in. Like let's knock it up another notch, right? Spice Weasel style. Let's do it. Like, if you guys have any wild and wonderful things that you want to bring up, something we can like completely derail the stream with, you know, just feel free to dump it in the chat, right? I do not consider an Italian mocha pot to cover that though, Enrico, right? I got high expectations than that. You've seen ComTime, maybe you've seen Type, but have you heard of Type? I have programmed Zig back in 0.7, right? That's when the first time I ran into Zig. But yeah, I'm happy to not a connoisseur either. It's coffee or tea. No, I wouldn't call myself a connoisseur either. I like tea. It's a hot beverage, got a splash of milk in there, which some people would consider hedonistic, but I'm not religious of these beverages. You know what I do though? I watch a lot of James Hoffman. I was a friend of mine who shared his channel with me, and I started watching it. And I was like, one day I was sitting there watching his thing, and I was like, why do I care about this guy? I don't drink coffee, and I don't care if it's like 8 or 9 bars of pressure in your coffee either. Right? Why do I watch? But the guy's just got a good setup, and he makes good content, so I just kept watching it. Right? It does save money, Marvin. I drink really cheap and nasty tea. When I'm not streaming with Christoph, I make myself a pot of tea. But when it's just me, I use really, really cheap and nasty tea bags for some reason, right? You can define types programmatically, but it's kind of terrifying. So it's a form of meta programming then, right? I can't say meta programming without thinking about Bartosz, all right? Have you guys seen Bartosz? Category theory? It's a common threat in this household, right? When my kid's not doing something she's supposed to do, I'll be like, okay, if you don't clean up after yourself, we're gonna watch Bartosz. And he goes, no. So the threat of category theory is real in this house. Oh man, he brought the jug. There we go. Look at that.
Yeah, I'm
Shows
back with
your
a
jugs,
tea jug.
mate. What do you got?
Yeah, just a ton of tea with milk.
There you go, man.
Ooh.
Oh, so that's clear. It's not like clay color. That's the color of the tea.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, good. Loris with the jugs. Yeah. Keep it PG, people.
What happened? What were you guys talking about?
I don't know, man. But Caratham has lost it and got off talking about Grinder now. This is just not happening, right? We lost control of the stream at this point, right?
We haven't even started yet.
Well, so for my tea, I use like the reusable tea bags. They're not complicated. They're like a textured cloth bag. You load up with tea, you wash it afterwards, right? It's not difficult. Found out the hard way. If you have tea with milk, it tastes so much worse when you decide you want to focus on what you're drinking. I find that the milk cuts off a sharpness in tea, and it did the same thing with coffee for me. Because these beverages have inherently a very bitter taste to them, but milk has a lot of sugar and it makes it a lot sweeter. So I prefer to have a bit of milk in there. It makes it a more rounded flavor.
Yeah, usually what I do is if I have only one cup, it's either nothing or lemon. And if I have a jug, then the milk helps me. Like, it's just more enjoyable to drink a jug of tea with milk, at least for me.
Did you read that story about the woman who drank a jug of tea every day?
No.
Or I think it was like, I don't know how many years. If you open up a browser and then you just type in woman drinks jug of tea, and I'll bet you're gonna find that story. All right. Just type woman drinks jug of tea. I bet that's gonna be the first thing that pops up. Really? We just get pictures instead? Okay. All right. Add the number 150 to that search. There you go.
What?
150 tea bags a day, man. She got a disease from it, man.
No, there's no fucking way. What? Woman's
this
150
article,
tea bag.
Caratam, is older than AI. This is an old article.
Doctors had discovered that a woman's mysterious bone condition. So she had a bone condition because of this was caused by her love of tea. 47-year-old woman told Detroit doctors, could have been anywhere on the planet, just happened randomly to be in the United States. That she drank a pitcher of tea every day for the past 17 years. They contain anywhere from 100 to 150 tea bags. How do you even fit those in a jug?
I mean, I don't know, like, was she like cycling these tea bags, or was she just splurging a lot of money? And I don't think we're gonna get some like upmarket tea here either, right?
Oh my god. Oh my god. So one time I made a mistake of putting, like, I'm making a jug. So this is a jug, by the way, with 4 tea bags in it. I made a mistake once of upping that to 6. And it was a little bit too much. It was already a little bit too much. I could feel that it was too much, and it was messing up my belly a bit. 150? What?
That's a lot. And I don't know how many years she did it for either. But she got skeletal disease from it. That's some commitment to tea, right?
I mean, yeah,
you're gonna be sponsored by Twinings or Lipton at that point, right? You're drinking that much tea.
Until you get a fucking bone disease, then I would say you're not the best. You're not the best person to sponsor. Like, but also,
well, I mean, like, until she got sick, it's the dedication. I mean, if you just look at things like people who got sponsorship from energy drinks and stuff, the energy drinks are just, it's just, to me, I just couldn't drink that stuff, right? It's just like pure toxin, right?
They probably get kidney stones.
Oh yeah, I mean, I used to work with this girl. She was the smallest person in the world, and her lunch was a chocolate bar and a Red Bull every day, man. And like, how do you feel? Like, how do you deal with problems in life if that's your diet? Every little thing is gonna set you off, man. You'll be bouncing off the walls 1 minute, then crying in the corner the next, right?
That reminds me, when I was in university, my breakfast of champions, that's what I used to call it, was basically staying up. So I need to give you more context. It cannot just be the breakfast. You need to understand the context around it. So I lived in the university campus, so it took me like 10 minutes to go downstairs and then go to class. So I would like stay up until 4, 5 a.m. to play Dota. Then I would then I would sleep a couple 2-3 hours. Then I would wake up, go to class at 7 a.m. Class would start actually at, I think, 8:30. So I would get there actually early to chat with people. And my breakfast of champions was then 3 hours of sleep, a Kinder Delice. Do you guys have that one also, bro? Yeah, you do, right? Yeah, a Kinder Delice.
Oh my god.
A coffee from the coffee machine, and a can of Coke. That was the breakfast of champions.
Oh my god. All right. Now I want to hear in the chat, what's the most embarrassing breakfast you ever had, right? I can't really think of it so I'm kind of in the other direction. I would happily wake up at 5 a.m. and eat a straight up tikka masala with rice and like I'll eat a full meal in the morning. I have no problem with that, right? So it's ranging from not eating at all, which I forget to eat quite frequently, to eating just absolute dinners for breakfast. Hooked on Kinder Chocolate. Oh, Kinder Chocolate is so good, right? I am like, if I was to go back on eating sweets again, it's gonna be the Danish confectionery, that Bulov stuff. Is so good, and probably Kinder. I used to buy Kinder eggs for my kid, and I ate the chocolate, and she got the toy, and she was happy with that, right? Oh, good times. Coffee, 2 energy drinks, and a cookie. Yeah, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Not a fully cooked chicken. That's just salmonella waiting to happen, man. So leftover dessert. Oh, Grisa, I'm on board with this thing, right?
Yeah,
you've had a birthday party or something, and you eat the cake for breakfast the next day. I'm on board with that.
That's like extra luxury. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but like, you don't do it every day. But if there has been, you get like a nice cake or something left over, you're like, yeah, I'm gonna eat that, man. I'm not picky. Oh, that's great. All right, let me pop this open as well, but
Yeah.
not have the audio on. Okay, there we go.
I am screen sharing with you, right, Toggle?
Yes,
Okay.
you are. I had to think there for a second, right in front of me. But yes.
Yeah, we both need more tea. Okay.
We did need more tea.
So yeah, this was my the breakfast of champions. Definitely the worst breakfast routine that I had. I kept it up for years. Then I got like burned out / serious depression last year of university, probably in part caused by the Dota until 4 a.m. plus breakfast of champions routine. We'll never know for sure, but it might have been a factor there.
Oh yeah. Donny
Yep.
says yesterday's pizza. I love cold pizza. I'll eat cold pizza with hot tea. That's like a thing I've always done since a kid, right? I mean, it depends on the pizza, of course, right? But like your straight up standard pizza, mozzarella, ham, arugula, whatever, right? Nothing fancy. Then I've heard like people have like bananas and stuff with the pizza. None of that, right? I don't think I could eat that cold, but just normal pizza. Eat it cold next day. I'm happy with it, man. I'm good. Yesterday's pizza's good.
So here's my question then. Okay, we're talking about the worst breakfast. What was your best breakfast? Like the one that you feel works the best for you?
Well, that's a difficult one. I usually wake up around 4:30 in the morning, and then I don't eat breakfast, and I go and work out. And when I come home, I eat 2 breakfasts, right? So I can eat a stack of pancakes. I have this like high protein pancake mix, and after that, I eat about 5 eggs with rice cakes and tea. It's not like super exciting.
5 eggs.
Oh yeah,
Holy
easily.
shit.
I eat when I was bulking up. I used to make a shake in the morning that had 1,200 calories in it, and that contained like lots of raw eggs, spinach, bulking powder, a lot. Right? I don't do that anymore because I don't think I can shed that weight as quickly. But I just used to pile it on. I think, but I can't think of like what's the best breakfast I've ever had. Right? That actually is difficult to remember. What about you? You got a favorite breakfast memory?
I think my favorite breakfast probably was the one that I had when I lived in Singapore. They have this breakfast where let's see, Singapore
Hello, Shrey.
traditional breakfast. Maybe traditional is not exactly the right word, but yeah, it's close enough. It's basically this. So you get either tea or coffee. Then you get maybe not this many.
That's a lot of toast, man. That's my jam.
Yeah,
I'm aboard with
it
this.
It doesn't have to be this much. I guess it's up to you. But like, yes, some toast. And they put in there, I think you can have it with either just kaya marmalade or kaya marmalade plus butter. So kaya is, I believe it's a tree that they have there. They harvest leaves. Kaya tree? Actually, I'm not 100% sure it's a tree even. Maybe maybe we have Singaporeans in chat that can actually give us more info. Kaya spread. So yeah, coconut jam. I mean, there's coconut in there, but it's not coconut jam. No. Google is tricking me. Oh, pandan. Right, pandan. That's the name of the leaf. Okay, I forgot the name of the plant. Yeah, pandan leaves. So kaya is the name of the spread, and then pandan is the plant, I believe. So it's basically like these leaves have aromas in there, and they used to make it a spread. It's I think to be precise, they call it marmalade, but it's actually a I think it's a what do you call it? Like a custard. It has eggs in it. You don't put eggs in marmalade. Yeah. So you have this, and then the final touch, which was my favorite part, is soft boiled eggs. But the way they soft boil them is different than what you normally consider soft boiled in, like, I think Europe, or at least in Italy. Like my idea
looks almost poached there, yeah.
Yeah, my idea of a soft boiled egg is that you boil the egg, and then there's going to be like an outer rim of the white part. There's an outer rim that is fully cooked, and then the insides might be a little bit less cooked. But what they do is they uh, put them in like big, like in a big plastic box that has water in it, and they warm it up slowly over time. Where the end result is basically that the cooking is much more uniform, but they also stop before it is actually cooked. Sous vide, yeah, they do sous vide exactly. And so the end result is that basically you have this mix where the whole egg is in this intermediate state. You don't have the outer rim that is fully cooked and then inside it's not really, but you have like a more homogeneous version of that. And I don't know, I love it. It's a bit yucky if you get yucked by, not fully
If you
cooked
don't like
eggs.
snotty eggs, as they're
Yeah.
nicely referred to. So, what's the picture underneath them when you got selected? Those what's in there? They looks like little bunnies
Uh,
in the basket.
in
I know it is. Oh no, it's the top right now. The honeycomb.
oh
There you
yeah,
go. Look at that. Ain't
yeah.
that adorable? You can't. I mean, the evil red eyes, maybe, but other than that, that looks adorable.
Yeah, I think these are Chinese buns. So
Oh, if I could make that, I would blow my kid's mind with that. She would lose her marbles if I did that.
yeah, I think those are wheat
Anything.
buns.
Oh man, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Or a
So
bit of chicken, yeah.
yeah, the reason why I said it's like like this is a traditional breakfast. It's not the traditional breakfast, I think, of Singapore, because it's like in Singapore there's like a bunch of different cultures, and so Indian people, for them probably nasi lemak is gonna be, for them that is the traditional breakfast, and then there's gonna be maybe I don't know actually which ethnic group would consider this more than their traditional breakfast more than anything else. Maybe Malaysians, but then yeah, you have also Chinese people. There's Chinese people that have very different stuff from breakfast. They eat I forget the name of those things, like a bunch of dumplings. They eat a fuck ton of dumplings in the morning. Um, they have a name that I forget. In any case, this one, my favorite breakfast.
Nice. Yeah, I've not tried kaya toast. I don't know what that is like. Soft boiled eggs, though, I could get behind that. I do like to boil my eggs from low heat up, and I can spend 20 minutes from cold water
Yeah.
to
Oh,
low
dim
heat.
sum. Yeah.
You get very uniform, kind of like cooking when you do that. That's pretty good. Right, yeah, dim sum. That's a
Yeah.
dumpling thing, isn't it? You
Yeah.
get lots of different types of dumplings.
Exactly. Some people have also that for breakfast. So I guess it depends on who you ask. But the thing that I showed you with kaya toast, etc., you go to places called Kopitiam, which how do you translate that to English? Then Kopitiam. Okay, I was misspelling it. There's it's like, I don't know, places that sell coffee. I guess that's kind of the idea at its core. Kopitiam. Oh, but according to this thing, it's with an I. I think there's also disagreements on how these things are supposed to be spelled. In any case, it's like these places that yeah, they serve this kind of stuff. There's one in particular which I went to called Culinary. I don't know. These are all over the place. I don't know the full story. I'm not even claiming that they're a particularly good one. I just know that I just recognize the brand, I guess. But yeah, that's where I would usually go to have my breakfast. So yeah.
Nice. It's good to travel and get get a taste of the different flavors of the world, right? Every time I lived in another country, there's always been some very nice quality foods there that you kind of get on with. I never really lived in Italy, but I spent some time there, and I think maybe fish is something that's actually pretty decent in Italy when you go out to eat. And so seafood, especially around the regions of like northern Italy, around the coastal areas and such, right?
Yeah, the coastal areas tend to have the obviously fresh fish very often that you can get for cheaper prices.
Mm.
Yeah, like you can, for example, you can get good fish in Venice, but man, you will pay for it more than you would pay for it elsewhere. That's for sure.
And Catherine says the only place I got shit food was Germany. So I was on the border of Germany and the Netherlands, and we went to one of those. Like, if you ever driven through Germany, you've seen like there's like a million of these places. You just stop. It's I don't remember what they call, like guest hof or something like that. And you stop there, you can buy food. It's not like it's kind of like junk food, but it's not like a burger place. And we went to one of these things. I had some roti, which is like a potato pancake, and some meatballs. And the meatballs were like the size of a fist. I ate these. We got in the car, started driving. And so it was like crossing the border into the Netherlands. I was like hanging out of the car, throwing up because I got so sick from these meatballs, man. But other than that, I had some really good food in Germany, in Hamburg. We went to the steak place, and there was like steak and chips, but it was like a really good quality steak. And you only got like 4 chips, but they're like massive chips as well. It was really good. I had good food in most countries. I can't think of a country where I've had really bad food. The best food has been in the Basque country, but that's not a place I visit a lot these days.
I think that like if you go to Germany, you need to try like the traditional stuff like doner kebab.
Oh man, yeah, we've the kebab, the stremolax, and there's something else that people recommended that I. Oh, and they have something called met, which is raw pork they eat on sandwich.
Oh yeah, with onion. Yeah, I like that one too.
I have not tried that. I am like, there's a part of me, I think I would struggle. It's that I can't eat brains when I'm in Spain as well. They like, there's something about that kind of puts me off too. So yeah, I don't know if I could eat that because I'll be just thinking about the raw pork of it while I'm eating it.
What about tartare?
Oh, beef tartare I'm on board with.
Okay.
I had beef tartare when we went to I think it was border between Italy and Switzerland again. We were up in the mountains and we had like beef tartare. They came a little trolley and rolled around for some reason. But then raw beef is not sort of associated with disease as much as raw pork is, right?
Well, it's kind of like eating raw eggs. I think that, you know what, probably if you do it occasionally, you know what, if you eat 150 servings of raw pork per day, like that woman, maybe you do that in Detroit, you will probably catch something. I can't say that for sure, but I strongly suspect you will catch something. But if you probably eat that occasionally and you go and you stay within the European Union, chances are that you're gonna be fine, I think.
I think I mean, eating raw egg, I don't have a problem with raw eggs because I don't buy unpasteurized eggs, right? I mean, it's not a problem to find pasteurized eggs. You can eat that raw as well. There's like the raw fish. I like that. I got sushi, ceviche, although arguably ceviche is not really raw because you cook it in the lime juice. But sushi, ceviche, pokeballs, all this stuff. It's just pork that just puts me off, right? For good raw eggs, go to Japan. Yeah, why don't I just jump on a plane for 10 hours so I can get a raw egg, Teufel? Get with the streaming, Teufel. Come on, man.
Yeah, you can get decent raw eggs also in Europe, I think. Like, you should be able to trust them. I've eaten carbonara, and carbonara is in good part. Like, if your egg is cooked, you fucked up your carbonara. Like,
and then you get scrambled egg and pasta. It's so gross if you add the egg when the pasta is too warm because it congeals so quickly. Yeah. I think that's probably one of the first things you do when you make a carbonara. Is when you make it by mistake because you're so worried about having raw egg that I think it's very common to accidentally cook the egg instead of getting it to just mix with a bit of the pasta water. Do you do like good and proper with oh, what's it called? Not pancetta, no? Is it pancetta?
Guanciale.
Guanciale, there you go. Do you eat guanciale? And,
yeah, I mean, usually if I just have pancetta, I'll do basically the tomato version. So, quote unquote, amatriciana, even though amatriciana technically also requires guanciale. But if I just have normal pancetta, I'll do that. I honestly never even attempted carbonara without guanciale. I think that if you're going carbonara, you probably want to go all out, in my opinion. If you're instead doing like you have tomato sauce, the tomato sauce is gonna be fine on its own, even if the pig is not the best part of the
The
pig or
main
whatever.
thing either, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think that you kind of have to, but you have to be a little bit cautious with the carbonara, not because it's difficult to make, because it really is quite simplistic, right? You cook the meat, you cook the pasta, you use a bit of the pasta water to keep it, keep the moisture level. But when you talk to people about making pasta carbonara, that's when you get into trouble, right? Because there's always someone who has like an old Italian mom who will come at you with a rolling pin if you do it wrong, and you never know which recipe is the right one. But I thoroughly enjoy it, though. I think it's really good. It's probably one of my favorite pasta dishes. That, and I make a lot of I don't know what you'd call them. I call them Italian meatballs, but you guys probably just call them meatballs, right? It's meatballs in marinara sauce, right?
Uh-huh.
You fry the meatballs, you brown the meatballs, and then you finish them off in the tomato sauce, right? That's and I do a lot of that. As a matter of fact, I had that yesterday, and I really like it. It's very good. Wow, we really went all out with the food conversation. So that's great. But you got something new cooking in the world of Zig, don't you? What do you got going on there?
So shall we move then to the first topic?
Yes,
okay, so
from pig to Zig, let's go.
Yeah. So I've been working on the full story is this. I was doing a stream with Matlug, who is the original inventor of original victim of the touching chicken meme. And so we were doing a stream together. He was showing me how to he picked basically a couple of bugs from the issue tracker that were supposed to be easy bugs. And the idea was he does the first one, which is basically correlated to the second one as well. So he does the first one, I try to do the second one, and and that's kind of most part of the big part, the main part of the stream. Actually, turns out that the bug that he chosen wasn't actually that small. It was actually pretty big. And and then after that, basically he did all the bug fixing, and then we decided to do a thing where I would try to implement a new built-in in Zig, start to finish, just to see how what it takes, or rather to show the audience what it takes. And in the meantime, I was chatting with people in chat about deprecation warnings in Zig, and I said, well, you know what, you could use this, like you could manually have a system where basically you use comp time and a comp time option. Maybe I can even show you what that would look like, to implement basically to toggle compile errors for deprecated APIs on and off. So the idea was, again, this is something that you could do entirely on your own today, or even could have done before. The idea is, in your build script, you have an option that you basically, it's a new CLI flag that a user can use optionally, and then that option we put it inside a let's call it a pseudo module, like inside that Zig module called options, that then in your source code you can import. So you can do add import options, and then it allows you to say, well, if options.deprecated is true, then something that you consider deprecated now becomes a compile error. So for example, here we're saying like writer, if options deprecated is compile error, deprecated, use generic writer. Otherwise, it redirects you to generic writer, basically. So this is something that you can do on your own, and it works. The problem is that it's not standardized. Like anybody could implement this stuff in their own code base. But by virtue of not being standardized, not everybody will do it. And, other people might do it in different ways. So I guess my point was that this seems so useful that it might be worth making it like a standardized thing. So in the stream with MLAG, we ended up trying to implement at deprecated. And we implemented it kind of like this. So the idea was you have a built-in call at deprecated. Normally everything works correctly. So I like here I'm referencing num, which is a deprecated 10, but everything works fine. But then you pass f deprecated, and if you pass f deprecated, then hitting a deprecated turns into a compile error.
So is the dash F like a generic fail on or something?
No, I believe F is something that compilers do, and it means optional feature, I believe. So
Okay.
Zig basically inherits these C-isms, I guess. Let's see.
Seasons.
Yeah, that's how I see them. Let's see, build exe dash h. And I think there will be a point in time where all this stuff will be overhauled from scratch. And I'm not sure that the F prefix will be kept or not, because to me it seems very inconsistent. Also, I seriously hate the inconsistent usage of a single dash versus double dash.
Yeah, I think I
Yeah.
think I mentioned that. Did it used to be dash version in like a single dash for the Zig
No,
compiler?
no. I think that I remember you when you were talking about this stuff. I think Zig never supported version as a flag, only as a sub command.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that's right. There you go. Right.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. There we go. So it's like, oh yeah, yeah. So you call it as a command to rather than a flag. Gotcha. That's how it is.
Yeah. Which, I mean, it makes sense. You normally when you're printing the version, you're not printing the version and doing something else. You're just printing the version. And I know that everybody does dash dash version or dash v. I understand that that's like the standard. But usually the way I interpret these flags is that you're doing something and then the flag changes the behavior of that something that you're doing.
There was a comment somewhere. I don't remember where I saw this, but the argument was, when everyone else is doing it wrong, you kind of have to keep doing it wrong because everyone else is doing it. So that's like, I agree with you, but I think more importantly, when someone who's new to it is gonna look at it, then they're probably just gonna try dash dash version. But does it do anything if you call dash dash version? Say it's gonna say that you're gonna do the version, so it's not really a big deal.
Yeah, it shows you the help menu.
Yeah.
So you have to do Zig version. So okay, so this is how we basically pitched it. Basically Andrew then took this and well, maybe let me show you the second way of using it. So one way of using it is basically you wrap this is an example from the standard library. std.time.sleep moved to std.thread.sleep. So right now inside std.time, there's like this thing where the doc comment says deprecated, and then it says, yeah, this moved to std thread.sleep. The idea is, well, you can change this doc comment to this, and now people can discover that more easily. Alternatively, there's also a version of deprecated that doesn't accept any parameter, any argument. So
what happens if a library I'm using has a deprecated thing, and I say that deprecated is an error? Does it fail to build the library then?
So what I'm showing you is the original design. It is not what ended up being accepted. So I think it's worth asking this question for the final design. Let me show you this, and then we get into those details. So another way of using it is, let's say that you have a function called compute. Basically, the idea is you can use it also to mark deprecated code paths. The idea being you have like these two arguments that are comp time known. So this which gets resolved at comp time, this if gets resolved at comp time. And so when this combination of things is true, well, its strategy is greedy, and foo is well, false. Since here we have a negation, then you basically say, well, this is actually deprecated. So if you have deprecated on, then you hit the deprecated and it becomes a build error. Now this got changed. The accepted version is let me find it. This one. So Andrew made it more strict. Flags are not F deprecated, but are F allow deprecated and F no allow deprecated. Modules created by the root package default to F no allow deprecated. So I don't know. Let me try to translate this to Rust. A package in Zig is a crate in Rust. Can you? What is the unit of import in Rust? Do you import crates or do you import? Do you have modules? Do you have like a unit of code
You can
organization?
import specific modules from a crate. Yeah.
Okay, and a crate can have multiple modules in it.
Yep.
Perfect. So this maps perfectly well. So then modules created by the quote unquote root crate, so like your project in a sense, defaults to not allowing deprecated. Modules created by dependency packages or crates default to allow deprecated. The build system does not expose an option to set this flag. Zig build exposes f allow deprecated, f no allow deprecated, applying it globally to the entire dependency tree. So here's how it works. If you are, let's say that the Zig standard library, I was explaining this the other day in chat, but I'm gonna do it again. So let's say that this is your project. This is your root crate, and that contains a bunch of modules, right? Although usually contains, I guess, let's say one module with your main function as the simple case. But you could have also other ones. So this applies to all modules in here. And then let's say that you have the standard library, which is, I don't know if you guys consider it a crate in its own right in Rust. Do you?
A crate in its own in
Like,
what sense?
do you consider the standard library in Rust a crate?
I can't answer that.
Okay.
You wouldn't. You would use. It's always going to be there unless you specifically say it's not there.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. Let's assume that it is a crate on its own. Okay. And then let's say that you have a dependency, like another random dependency. So this is going to be your dep. And this dep is going to have one or multiple modules in it. And std, let's say, only has one module, the std module in it. So let's say that here we have deprecated. Oh my God, depper. Sorry, my drawing skills are crap. Okay, so let's say that you have the deprecated. Well, we can bring up this example, right? You have std.time.sleep that is deprecated. So the idea is, if you're writing code and in your code you use at depper, so you use either directly or you use at something else that uses use directly std time.sleep, or you use something that in turn uses std time.sleep in the standard library. So it doesn't have to be direct usage, like referencing directly this decal, but any part of the standard library that pulls that goes over at depper, well, this is not allowed. This is going to be a build error, and it will tell you you're trying to use a deprecated API. You cannot use deprecated APIs. But
the standard library itself can use deprecated APIs within it, or
no. Actually, that is an interesting point. Not really. No, the idea is that once you deprecate something, I guess you have easy. If you are the standard library, you can bypass this problem very easily, because the way you do it is that you have pub function sleep, which is the deprecated one. But then you have, and then you call inside sleep, I don't know, internal, or just to give it a random name, and then you have function sleep. Or maybe let's call it sleep deprecated. And let's mention that sleeping is a for loop. So you can do it like this, and then you internally use sleep deprecated. You don't use the public interface that you gave the deprecated status to. So within yourself, there are ways in which you can maneuver around deprecated. But the idea is that if something is deprecated, it should not be used anymore as much as possible, and should only live there for backwards compatibility purposes. So you don't deprecate stuff. Like in a lighthearted way, but when you do, you do mean it. It is deprecated. So here's how you can still use the deprecated stuff. If you have a dependency of yours, and the dependency of yours, let's say that you added this dependency at version 0.5, and version 0.5 at the time, it was using std_time.sleep, but it was not deprecated at the time. It ended up like this thing got deprecated afterwards. Well, then if you are using something inside your dependency that in turn uses deprecated stuff, that's fine. That's not a build error. So your dependencies can keep using deprecated stuff until you upgrade them, basically. But you cannot directly depend on deprecated code unless you use the flags that override behavior. So you can add a flag. You can use -f allow deprecated, but normally you wouldn't want to.
Okay.
It's a bit of a weird design.
So yeah, I mean, I don't quite follow all the nuances there, but it seems like you're fine to disallow deprecated as long as you don't directly use deprecated code. So indirectly, you can still keep using it through your dependencies, right?
Yeah, by the way, this doesn't have to be the standard library. I'm picking up the standard library as an example. Let's say that this is not, maybe if people find this confusing, let's say that this is another dep. This is dep2. So this is like, this is going to be like, I don't know, this is libfoo and this is libsleep. Like somebody made a crate or like a dependency that only provides you sleeping and then decided to deprecate it for some reason.
The day after it was released.
Yes.
Perfect.
So the idea is you are writing code and you have a given dependency, and your dependency is at a given version. I should also add, in Zig we do MVS, so we don't bump up dependencies unless you have to. So we select the oldest possible version of a dependency that satisfies all constraints. This is not really implemented currently, but that's how it will be implemented, which means that when somebody clones a project, everybody gets the same version selection. You don't get a different version selection because a new version of a package came out in the meantime. So because of that, everything stays stable by default. So if you use dep2, the first time you use dep2, you will use a version that won't have any deprecation, or rather, if it has some deprecation in it, then it makes sense to stop you from using deprecated APIs. But then, if another dependency instead uses that, you're not forced to update your dependencies whenever something gets deprecated. That's kind of the idea. But you yourself are not allowed to add dependency on deprecated APIs, quote unquote, knowingly. Yeah, left sleep. Yeah.
Okay, so you couldn't directly add a dependency, only indirectly then.
Yeah, you can, exactly.
So why is sleep deprecated? I'm assuming this is based on a real example.
In Zig, it was moved somewhere else. So it basically, instead of doing std_time.sleep, you're supposed to do std_thread.sleep. These are like the Zig standard library growing pains where stuff gets moved around. It's still at that stage. We're still at that stage.
So what's the plan when it comes to this stuff in Zig, right? So if you deprecate something, is it gonna stay there forever as deprecated, or does it get removed eventually?
Yeah, in the Zig standard library, it's usually like it stays deprecated there for one release cycle. So for one release cycle, you can still use the old stuff, but then when a new version comes out, usually the stuff that was deprecated the previous round now gets deleted and becomes a build error. For some other things, but not this example, but for some other language changes, there's also sometimes the feature where if the change can be done correctly all the time mechanically, then ZigFMT will do it for you. So, for example, in the past, there have been some changes in syntax where you ran ZigFMT on your code, it would detect the old syntax and automatically, as it was quote unquote formatting your code, it would turn the old syntax into the new syntax, which was pretty handy for updating.
That's pretty good though. So okay, so have you finished this thing now? Is it coming out in?
I have mostly finished it. So yes, I have implemented it. I have some questions about the implementation that I'm not sure what the intended behavior should be. Not specifically with regards to what I described. Like the idea is if you try to use deprecated APIs directly, you get a build error. If a dependency of yours ends up using deprecated APIs, that's still fine. But so that part is fine. But there are some details on basically how easy we want to make it or hard we want to make it for users to have escape hatches from this behavior. And for certain things, it does make sense to not give users escape hatches. Because if they get escape hatches, then sometimes you end up with a system that is flawed by design. We had actually a pretty big discussion, like the closest thing, you know what? This is Zig drama. Are you aware of the sloppy flag Zig drama?
The sloppy flag?
Yeah.
No, but I'm intrigued. The name is a dead giveaway for excitement. Let's hear it.
Okay, let me see if I can make a good argument for it. So, okay, this is a nuanced story, so everybody needs to pay attention if you want to have an opinion. If you don't pay attention and you try to have an opinion, then you're gonna have the wrong opinion, guaranteed. So
there you go, chat. No matter what you do, you're gonna have the wrong opinion. Okay, so now you know. Don't even bother. Let's see. Okay, but then you have to explain the nuances here as well.
Yeah. So the idea is actually at its core very reasonable. Zig is pretty annoying. If you have a variable that you don't use, that's a compile error. If you have a var variable that you don't mutate, that's a compile error. You should have made it const. Why are those errors? They don't have to be errors. They could have been left there, but making them errors helps a little bit with the concept of I don't know what to call it, like basically makes those like quote unquote Chekhov's variables. Meaning, yeah, it's called the Chekhov's principle. I'm horribly mistyping that name. I don't know how to type it correctly. Misspelling it. Chekhov's gun. I think people just call it Chekhov's gun. Yeah, so Chekhov's gun is the narrative principle where an element introduced into a story first seems unimportant, but will later take on great significance. That's a weird way of phrasing it. No. Let's find a better phrasing. There we go. It's a narrative principle that states that every element in a story must be necessary and the irrelevant elements should be removed. For example, if a writer features a gun in a story, there must be a reason for it, such as it being fired sometime later in the plot. So I guess the idea is if you spend time discussing the fact there is a gun on the wall, I mean, you can mention that in passing maybe to set a scene, but if you spend time describing it, then that thing better go off at some point. There should be a payoff. Otherwise, you wasted words on a irrelevant element. So going back to Zig, the idea of quote unquote Chekhov's variables, the idea is if your variable is var, then it better be mutated at some point on and not just be var for no reason.
Because that is the var and signals the intent, right? To change.
Yeah, and so if it's a variable that it's never mutated, then it should be const, and that really helps the reader. Like a reader that comes into a unfamiliar code base will have these questions in their mind, and helping them, check out basically like strike out things that are not possible really helps with becoming familiar with a code base that you don't know yet. Like it's like a less daunting that way.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. That said, it is true that this is a pain in the ass if you're like writing code and you're like messing around with the code, restructuring it, or cutting pieces and like doing exploration. If you're doing exploration work, then it's super annoying having to fix const variables every time, remove unused variables. Maybe you toggled off a piece of functionality temporarily, right? Because you're debugging behavior, and now there's like an unused variable, and Zig is annoying about it all the time. So people are, in my opinion, absolutely legitimately correct in saying this is an annoying behavior that I wish we could not have. So what do they propose? They propose a sloppy flag or dev mode. The idea of sloppy is when you're running your compiler in sloppy mode, then you can have unused variables and you can have var variables that don't get mutated. And Zig basically makes it easier for you to, well, be sloppy, do exploration work. And so people wanted this to make it easier to do this kind of stuff. Spoilers, this got rejected by Andrew. Although this wasn't like I don't know. While as much as I am totally happy to have people blame Andrew for draconian decisions, this is actually a decision that I'm 100% behind, because the idea is this: if you allow people to use a sloppy flag, and by the way, a lot of people were mad at the fact that sloppy got rejected. The idea is that if you allow a sloppy mode, then it's not really because it's against the Zig Zen. The problem is it's like more like a game theory thing. You basically have this sloppy mode that is a strict superset of what Zig can do, right? Everything that a non-sloppy Zig program. So if you have all non-sloppy flag Zig programs build in sloppy mode. And then you have sloppy programs that have unused variables in them. Those do not build in normal mode. They only build in sloppy mode. So what happens is that if this becomes something that the community starts doing, you will get to a point where somebody, it starts maybe by mistake. Somebody commits code. They forgot to take off the sloppy flag. And now there's a commit that only builds with sloppy mode. And now over time, you have users where basically they will occasionally get annoyed by the fact that the thing doesn't build this way, but it does build if you add sloppy. And so over time, everybody gets incentivized to keep sloppy always on. It won't happen in a day, maybe it won't happen in a year, maybe it won't happen universally at all, but there will be a substantial subset over time, probably, of the community that keeps sloppy on all the time. And because their dependencies build only in sloppy mode on top of everything. And so now everybody basically, it's like a slippery slope where everybody ends up turning sloppy on. It's a slippery slope where everybody is incentivized to keep this stuff on, because then not keeping it on is like it's an act of purism that requires you to do a lot of extra effort to stay there. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. I totally 100% disagree with all of this, but I do remember your comment about opinions, so there is that. So I get what you're saying. If you were to enable this and you allow libraries to be published with something that requires floppy, you are propagating sloppy. It spreads like an infection if you do it this way. And I can see that being an issue. So what Andrew in chat is saying, in Rust, everyone just uses nightly. This is very much what it used to be. Back in the day, circa 2015, 2016, up until probably 2017, around that was sort of the turning point where people stopped using nightly. That wasn't really because nightly allowed you to freestyle programming. It was because nightly had features that stable didn't have. So stable was very much, you could argue that when stable got all the features that was required, people just stopped using nightly. So if we're going to use that analogy for the sloppy flag, then the sloppy flag wouldn't have to exist, right? Because people would just stop using it. But it doesn't work if we propagate this thing, right? No mainstream Rust programmer is gonna reach for nightly the first thing they do. There are features in the standard library that requires nightly. There's loads of them, but most of the time you can either implement these features yourself, unless it's like compiled intrinsic, right? Or you can do a workaround and not requiring people to use nightly. I'm guessing that culturally, Zig would probably develop like a forbid sloppy lint that people would just start reaching for. So I think even if you did enable sloppy, it would sort of wither over time anyway, because one of the things that people care about is the quality of the packages they build. Now, if you're coming from a different programming language, you might think, what? Are you insane? But this is what it's like in new programming languages, right? If you guys remember the early days of Rust, people were always talking about two things. One, the people who liked Rust and people who didn't have strong opinions in the other direction would talk about the quality of the Rust binaries and the Rust libraries. People who didn't like Rust, they obviously would not talk about that. They would talk about why is no Rust Crate 1.0, right? And that is a running joke in the Rust community. Why is nothing 1.0? And it's ridiculous, right? But we don't have to get into that conversation. By the way, is your deprecated feature gonna make it into the next release of Zig, which is in March, right? It's coming up in a few days, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know for sure. Maybe. I guess it depends on. It literally depends on whether Andrew or any other core contributor wants to review it on time. Like that's entirely it. And I guess it depends on how many things they would have to fix if they were to accept it. So like they need to be willing to take a look at it. Which I mean, the problem is that there's like a ton of things that are scheduled for 0.14. So it's a matter of prioritization. I would argue that while it's a nice thing to have, it's probably deprecated is probably not necessarily the most important thing to have. So probably other stuff should be prioritized over it. But at the same time, if it actually turns out that the way I implemented it is mostly fine by Andrew, then maybe he adjusts a couple things. I left comments about the things that I wasn't sure, so he just fixes them, and then it might make it into the new version of Zig. We'll see. I do think one thing about Nightly though. I think that Nightly, while it does exhibits a similar usage pattern, it has a fundamental difference compared to Sloppy. With Nightly, at some point, you don't have a reason to use Nightly anymore. Right. Yeah, sure. I guess you could make the argument that then you just keep it on all the time because there might be more stuff that you care about, sure. But then the moment like the majority of unstable things come into stable, or at least the ones that you care about, then you can turn Nightly off. With Sloppy, I would argue you don't have this reset. Like you could at some point try to do it and hope that your dependencies still keep building also without Sloppy. But it doesn't have like this negative force, like the negative force meaning like or back pressure, how you want to call it, me being the core Rust team or like, well, the Rust developers pulling into main Rust features that previously were Nightly only. You don't have that force in Sloppy. I guess you have people fixing their code.
Yeah, I can see that because I mean, one of the things that Rust was been pushing since early days has been stability and safety, and at the same time, in the same sentence, the Rust development team will say Nightly is not considered stable. Stable is considered stable. So you're kind of actively going away from one of the core principles or the features of it. Whereas I think I can see that Sloppy doesn't follow that. But there was a suggestion earlier in the chat saying only allow Sloppy in debug mode. Now here's a quirky one, right? And like those of you who are watching this thing, you have to take this with a bit of understanding, right? You can do whatever you want. So I would say that seems like a really good idea because when I was programming Zig, and I got a few things to back this out or to where I'm going with this thing. When I was programming Zig, I kept running into this thing like unused variable, and it was like constantly when I was trying to explore, but it was constantly punishing me for my exploration. Right, I was intentionally not cleaning up my code and doing naughty things just because I wanted to see what was happening and all this stuff. Right, but there's a caveat to that. One, that is not necessarily what you want to hear from someone working on production software that you're going to use. Oh, man, I was just freestyling it and having a good time with it. I don't really care, right? That's not something you want to associate with it, right? In the same way, I mean, there's no difference between Rust shilling its memory safety and Zig shilling its code purity, right? We don't have warnings because it's errors or nothing, right? There is no difference, arguably, between that and whatever everyone else is selling, right? It's just another feature of the language. And if you don't like the feature, then the language might not be for you. So I totally see that as in this is kind of what the Zig mentality is, right? You write the software, make sure that it works, it doesn't have any junk in it, and then you share it. And that is probably how the recipient of software, and this is a little bit of an Apple thing, right? And I say this because Apple did put the burden on the developer, not the end user, right? If you've used an Apple product, you're like, wow, this is so easy to use. Everything's just smooth sailing. If you develop for Apple, you're probably mentally scarred for life because it's so unpleasant, some of the stuff they did, right? And I can sort of agree with Sig not allowing you to do this in the same way that when it comes to when you pass the exploration state and you go, now I'm going to write some actual software, you don't really want a different compiler for that, right? You don't want a different language, a different compiler, because, you know, there's a reason you're writing this thing in the language of choice in the first place, right? So I can sort of get behind not having the sloppy mode. I would have loved it when I was exploring, but if we lower the barrier for the beginners at the cost of the people who are investing in it, we're kind of doing an ass backwards investment here. It's that we can use Twitch as an analogy here. It's like playing adverts for you guys so new people don't get adverts. I'm punishing you, a dedicated viewer, so people who don't know about this don't have to watch adverts, right? It's like you're going backwards. You're punishing your own community.
That's a beautiful way of putting it. I never thought about it that way, but I did experience, like, personally finding, I tried at some point the auto ads stuff and I hated it. And as the streamer, I did not like having it. It makes perfect sense.
How about we get 60 hours of free trial version of saying with sloppy mode? I think sloppy mode is just not. I can't really see, because you have no warnings, right? You've taken that element away. That means that you can't have what comes with warnings in other languages, right? You've already made that active choice to not have that. So I don't think having a sloppy mode makes sense, right? We sort of say, okay, we're not going to do this, but then we say, but magically you can do this, right? No, we already decided that the language does not want this, right? The community or the developer of the language do not want this. It's not part of the principles of it. So let's not make it possible, right? Let's make it full of friction. So when you actually go to write quality software, you know that it's going to be easier to maintain that quality, because quality only goes down over time, mostly, right? There's a caveat to this, a little asterisk in the corner, but code quality doesn't. You don't turn up at a 140,000 line project and be like, all right, the quality is going to go up from here on out, right? No, it's just going to be, you're going to have more people building on the building. This kind of comes back to the previous conversation we had about technical debt. It's inevitable, right? It's going to keep happening, right? So I get that having sloppy mode is desired for people like me when they're exploring the language. But do I want sloppy mode to be enabled for my dependencies? Absolutely not, right? You can't have your cake and eat it, right? You got to accept that there's no sloppy mode. I'm on board with that, right? It is really annoying to write Zig code when you be like, all right, I haven't figured this out. Let's compile it. You have an unused variable. And you're like, why every time? But it's no more frustrating than any other language that's going to have its things thrown in your face, right?
I think that you gave it a extremely charitable reading to it, Toggle. That was very nice. I think the point is this at its core. Everybody, and I believe everybody, including you could imagine Andrew as being like this evil draconian BDFL that, like, it's at the top of this mountain. We just call him
evil Andrew where I live. But
like, at the top of these mountains, like, laughing maniacally at the idea that everybody now will have to correct every unused variable with like a thunderstorm in the background. But even him, I can promise you, understands perfectly well the value of being able to do basically what sloppy mode does. The problem is protecting what Toggle is describing, protecting the development experience when you're not exploring anymore, when you know what you're doing. I personally have had unused variable errors save my ass so many times. Also var, because I thought I would mutate something, forgot to mutate it, and then actually it caught errors that would not have been super easy to not immediate to find out, while just running the application. So it is nice stuff to have. That said, obviously, the question is, could not there be room for both? The answer is maybe. It depends on how you design it. A sloppy flag, as described here, I am super convinced that would basically create a set of incentives where basically you have a set of forces in your system where basically everything is shaped like this, where like this is like sloppy, and everybody basically tumbles down here because of like quote unquote a gravity created by how your rules work. Now you can always add more design ideas, more constraints, and kind of make it work. Well, who knows? Maybe this will be reevaluated in the future. But for now, the core point is protect big code bases, like the experience when you're developing big code bases. Which, keep in mind, is not just for the benefit of who is working on those code bases, but also I would say that like ultimately the quintessential way of looking at this is when you are a new user and you want to tackle a big hard code base. And basically the idea is to make it as easy as possible for you to do that. Because nowadays, I think everybody has experienced this, right? There are libraries out there that are big, that are interesting, but that are like complete nightmares to read. I've had to read C libraries where there are variables that never get mutated, which are not marked const. There are variables that exist in there, but then turns out they just don't get used. They're wired to nothing. And so you start reading, and again, right, it's daunting because it's a big code base. I don't know. Let me try to bring one up. I'm not bringing this one up as a example of a particularly bad one, but like you find confusing stuff. Like the last puzzler that I found was in the CMark parser, where they have I might not be able to find it. Let's see. Let me search for all asserts. Give me all assert false. Yeah, this part like drew me nuts. So they have this thing, which
probably not blurry cats, because I can answer this question, right? Because you might have these functions that exist solely for the purpose with interacting with a different architecture, right?
Yeah.
That's the reason why they're lazy. Look at me knowing things.
Yeah, but for non-pub functions, that one is actually planned. There's an issue about being even more evil. Let me pull this up since CryptoCode.
I thought I knew something. I'm sorry.
No,
for
pub functions, you're totally right. Right, for pub functions, you can't do that because they're going to be consumed by somebody else. But non-pub ones, compile error for unused non-pub global variable. Compile error for unused non-pub function decode. Compile error for unreachable code. Even unused pub function are an error if they are not accessible from outside the package. I wonder why he took down this one.
Dynamic, no, I was gonna say dynamic loading, but that's not gonna affect that.
Maybe it might be that it's hard to detect this one.
122 downvotes? Why?
Oh yeah. Yeah, some people are mad. But you know what's funny is that you find occasionally, let's go deeper into the drama then. I will go back to the C code then, but while we're here, Reddit.
Oh, I got one little derail for you as well. Yeah. I'm gonna ask you about this while you look this up. And it's like this. So on the topic of sloppy mode, though, this just occurred to me, right? The way when you're exploring to dodge these errors is to just put an underscore equals to the thing, and that's how you kind of dodge it, right? But do you think that there is going to be packages out there now where people have just done that instead of sloppy mode?
Yeah.
So they are hiding it in that sense, right?
The good part, actually, ZLS, you can configure ZLS to put them in your code automatically, like on save. Basically, every time you do save, ZLS, when reformatting your code, it's part of the format on save functionality of ZLS. ZLS can put those things and take them out if they're bad.
So that seems counterproductive to the end goal, but again, I haven't spent much time thinking about this.
Yeah, well,
but
ZLS also changes var into const. So ZLS can do this. keep in mind that ZLS is not maintained by Andrew. So the people that run ZLS don't necessarily have exactly the same perspective on these things that Andrew has. Although obviously people try to have be harmonious in how they think about these things, but obviously there are different ideas. I think that, but in any case, the fact that you can, I guess the basic principle that you can use a discard to turn off the error, that is in the compiler, that is by design. So the way of thinking about it is that it's not optimal, but at least you are giving a decisive hint to the user about what's going on. If you see a variable definition and then you see the discard, then you know that it's not going to be used anywhere else. By the way, it is a compile error to discard a variable and then try to use it.
No, that's fine. I'm thinking more like when you do this, when you're prototyping, if you forget and leave that in, because you might have function calls that returns a value as a side effect. But again, I haven't used it enough to know whether this is a problem. I can say that there's a real life situation that has happened to me where unused variables when I've been prototyping has been a real problem. And where this happens in the world of Rust is when you call an async function, but you never resolve the future. You never call the function with an await. You just call the function so you get the future. Now, this is a straight up warning in Rust. It says you got a future, but you're not awaiting it. But I don't read warnings and errors. What kind of pleb does that? So I just get on with my life wondering why the data is never turning up, right? There's a funny post on there. I looked at it this morning, and when someone is being a little bit of a troll. I don't know if they're in the chat now, Philip. But it's a post by someone asking, like, what are you using Zig for or whatever? And then someone replied, to prove that C is still king or something like that. And then someone asked for an example where this was true. And the only example they had wasn't a real world example. And they just said that because Zig doesn't have pin. And I was like, what kind of low effort trolling is this? Can you like look at what the first post is? I think it's in there now.
Sorry, in which, where was
it's going to be like, if you're on the Zig subreddit, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, is there like a post in here that's like, what are you using Zig for?
Oh, see, yeah. Okay, so it wasn't here. That
this is where I found out that there was going to be that the release was being
delayed,
changed, right?
Yeah. So I can show you also this other one that I was mentioning earlier. 4 out of 5 most upvoted issues on the tracker have now been closed as won't fix. I guess I'm just sad because I like the idea of Zig, but specifically the error handling and any type have consistently turned me away. I was interested in using it in one of my projects and waiting to see if solutions could have been made for these issues. The solution was ignoring the most upvoted issues and saying that there is no problem. Here's the thing. Upvoting does nothing. It's like the I don't know if you saw the episode of Rick and Morty where like there's Rick on stage saying your booze mean nothing to me because I've seen what makes you cheer. It's like it's the same idea. So yeah, no, that like nobody in the core team really cares about those upvotes or downvotes at all.
I mean, we get this as streamers sometimes, right? I mean, I have people sometimes in my chat being like, oh, you're doing this now, well, then I'm not going to watch. And in my head, I'm kind of going, why are you telling me this, right? I mean, like, I'm sure you're a wonderful person, but if your end goal is that one person tells me this, I'm just going to stop doing it and do whatever they want me to do, right? Yeah. It's just, it doesn't really make sense. I never understood this. If it would have been like a constructive thing, but really it's just like, this doesn't fit me anymore. And I'm upset about it. That's really all they're saying. And everyone who's upvoting is also saying, like, well, I am also upset about this. But that doesn't really matter if that's not what's going to happen, right? There's always going to be some of these things, right? Now, start watching when the hats start making a thing. I'm so sorry, Temporis. I owe you a few hats, don't I? Unfollow block report.
So the idea is basically that, I mean, to be clear, it's not like decision making is, completely draconian. Not at all. There's a lot of discussion and a lot of ideas that do not come from Andrew that land in Zig or that change Andrew's opinions. The problem is, the problem is that sometimes people are unhappy with the direction that Zig is going towards, And for them, the fact that a decision is popular should be a motive to include it in a language. But I mean, first of all, that's how you get C++. Problem number one. Yeah, that we already have one. We don't need a second C++. Because it's true, right? You keep adding, like, everybody has a random feature that they want, and so combine everybody's one feature that they want. What do you get? You get C++ over time. But more in general, it's like I wonder how to what degree these people actually genuinely believe what they say versus basically quote unquote coping, like trying to find reasons to justify their disappointment. But it's like, man, like, no, I'm sorry, like this stupid fucking feature in GitHub, I hate it. Like this means nothing. They should allow you to disable this in your project. And I understand projects that do this. Like I don't mean to say anything bad about projects that do actually want to use thumbs ups and like popular opinions in their design. That's totally fine. But in a programming language, man, that is an awful idea.
Yeah, I think it's the other question is also like how invested were you really, right? And we're kind of talking about a language that isn't 1.0 yet, so you're getting a bit invested in the language and the community. And I always think like getting in early for a language is a good idea if you want to kind of get invested in it. But being disappointed about things, I think that you sort of have I never really cared for features added or not turning out the way. There's been like two things that annoyed me with Rust. One of them, and people are going to disagree with this, but I can't help people being wrong. One of them was the inclusive versus exclusive range. It used to look differently, then they changed it, and the reasoning for changing it was like because people might have typos or something like that. And I just thought that was stupid because you can have typos everywhere. The other thing was watching the async await drama unfold. What's going to happen with the postfix or prefix of it, because everyone was so used to await being in front of it. I didn't really have any skin in that race. I was a horse in that race, rather, but I wasn't really invested in it. But it was kind of interesting. I thought naturally that await should come before, but I read the reasoning around it. I thought it made sense, right? But these things never really changed my mind about the language. You're never going to get anything to be perfectly the way you want it to. If you want that, then go make your own programming language, right? So I get it. I don't get it. But no, I think it's kind of yeah, I don't know what the goal of these things are when you look at it. But did you see the post? I think the post is like, how do you use Zig? Can you scroll down and see if it's in there? Maybe it's just not been bolted up.
Yeah. What are you using?
Oh yeah,
Zig
there
for?
you go. What are you using Zig for? And there's like someone in there. If you search for FIL, maybe.
FIL, okay.
I think it was like Philip with an F. There you go. There you go. You can see just above the cookies thing. I'm using C to prove C so much better. And the only reasoning why the elaboration is that it doesn't have pinned. The data isn't pinned, right? I don't think it's a troll. I think they just confused popular with important. Oh yeah, that was not a response.
Yeah, wait a second. Wait. Since when does he have pin structs?
I guess actually I don't know.
Am I missing out on fancy C features? Like Zig doesn't have them. Fine. Does C have them? It does not. What is this guy's smoking?
Pin data, so pin memory location for a long time, right?
Sorry, who? You mean Rust?
Rust didn't have pin for a very long time.
Okay. C69, yes, sure. I don't even know what to search for. Clang, pinned.
I think the issue. I don't know how does copy work in C temporis? If you allocate something and you dereference it, could you accidentally get a copy of that? Then isn't that what the whole issue was?
What?
But I don't know. I mean, it's gonna happen the same way in Rust, right? If you pin something to the stack and you dereference, you're gonna get a copy of it. But the reason for my weirdly contextless comment there was because I read through the issue on pinning in Zig and the bike shedding that ensued, and people were mentioning this thing. That's why I was thinking about it, right? But other than that, I don't know, right? So then is it that Zig has so a pin struct or pin data racks means that something is fixed at a memory location. So you can safely assume that it's not going to exist in some other memory location, or the memory is going to be freed while you're doing something. And this is really useful in things like multi-threaded, whatchamacallit, when you need to refer to something. And you want to make sure that it hasn't moved to a different location as a result of some other thread doing something else, or some other operation doing something else, kind of thing. Right? So a box type, it could be a box type, but a box type can still move, right?
You can also have pin stuff on the stack or global memory. Or rather, you know what? I'm not speaking authoritatively for Rust specifically, but the concept of pinning, it like maybe boxing helps with that, yes, but it's not the same thing. One example of where pinning becomes important is, for example, async APIs like epoll, where to those, normally what ends up happening is that you give to the OS a pointer to a data structure in your memory that contains information about a pending task that you need to do. I'm oversimplifying a little bit. But basically what happens is that when like, let's say that you're trying to read from a socket that doesn't have currently anything for you to read. So when the socket gets some data in, because maybe it's a remote computer that's sending you data, then the OS notifies you that now that socket is ready to be read again. And so it basically returns to you a pointer to that data structure. For that to work correctly, the data structure must still be there. And so having a concept of pinning in your language helps communicate to users of an API that it is absolutely important that as long as you use that API and you pass data to that API, that your thing doesn't move, that it stays there. And so it's a concept that you see in programming sometimes. It can get even more nuanced. Like, I don't know if Rust represents, or like how Rust represents this or not, but it can be also a case where a data type doesn't have to be pinned right off the bat. It can be moved around, but then once you start using it in a certain way, now it has to be pinned. I'll give you another example.
Very much like that.
Yeah, array list. An array list, you can copy it around as much as you want, as long as it's empty. Once you start putting stuff into it, then you can't copy it around, because copying the array list struct, not the buffer data, but just the struct, that has all the bookkeeping that keeps track of how many items you put in the buffer. So if you start copying it and you end up using like an old copy of it, then you update only the old copy, not the new one. So that's problems that come when these are problems that you can help mitigate, bugs that you can help people avoid if you have a concept of pinning in the language, which Zig currently doesn't have.
Yes, and the thing is, I mean, that's gonna be something that I'm guessing is gonna happen maybe at some point in Zig, if you guys do some kind of async thing, because of that. Also, I don't know if it was you or someone else who mentioned this in the chat. Oh yeah, no, here Ando says pointer to itself would break. Yeah, so self-referential types becomes like incredibly difficult.
Yeah, well, I can tell you that pin structs are a accepted proposal. So accepted is not a, how can I say, this accepted label is not legally binding, so things may change over time. But in general, everybody I think agrees that the concept of pinning is useful to have. I think there was some discussion about whether pinning should be a property of a type, like here, versus pinning being the property of a variable. But I don't remember the full discussion. But in any case, yeah, everybody agrees that it's a useful thing. We just don't have it yet.
Maggie got a very good point, right? Another feature of C is that it allows you to write sloppy. You don't even need a flag for that, right? You can just straight do it, right? So, I think it's I laughed when I saw that, because it kind of like you're posting this in the Zig subreddit, but you're not actually telling anyone why C is better than Zig. It's not like, do you mind elaborating on it? And they're not elaborating. They're just linking to a GitHub RFC or whatever they called it in the world Zig, right? So
to a feature that Zig doesn't have, that as far as we know, C doesn't have either. C does not have the concept of pinstructs. I believe that there is nothing that you can do to get an error when you accidentally copy, when you copy a pin type. I don't think they have that.
No, I honestly, I don't know. Another awesome feature, in Rust, it's a property of a variable enforced by wrapped something in a pin type. Part of this is because there's a period of struct's lifetime where it doesn't require to be pinned. Yeah, and I think that's what we talked about. Like you don't need the thing to be born pinned to a memory location. You just need to be able to at some point say, pin this to this location in memory. So whatever you do from wherever you do it, you can be safe that this thing hasn't moved, right?
Yeah.
You're a Steve, you never heard of that? Do you never heard of sloppy or pinning? Right? No, I don't know. Maybe this the wording, the language is different around this, but the notion, Rax, is that you're telling the compiler or you're signaling the intent that something is not allowed to move.
Yeah, I don't think there is. Yeah, I think okay, maybe Rax has the maybe Hybridlo has the correct reading. Maybe what this person meant is that it's a bad idea to have pinstructs in the language. Maybe I'm not even sure at this point. But yeah, C does not have this as a language concept, as far as I know.
You're not sure how structs could move to a different part of memory. Okay, well, in Zig parlance, imagine that you have an array list with a capacity of 4. You have 4 items in there, and you push a value into that array list. Now you're going to have to find another set of memory, a chunk of memory. You're going to have to copy everything over to that new location in memory, right? So that's how things can move.
Yeah, the most basic version of breaking pinning, or of like breaking a contract in a type that should be quote unquote pinned, is even literally just copying a struct. There might be a struct that should not be copied for whatever reason, and so you just copy it somewhere else, and you think that you're allowed to do that, but there might be APIs that break because of that. For example, I think Toggle mentioned that as yet another example earlier. If you have the struct, if the struct holds a pointer to itself for some reason, and you copy it, and you don't update that pointer field, now the struct points at the old copy, and that can have all kinds of funny consequences.
And the only language I have heard of so far that actually updates from like a previous conversation was Go. So if you copy something with internal pointer in Go, it will go through and update those pointers, right?
I think most languages with a runtime are able to do that. Like if they have typed pointers, so if they have so if they don't allow you to mess with pointers and doing pointer math, and they have a runtime, they can all do this kind of thing. Now, whether they do it and how often and whatnot, I don't know. But yeah, Go can do it. I'm pretty sure Swift also occasionally has pointers that work that way, and Swift can also update them at will.
I guess we'll never find out because no one wants to see Swift on stream. Have you not noticed that, Christoph? It's just it's a dead language now. So just so you know, it's up there with Latin. No pointers. I think we kind of need pointers though, Teufel, because otherwise we would spend a lot of memory doing various things, wouldn't you? And what do I mean is that, Regatta, did no one tell you? Apple is sunsetting Swift in favor of a new version of Go that only have i32s and nothing else. You're gonna have to go and look this up, but this is entirely true. Salacious says that Swift is very nice. Apparently no one else thinks so, Salacious. Only you and Christoph. If Twitch doesn't like a language, it's officially dead. Yeah, I mean, that's you guys must have heard of this, right? Most language developers hang out on Twitch and measure the validity of the language. And if no one's streaming the language, it's like no one's streaming a game anymore, right? It's just considered dead, right? True. You don't see a lot of Algol streamers, do you? Clearly it's true.
That's a good point. Like, we should stop considering a language popularity and adoption based on GitHub stars and job offerings. We should move everything to how much Twitch clout does a given language have.
We should mention languages in flex. So just look at all the
Yeah.
flex features you can do with a language. That'll be great. I don't. Okay. This is I think that would be a little bit insane if we like measured languages by popularity. What's the most obscure language you've spent any significant amount of time with? Right, a language that you certainly wouldn't touch today.
I guess it depends on how significant you want it to be. I guess
Maybe we remove the word obscure from that. Like, what's the language you've spent some amount of time with that you feel like I'm never gonna touch this again?
C#. I'm never gonna touch again. C# guaranteed. Spend some time in it. Never gonna touch ever again in my life if gods allow me to.
You would rather write PHP than C#?
100%. I think so. Yes. I would.
I don't know. I mean, it depends. I mean, if I have to work with other people, then I agree with you. But if it's just me freestyling C#, I just wouldn't make the stupid things that people. I would write C# the way I write
you
Rust.
would do it like in a rational way. Well, that maybe it's an interesting point, because in all honesty, I don't have anything particularly big against C# itself. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. I think the problem with C# is the ecosystem. So if you can dodge some of the ecosystem, then maybe it becomes good enough. I don't know. But talking about obscure stuff, I've done Prolog a bunch in university. I've done Lisp in university, and also after that. More obscure, but not done a lot of, was TCL. TCL is very funky. It's probably the funkiest language I've ever used.
And that's a would you use it again, or is that don't use it again?
To do what?
Let's pull up Hello World in TCL and see what that looks like.
Sure. Actually, you know what? I do need a bathroom break though. Shall we
do it, man?
Yeah.
I'm gonna rile up chat while you're gone. You gotta come back to a riot.
Okay. I'll be right back.
All right. Okay. Now I don't. C# has all the problems of C++, but with .NET. Yeah, but the .NET thing erases the pluses, right? I have no idea what the reasoning is there, right? Array languages are cool. I spent a lot of time in NGNK and UI/UA. I have no idea what you're saying, Salacious. Do you need me to call someone? Focus with a stick. That's exactly what I'm gonna do, right? Okay, so yeah, that's basic. Sinclair basic. Oh man, that's I don't think I was old enough to really understand it. All right. I'm gonna click on a link now, like a pleb. I'm just clicking on links from chat. There's no way this is a bad idea. Stack-based array programming language. All right. Okay, so it looks a little bit like what's that one which is very, very symbol driven? There's a programming language that is horribly symbol driven. APL. There you go. Thank you. That's probably the one where like you just write a handful of symbols and it does a lot, right? That is kind of fun. So yeah, all right. The initial version of Redis was written in TCL, I believe. Fair enough. Yeah, we're gonna see Hello World in TCL when Christoph is back, right? So that's a bit funny, but I like this thing. I was looking at this subreddit. I don't really look at Reddit a lot, but I was looking at it this morning and I saw that comment and I thought that's pretty boss, man. That made me laugh. That's great. It's probably the paradigm you want to see when doing SIMD optimizations. All right, fair enough. Okay, we're gonna look at some TCL. Okay, Hello World with TCL. It's not too bad. That was pretty straightforward.
Oh yeah, this part is easy. But what's crazy about TCL is, so have you ever thought about when maybe you were a kid that you wanted to be able to like use string concatenation to create a variable? Like you want to address foo bar, and then you have foo and bar as strings, and then you want to glue them together and obtain the foo bar variable.
I can't express how many times as a child I thought about string concatenation, but I'm guessing. But no, okay, let's see string concatenation. Is it gonna be like the lesser than greater than, or is it more obscure than that?
Wait, I think okay, you know who has I think a good intro to this? I think Antirez has a good one because he uses TCL a lot for testing in Redis.
Let's see, get out of here, you goblin.
Let's see if we can find some. Okay, so set A5 print $A. I guess this prints 5, right? So this is easy. Command substitution. The second idea is command substitution. In a command, some arguments may appear between square brackets. If so, the argument is substituted with the return value of the code included inside the braces. So for example, set A5 and then put set A, but this prints nothing. Let's see. The first argument of the command set A will be substituted with the return value of set A. That's 5. Oh, so setting some. Oh, set A. We probably skipped this part, but set A without argument is like read A. Then after the substitution step, the command will be converted from put set A to puts 5. At that point, it will be executed. Variable substitution. Always using the set command for variable substitution would be too verbose. So even if not strictly needed, variable substitution was introduced at some point in time. The variable name is preceded by the $sign character. It is substituted with its value. So instead of doing this, you can do this. Okay, grouping. Commands are space-separated words. So you use, I guess, quotes to group things together. Perfect. Commands and variable substitution work inside this kind of grouping, so you can have like string interpolation, basically. So inside a string, you still have TCL running, basically.
That's a bit wild.
Then you have curly brackets. Let's see. The result will be hello world 6. Escapes will do what you think. However, another kind of grouping where every kind of special character is just considered verbatim without any kind of substitution step. So everything inside curly braces is okay, it's going to basically be kept verbatim. So curly braces turn off interpretation.
Okay, so that's how you would print something that explains interpretation.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay, it's gonna get mind warpy in a bit. So concept 1 again, everything is a command. Concept 1 was programs are composed of commands. It's more true than you think. For example, the program set A5 if A puts hello, the curly braces. So this says if is a command with 2 arguments. The first is the value of the variable A substituted. So this is going to be if, it's going to become if 5. The if command uses a special version of eval that we'll see in a moment to run the script passed as a second argument. And it returns the result. So basically, you see that these curly braces, they're not really defining a block. They're defining a piece of verbatim text that doesn't get interpreted, and it becomes the second argument to if.
All right, so that is a string that says puts hello.
Yes, and so and then if evaluates it depending on what happens with the first argument. Concept 5. Everything is a string, no types. So the following program works and does what you think. Oh, there we go. Set A PU, set B TS, $A, $B, hello world. Yeah.
Oh my god, that's beautiful. I mean, like there's a simplicity to it, right?
Imagine you working at a company and one of your colleagues has access to this kind of power. You're doomed. You're doomed.
That is beautiful, man. That's great. All right, it's my turn. I'm gonna go top up my tea. I'll be back in a tick. Yeah.
Okay. Someone played too much Baba Is You. Well, you know what? I would not be surprised if Baba Is You is in part also, the person that came up with Baba Is You was also in part inspired by Tico, designed by Satan himself. Yeah. How do you add 2 numbers if everything is a string? I'm guessing there's going to be a function that is going to be able to take your string as input, and turn it into a number, like parse a number out of the string and then do the math on it and then turn it back into a string. There might also be some like optimizations in the virtual machine that interprets this code. Yeah, 1 + 2 = 12. Easy. Okay, let's continue with the weirdness. Maybe we find. Let's continue until we find something funny to show Toggle. Concept 6. Tickle lists. One of the more interesting types, or better, string formats that Tickle uses is lists. Lists are mostly the central structure of a Tickle command program. A Tickle list is always valid. Is always a valid Tickle command, and both are just strings in the end. So in the simplest form, lists are like commands. Space-separated words, for example, the string a, b, foo, bar is a list with 4 elements. There are commands to take a range of elements from a list, to add elements, and so on. Of course, lists may have elements containing spaces, so in order to create a well-formatted list, use the list command. The list command is used. So square bracket list a, b, foo, hello world. So this is like substitution. So this will basically return this as a value, and then you print list length, I guess, of $L. Yeah, so the above program will print for as output. L index will instead return the element at the desired position. Okay. Concept 7, math in Tickle. So people are asking about math. Let's see what math looks like. So you do X per $A plus $B. Let's see. I bet most lib hackers already noted how Tickle is a prefix notation language. So you may think like in Lisp math, in Tickle, So you may think like in Lisp, math in Tickle is performed using math operators as commands like puts, plus, 1, 2. Instead, things work a different way. In order to make Tickle more friendly, there is a command taking infix math expressions as argument and evaluating them. This command is called xper, and math in Tickle works like this. So you do have prefix stuff, but expert allows you to then put infix math notation in something. Comments like if and while use expert internally in order to evaluate expressions. For instance, while curly brace, you can see. So basically you're passing to while a literal, right, $A lower than $B, because while needs to be able to evaluate this thing multiple times. So if you didn't put curly braces, this would be evaluated once, and then your while loop wouldn't be working as expected. While instead, by using curlies, you pass to while the verbatim source code, and then the while loop is able to evaluate it as many times as it needs. And same with the body, which is the second argument, I guess. So let's see and so if and while internally use expr. So by using expr, so they run this stuff here through expr, which allows you to use infix stuff. So yeah, being evaluated as an expression to check if it's true at every iteration, and the second evaluated itself each time. So yeah, so this is uses expr, this uses eval instead. Kind of funny. Hey, Amlag. Concept 8, procedures. Naturally, nothing stops a TCL programmer from writing a procedure that's a user-defined command in order to use math operations as commands like this. So proc plus AB is expr of $A plus $B. So now you can use this plus as a prefix though. Let's see. Proc command is used to create a procedure. First argument is the procedure name. The second is the list of arguments that the procedure takes as an input. And finally, the last argument is the body of the procedure. Note that the second argument, the arguments list, is a Tickle list. As you can see, the return value of the last command in a procedure is used as the return value of the procedure, unless the return command is used explicitly. But wait, everything is a command in Tickle, right? So we can create procedures for plus, minus, star in a similar way instead of writing for different procedures. So for each operator, you create, for each $O in operators, you create proc $O, 2 arguments. These are all binary operators. And then the body is going to be a list of expr followed by quoted. Yeah, quoted A, O, and B. Whew. The metaprogramming starts to get serious. No, this is past Lisp metaprogramming. Like the weird shit that you can do in Tickle, Lisp just cannot do the same way. So concept 9, eval and up level. If you're reading this article, you already know what eval is. The command eval puts hello will of course evaluate the code passed as argument, as it happens in many other programming languages. In Tickle, there is another beast, a command called up level. They can evaluate code in the context of the calling procedure, which I guess it's obtaining a quoted list in Lisp and then just evaluating it in a different context, in any case. Or for what it's worth, in the context of the color or directly at the top level. What this means is that what in Lisp are macros, in Tickle are just simple procedures. For example, in Tickle, there is no built-in for a command repeat to be used like this, but to write it is trivial. So it's a procedure called repeat, takes in 2 arguments, n and body. So this is n and this is body. And then set result to empty string. And then while n is, I guess, different than 0, decrement n by 1 and set res to up level body. So evaluate body, not in the context of this function, but in the context of the caller. So basically, by doing up level, it means that if this body contains a reference to the value n, I guess, to the variable n, then it won't be visible. Like it won't see n, it won't see body. It will only see variables defined one level above. So out in the context of who's calling this procedure, not what's inside this procedure. Yeah, so n and body will not be accessible. And so this is how you evaluate body. And then it returns res. What I'm curious about is that this seems to append to res instead of changing it. No, that makes sense. No, this is not appending. This is replacing the value, because then, right, I understand the point. The point is that this needs to, at the end, evaluate it to the final evaluation of this body. This is crazy. Yeah, this is Tickle. Welcome to Tickle. It's bonkers. It is absolutely bonkers. So yeah, repeat 5 incur A. The reason why this works is because incur A gets evaluated in the outside context, not in this function repeat context, well, procedure, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, Toggle, we're like going deeper into how insane TCL is.
Oh, that's your word. All right. Speaking of Tickle, should we have a quick look at the Elm thing? I have not had a catch up on that one, so I have no idea what's happening there.
Yeah, I'm just gonna share with people a link to this thing if they want to also go insane with Tickle on their own. Yeah, so the other news item that I have is this. So I don't know, this is not super new. Basically, there was this blog post from 2020. Did you read it when it came out? Why I'm leaving Elm?
I don't remember when I tried Elm the first time. I think it was like 0.17 was when I first ran into Elm. And I didn't spend that much time with it, just sort of a week, 4 days maybe, tinkering with it. And I thought it was really exciting. When I looked at it later, like years down the line, nothing really had changed. So I guess that's why people are asking whether Elm is dead or not, because I didn't see a lot of activity on as far as the compiler was concerned. But I haven't read this. No.
There was recently an interview on YouTube from Developer Voices. I don't know if you ever saw Developer Voices.
I see the one with you in it.
Good choice. So there was an episode in Developer Voices with with Evan. So this was 2 months ago. What's the future of Elm? Yeah. So I don't think I watched it all. I think I watched some of it. My memory is really fuzzy. State of Elm. Oh, and this was also, not a normal episode, but it was recorded at an event. What is the event? Elmlang, Economics of Programming Languages. But this doesn't say where they are. I guess you have to watch the thing to learn about where they are. But in any case, so they were at an event, and then they recorded this, which is interesting also because this was part of the event schedule. So they're not like just randomly recording a podcast in a corner. So maybe this is an interesting thing to take a look at to know if Elm is what's happening with Elm basically. But in any case, if they're doing this kind of thing, I would say it's not dead. I guess I don't know how quickly it's being developed, and I know that like a lot of people got burned by Elm basically, so they're unhappy with how things went. So I don't know how popular it is, but yeah. So there's this blog post that was posted in 2020. So this is old, but the entry on Hacker News is not old. The entry on Hacker News is 16 hours ago, and it went on the front page. So, oops, sorry, I'm clicking random stuff. So basically, this blog post when it came out, it was about this person, leaving Elm, I guess, somebody who also wanted to be involved in the development of Elm and as a user of Elm, but then there was a ton of friction. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Oh my God, I thought it was you speaking. Well, instead it's me who has. Okay, I have like an audio glitch that I just fixed. Okay, so basically there's I don't know, just a bunch of complaints from this person and just saying, you know what, I'm done. I'm not gonna use Elm anymore. I think that the biggest issue that people have with Elm, I'm sure there's a bunch, but the main one is that I believe that Elm doesn't want you to use JavaScript, meaning you write an Elm program, you could quote unquote FFI to JavaScript, but they don't want you. Yeah, but they don't want you to do it. And the mechanism has been restricted to only some standard library modules, officially supported modules. So basically only some projects, there's a short list of projects that are allowed to use that feature. Anybody else who uses it gets a compile error, and they don't want, and apparently, as people were saying, you get banned from discussion places if you offer a fork of Elm with that list changed or entirely removed.
Really? Because you're gonna have a lot of legacy code that you might need to interrupt with. That seems. I thought ports were an official thing with Elm. That's how you did your foreign function interfaces.
Yeah, I think that was the case for at a point in time, but I think that what they wanted to change after that was basically they wanted to be able to say, you know what, I want to be able to compile Elm not only for JavaScript, but also I want to be able to target WebAssembly. And obviously, if you have a dependency on JavaScript code, that cannot be turned into WebAssembly. I think that was the main reason for wanting to prevent people from using JavaScript because that would basically completely neuter the possibility of cross compilation in that sense. But at the same time, they couldn't get rid of it entirely because there were some critical things that still depended on JavaScript. And so I'm guessing basically the idea was to allow certain things to keep using JavaScript, but only the things for which there would be a potential upgrade plan eventually to move away from JavaScript entirely, and so that it wouldn't cause blockers for the potential of cross compilation to WebAssembly.
It's odd because one of the things I really liked about Elm, and I think like if you out there ever had to write JavaScript and you're not like super into these wild dynamic languages, right? Because you're coming from something with a type system that is not made entirely of bees, then you can end up looking at something like JavaScript and it's completely wild. You do whatever you want with it. And then you got something like Elm that compiles or transcompiles to JavaScript, but you have like this beautiful type system and all this stuff going on there. And every time you add something like that, you improve your ability to refactor and do a lot of these things, right? So Elm looked really, really interesting to me, and making it slightly difficult to use other JavaScript things. I can see that causing a point of contention or friction point because you can't do anything with your legacy code, and you can't introduce something new to someone and say, but everything you've done up until now you can't use, right? But at least through like the ports thing, I thought the notion there was if it fails through the port, then you know that's where the problem is, and then you can just write your new code in the Elm architecture. And I was really excited about it, but nothing was really happening with the issues that people reported, and the language didn't seem to move anywhere, right? So yeah, looking at it now, there's not a lot that has happened on the compiler itself, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that it's dead, but it's far from complete, though, right?
Yeah, I wanted to search for my browser likes to redirect me to other stuff. Let's see, umlang.org, community news. Okay, let's see, news, October 2019. That is old. Check out these retweets. Let's see. This is the official account, I guess. Yeah. May 2024, last retweet.
With a name like Ryan Haskell, that has to be a meme, right?
Professional Erlang engineer. I don't know.
So Daniel 42, the guy you're thinking about might be Richard Feldman, who's behind the Rocklang, and he worked for, was it Red Ink, where the creation of Elm. So the guy who created Elm, he was then hired by Red Ink to work on Elm, and it was very like promoted in house and outside of the house too, I guess. So that was a thing, but they're not the same guy. I think Richard Feldman was just someone who promoted Elm a lot more than I don't know if he was actively involved in developing Elm any more than from a managerial role. I'm guessing. I don't know, right?
I'm also surprised that where's the source code, man? Sharing code doesn't.
Oh yeah,
compiler source. It's like very hidden at the bottom. Holy cow.
I had the very same issue when I went looking for it
2 years ago. Last commit on master branch. Let's see other branches.
Yes, Andrew. They even named the programming language after it.
No other branches.
No, I think it's possibly not moving anywhere, and I don't know. Is there like there's bound to be some kind of issue? People are opening issues now. Yeah, I'm guessing these issues are. I'll pop one of them open just to see what goblin lurks inside. Let's have a look.
Oh no.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no. What is going on, man?
Thanks for reporting this.
What the hell?
But yeah. Is someone prodding GitHub for vulnerabilities?
I have no idea what's going on there.
There must be an issue about the status of the project. There should be something.
There's not a ton of issues from 2024. Like there's some, but like this is just like this is an entire year worth of issues. It is, yeah, it's not super high activity.
Are you aware of any? Some people have mentioned the forks of this in the past, but are you aware of any language that has been forked where the fork ended up becoming the superior version that was used?
And so I don't know if this counts, but I remember when Node got forked into IO, I think, and then they had to hash it out and
Oh, that sounds familiar.
and
There was an
return.
Node IO thing there for a while, was there?
Yeah, and then they sorted it out and merged back again everything. Languages, I can only think of Perl, I think, where they have another one called Raku now. I don't know if you remember.
Oh yeah. I think someone recommended C3 is a fork of C2. I think that's by the same people. And C3 is more of a next version than a fork. But I could be wrong. It happened once, so we'll see.
So Guida is an Elm fork that is being actively maintained. 43 stars, so not super popular, I guess. 2 weeks ago, 2024. Okay, so there is some activity there.
But is there no one asking about the state of? Oh no, that's Guida Lang. Okay, sorry.
That's the website. Hello, Guida.
Hello, Manoj. Oh, it's just a meme, Lang. It's up there with Rust. Don't worry about it, Manoj. Just stick with what you know. All right, stay in your lane. Don't do anything but see. Okay, it's the safest choice.
Yeah, so I would say all this stuff seems not super actively used. Interesting. So yeah,
Is there no issue about the state of the project? Is no one writing anything? It seems like the thing is, I can kind of understand if. Oh, there we go. What's the state of Elm Repo?
yeah, I assume that it might have been under the closed stuff. There's also Yedo Okati. No description provided.
It's one of those quality issues.
Let's see. Nick Siegel. Quick summary. I want to understand why there are no commits since 1+ years. Okay, so on one hand, that's a legitimate question. But on the other, Toggle, imagine that you have a project on GitHub and there's you get an email, right? There's a new issue, and the issue is, I want to understand why there are no commits since 1+ years. What is your immediate reaction?
Yeah, I don't know if this is something that would be. My first reaction is that this isn't really an issue. This is the wrong place for this. But I don't know how because I mean I'm facing a possibility of getting this one day because I don't know what's going to happen with the projects I'm working on. It might turn out that no one uses it, and then I stop working on it, and then 1 year later someone goes, "Is this dead?" I don't think anyone really appreciates getting those issues. I think people getting those issues are just going to be frustrated with it. But at the same time, there doesn't seem to be any posts talking about it anywhere. So in this particular circumstances, I don't know what else you would do, right? I mean, there's probably like a Discord or a mailing list or whatever, but
Daniel posted a potentially interesting link. So let's take a look at what happened with this issue, and then maybe we can go to the forums. Because at the end of the day, that's actually the appropriate place. Like, this kind of discussion is what you would expect to see on the forums. And like I'm guessing my point is that you will probably find more interesting answers and like discussion on the forum rather than issues. Let's see. I've been always a fan of Elm, use it here and there. Examples, question. I feel like the project is stale. As a follow-up from talking on Slack with the community, progress has been made just privately by Evan. He has done amazing things, yet they aren't ready for publishing yet. They will be somewhere soon ready, 2023. And a big release.
I don't think that big release was ever made, though, right? To be fair.
The decision model of the language is following a BDFL rather than a community. I was pointed to... okay. The decision model of the language is following a BDFL rather than the community. I was pointed to Gren, an Elm fork that has a different decision model. So there's another one, Gren.
That's the one I have heard of.
Guys, Where's the GitHub? Please, a sponsor hopefully will lead me to GitHub. Okay. Compiler. 400 stars.
3 weeks ago, 5 days ago. Yeah, this is happening.
Okay. That is bad, man. Once your project gets like shattered into a ton of actively developed forks, that is bad. You know what? You know which recent fork of Zig was attempted?
I remember early days there was a fork of Zig that someone charged money for.
Yeah,
that's insane.
That one, thank God, is dead. But more recently, somebody attempted a fork of Zig to add sloppy.
Yeah. This is the knee-jerk reaction that communities get, and every time I see this, we have famously Crablang. I don't know if someone's working on that anymore or what they're doing with it. And people kind of, so there's a disconnect there, because when there's something that happens that people don't like, and someone goes, I'll save you, I have a solution, and then people just rush to that thing and be like, yeah, you're our new savior. But then they realize that there's like just 5 dudes in a trench coat, and they have no interest in maintaining a compiler for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
They're not invested in this thing, and it kind of slowly dies off. I don't know what the state of Crablang is, but I know when that bullshit fallout was happening, that people just ran to Crablang, but I haven't heard of anyone actually using it, and I just assumed it was a joke from day one, because shattering a language community is just inherently bad for the language. So if you like a language but you disagree with some choices they make, then your choice is nothing, because forking it is not a sensible solution, right? You are just destroying what you once liked most of the time, right? It might be the solution in some case, but I don't know. Marvin, when it comes to Gren, there is a mention of Elm. I didn't see it either. I had to go look for it, but it was in there somewhere. Okay, let's have a look at this thing.
Yeah.
Interop.
My guess is that so the impression that I get from these other projects is that here it's happening something different, right? Here the forkers actually do seriously want to maintain their fork because they have a compelling enough reason. I guess this is up to debate, but like, what was the feature that Crablang had that Rust didn't have?
Oh, it was no feature. It was about the trademark drama.
Yeah.
So there was no reason for it to exist.
Let's see. Zig fork sloppy. Hacking friendly sloppy. Sloppy mode for Zig. Let's see, what is this? Tool to automatically silence compile errors about news variables. Okay, now this is something different. Let's see. I think at some point somebody mentioned a fork. Load more. Did this load all comments, or do I need to press the button more? I think this is all of it. Okay, let me search for fork now. No mention of fork. God damn it. I don't know where to find it. Oh, there we go. I found it. No, dude, you cannot hijack my search function, please.
Oh my god, that drives me crazy when they do that.
Yeah, okay, so now people are pointing out that you could make a fork, but there was a link to it, man. I can't find it though. Oh, there we go. I created the fork of Zig whose only purpose is to remove unused variable errors with allowing user or you. It hasn't been updated since 10.1. Yeah, so basically people sometimes, I have attempted this kind of stuff. They just get tired because the reality is that the feature that they want is not worth the effort. Or at least this has been so far. But what I'm seeing here is that no, here there are like maintained forks. And let's take a look at the Elm docs. So we go to the official Elm website. We go to docs.
Well, AVDN says my library got forked in order to secure the future of the library, but people who not wanting to contribute without being in control died after a couple of years. I tell you what they did to a famous library I wrote, though. They incorporated that in the core project and didn't give me any flipping credit whatsoever, right? And I could see my ideas in the code, and I just went, F you, I'm not using this anymore. I wasn't going to make a stink about it. I'm definitely not going to tell you what library that was, but yep, sometimes bad shit happens. Embedding HTML. That is ports, right?
Ports in Elm port. Okay, so there is ports. Then what was the? I need to understand what was the problem then, because I guess maybe this is just the final application that can use ports and not libraries.
I'm guessing maybe because you kind of can't throw away all the legacy code yet. You have to be able to use it. I remember like this big conversation about WebSockets could only be used through ports as well. There's a lot of that stuff, right?
Yeah, okay.
Ports offer applications, okay.
What I'm not understanding right now is exactly what kind of limitation ports. It's on screen ports are for applications. Yeah, but is this it? Is this the limitation? Ports are for applications. A port module is available in applications, but not in packages. There we go. Yeah. Okay, so this is it. You cannot create a package that uses ports.
Okay. I don't know if that's a bad idea or not. That's one of those things that I guess you have to use it to be able to tell whether it is or not. But I'm a little bit intrigued by this. So if you set up a project where you are the BDFL, and I believe that's what Elm has done, and then you're working a lot on like backend stuff, right? So I mean, this is it's quite a big thing, right? You're working on all this backend stuff, but if you don't have any means of progressing the library outside of that, like you don't have a community that wants to contribute and can do things, it would mean that you have to, the upstreaming process would be a bit annoying because you have to pull in all the new changes into what you're currently working on, but it's gonna be a pain, definitely, but at least it will keep it alive. I don't know if you can come back from something like this, right? I mean, maybe you can, but I don't know how many people who were using Elm a few years ago when it was being actively developed versus today, how forgiving they're gonna be if you release a new version like 2-3 years later. And I'm like, oh, I perfected all these things. And people can like, well, we moved on. Other things turn up. We used other things. They are now part of our stack and can't go back. I don't know, right? It's a tricky one. I don't think I would dare to leave something in a state, in like an unattended state, and just walk away from it. But at the same time, it's going to work on it, and it's going to require a lot of attention. It's a very, very difficult situation, I think.
Yeah. This is really interesting. Let me check the Elm forum entry that Daniel linked earlier. What else is here? No, let's see. Looking ahead, Chapliki is optimistic about Elm's future. He is currently working on a backend development and is focused on ensuring that the language can provide a seamless experience across the entire stack. He believes that achieving type safety throughout the system, from the database to the front end, could be a game changer for developers. Galaxy.ai, YouTube summarizer. Okay, so this is from the interview, basically, that we mentioned earlier.
It is scary, Amajo, and you are making an investment. So either you might get in on the ground floor and skill up for a future you're going to be prepared for. And so this is the gamble you have to take, right? When someone goes, here's a new product, and you might buy into it and be well prepared for the future job market or whatever, right? Or you might buy into it and then it just gets abandoned, right? No one can say for sure when something is in a state of language like Elm, for instance, right? It's really hard to say. Maybe the guy is just completely burned out. The reality is like he can't deal with this bullshit anymore. That is the community, and it's like, I'm out of here, right? I have no idea. but you are making a gamble. But C++ is never the answer. Okay, that's never the
No,
answer.
it's never the answer. One thing that I observed a little bit as an outsider, so take it with a grain of salt, but I did observe that the interactions with the community in Elm have been way more like vitriolic than what I've seen elsewhere, including Zig. Like Zig is very opinionated and annoying, right? We went through all the 120 downvotes on the sloppy flag thing, right? No, actually, that one has upvotes. The one where Andrew says more compile errors, that one has the downvotes. But that's kind of where it ends. Like people have discussions, they disagree. Maybe somebody finds the whole idea puzzling and just cannot relate to how the other side could think about things that way. But yeah, that's kind of where it ends. With Elm, I've seen people go really hard on Evan and Richard and the whole team, way more than what's happening in our case. So my guess is that maybe a functional programming audience is more acidic than
I think you have an overlap of a functional programming audience and a front-end programming audience, which demands a lot of fast-moving changes, right? Yeah. If you're used to banging out a new framework on a monthly basis and you don't see any activity in an area of software development where we literally just burn the house down every 6 weeks, it's just that's kind of insane. I, for one, would love something. This is why I looked at NIM. One of the reasons I looked at NIM was because this thing proposed to be able to compile to JavaScript. And I thought, wow, why not, right? I'd love something that has a type system and where you can target JavaScript. It didn't deliver. My hello world was 200 kilobytes, and I know that people don't care about that anymore, but I do. I think it's gross to force someone to download 200 kilobytes of JavaScript for a hello world.
Look, at least it's not 100 megabytes like the Swift one.
Oh, and yeah, I remember someone telling me, was it Blazor? I think it was maybe one of you guys out there told me that Blazor wasn't so bad, and I looked at it was like 2.7 megabytes. And when did that become acceptable?
Yeah, no, that was definitely not me. Yeah.
And it's not TypeScript. This was before TypeScript was big when I looked at Elm. So I looked at Elm at 0.17, and I think that was probably around maybe 2017, 18, 19 or whatever. I don't quite remember. But yeah, it was TypeScript was not something that had gained a lot of traction at that point, even if it even was a thing then, right? I don't remember. But to me, having something that is maintainable, that you can refactor easily, that is really impressive when it comes to the front end stuff, right? If you guys ever no, I said traction. If you guys have ever thought about how much yeah, we're not going to touch on WASM today, but like if you guys thought about how much we just build and throw away and how crazy things are, right? The way you're supposed to build a JavaScript front end to your website, if you kind of just look throughout the years, we started off with nothing, import everything to the browser. Then we got like Bower that is doing some package management for us. Then we got NPM. Then we got like Webpack, and like it's just like it keeps just moving and moving. We got Grunt and Gulp. Some of you remember that. And these things kind of just, they're out there. They're not compatible with each other. They're just moving and moving. And then you look at like compilers and programming languages that don't drive you insane, where you could use a compiler today with code from yesterday, and things are built with care and attention to detail, not like, here's the next best thing, right? And I think it would be really nice if we could have something on the front end that was compilable, maintainable, and actually encouraged you to not throw everything away for the next newfangled thing. So we can actually build some sustainable whatever on the front end. But it really, it required JS, common JS. What's the other one? Browserify. There's a Babel. It's like 600 million things that you kind of had to chuck in there, and it was just too much, right? It's too much to. So if you look at JavaScript once a year, you're gonna be lost every time you look at it. You're gonna what are they doing now, and why are they doing this? You look at the end result. It's the same as all the other years, but how you get there is different. Is it better for maintenance? Nobody knows because we don't maintain the software. You just write it and then throw it away, right? Evan Joe is trying to fix it and seems interested. What's Evan Joe doing? I'm a Joe.
That's even Triplicate's evil twin, I guess.
Okay. All right. So is the Vue guy is building my. So to me, Vue and Vite is just another one of these things that came by and is doing the same thing. I could be very wrong here, but I think when something hasn't been around long enough in a space, it doesn't really have the right to make certain claims, right? You can't claim to be the solution to everything when you are 5 years old, right? If you look at something like Rust, supposed to be the solution to a lot of things, but it's still considered a reasonably new and modern language. It's still not established itself, right? And it was released 1.0 in 2015. And then how old is something like Vite, right? How old is that? It definitely isn't 10, 15 years old, right? And I don't know if we're ever gonna get something in the front end that does that, right? He has investment to do so.
Yeah, I saw that.
I think long live jQuery. jQuery is still around, and it was around in 2008. I think having investment doesn't necessarily mean anything, right? MooTools, there's another one. Lodash. What's the knock? It's a knockout JS. There you go. Now, see, Webpack, for all intents and purposes, Vincente, is still arguably modern, although it's not a compiler, so we shouldn't really put it in the compiler basket, right? You're tired of the web world? Yeah, I used to be involved in the web quite heavily for many years. I've walked away. I've forgotten so much of it, and I have never looked back. I have no interest in it's insanely stressful. And when I started out, there was the back end, and then that was it. There was no front end, right? And that thing just grew overnight into something insane, and I could never catch up with it because I met people that were like a mixture of scam artists and blagsters and actual programmers. I met one guy who was really proficient at programming with JavaScript, and you could see that he was actually interested in what he was doing. And then I met a billion of them. I had one guy for a company suggesting that we make our entire build pipeline in Grunt. I'm like, what have you been smoking? Why is that a good idea? Like, we can't even get the shit you're building with Grunt to be compatible with Grunt. Why would we make this our build system, right? It's just so absolutely insane, right? And now I'm not going to rant about the front end because the thing is, I know that there are front end developers out there, and I understand your struggle and your strife. You have my sympathy because trying to keep up with that wore me down to a little knob, and I was like, I'm done. I can't try to keep up with this anymore. It's insane. I took a break from programming after that.
What was the worst front-end technology you had to use? Or like not necessarily had to, but like you happened to use? Then I'll tell you mine.
I can't remember. Oh,
Angular.
You know what, Joe? That's a good point. Angular 1. What a scam that was. So Google comes out shouting, you guys should use Angular. It's this beautiful framework. And I spent time learning about these two-way bindings they had. And I was like, okay, I can get behind it because I'm very open when it comes to things, right? Like, this is how we do it. This is a remarkable thing. And instead of being cynical about it, I tried to use it and see where it goes. So I spent time learning it. We implemented stuff for a client. We're using Angular, and we're like, okay, this is how it works. And we're getting this thing. We're releasing this thing, which means we have to maintain this thing. And then Google comes out with Angular 2, which is not even remotely backwards compatible. There's backwards compatibility and front end. It's just not a thing. There's nothing there. There's nothing backwards compatible with anything, right? If you try to use something, if you try to talk about backwards compatibility, people look at you like you you're running naked through the streets. Like, what are you, a lunatic? Why would you do that, right? React, no, good grief, no. I've used React as well, and they like minor React versions are incompatible with each other, right? There's like React was a hot mess at one point as well. It's established itself, and it's arguably the best thing that you have today. But how so? Because there were incompatibilities with all the versions, right? But this is just how the world of frontend has evolved. You have lots of things that are not compatible with each other, and that is really, really an insane way of programming. If you take any programmer who's programmed anything but front, and they go, how would you feel like if all these libraries stopped working next month? And they'd be like, well, don't do that. But we got this like browser file stack. We don't do that anymore. What happened? I was out of the room for one minute. And now we're not doing that. One of the worst things I've seen. So the browser at some point didn't used to have modules, right? Modules. So browsers got modules today, so you can import things into modules in the browser. And I saw someone trying to get that working together with an already built-in module system is something they had. And he was just sitting there changing files. And I was supposed to rubber duck this thing with him. And he just couldn't get it working. And it was looking through Webpack. It was looking through build scripts. It was looking through like weird imports. We had a bash script at some point. And I was looking at this thing like, this is an insanity. There is no cohesion to any of this. But because when something new turns up, you add it to your tool chain or to your build chain, and then you add it and use it the way it was meant to be used. And in one way, it might use like the package.json, and then you get something else using something else, and it's just like layers upon layers of really, really frustrating, confusing things, right? So yeah, no, I would say if you're doing front-end development, you have my deepest sympathy. I just hope that someone actually tries to not be scared of the word backwards compatibility in that world. It is just too insane. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk, by the way.
It's definitely like there's a lot of like deals with the devil that people in the front-end world do, like use this framework. It will save you 3 keystrokes, and it will allow you to not have to understand this concept that you should probably understand anyway. But then you will get basically be done faster. But then 3 months from now, your shit is not gonna build anymore. Like debouncing, like you can have let's use this framework that has like integrated debouncing with everything, so I don't have to code it myself. Why reinvent the wheel? Why re-implement debouncing when this framework can do it for me, and then it doesn't build anymore next week? Oh well.
Yeah, and the way you have to add it is through some like, we got this like we ship a binary with our stuff, right? I mean, and like the worst thing so the Amajo says the solution to your own libs is indeed the best way. Okay, Amajo, this is what happens. Everyone does their own lib and they go, oh, this is pretty good. I'm going to write a post about this and tell everyone I'm ready to use this. So they do. And then someone else looks at it, uses it, and go like, this is insane. I'm going to write my own lib. And then they write a post on Reddit 6 weeks later. And this is what happens, right? It's just insane. And no one goes, can I use this with the technology we had in 2024? Can I use this with the shit we built in 2023? No. You cannot, because we've added all this weird tooling that is not compatible with. We talked about technical debt. In the world of front-end development, there's a huge mountain of technical debt that everyone just walks around and pretends isn't there. It's like this monument, a giant phallic symbol in the middle of the room, and everyone just goes, oh, don't look at it, man. It's not there, okay? Don't worry about it. I got this new tech. It's gonna make you feel good. Take this new tech instead, right? It's insane. It's absolutely insane. And the thing is, I don't mind front-end development. I like programming. I like programmers, most of you at least. But what is happening there is just a way to kill productivity. So all the old bastards like myself, we walk away from that. We don't want to deal with that. And then the young people just go completely crazy, adding all shit left, right, and center. It's like when you're setting up Vim for the first time and you're like, oh, you can have plugins. And then you're like, what's your Vim covered? I got 6,000 plugins here in a list. Right? It's an amazing list of plugins. I don't know what half of them does. But they just keep adding more. But there's no old bastard there to tell them, like, no, don't do that. That's a bad idea. Just learn the basics and get rid of these plugins, because you can do that with like built-ins to Vim, right? There's no one there, so they just keep adding. Go on.
I have a hot take, Toggle.
Go on.
By the way, I need to go to the restroom again. The tea
it's
is like, tea, the tea is flowing out. I can't stop it. But here's my hot take, and then I'll just leave it there, and then you guys can have fun. But here's my hot take. I think that the problem is that the reason why the front end is like this, it's because the front end is harder to do than the back end. Backend developers, they think they're hot shit. I say one as a former full stack, but actually backend main developer. We like to think that the stuff that we do is much more complicated than the front end, but that's not true, because the reality is that in the front end, you have to worry, among a plethora of other things, you also have to worry about like the unhappy path a lot more than what you have to do in the backend. So
because you got user interaction.
Yeah, and
there,
they
right?
keep clicking around and stuff is annoying. And so what I think happens is that basically the level of competence between front-end and back-end developers, maybe there are some differences. Maybe you could argue that the average back-end developer is more competent than the average front-end developer. That would be something that I would like to see data for. So I don't necessarily think this is the case. But even if we account for that, even if this was the case, the problem is that the front end just requires more work. And so people reach out for more libraries than they do on the back end. And so that causes the entire mess that we're in. I suspect that if we had a button, like a switch, and we swap them around, or rather, it's not necessarily swapping, but like we forced somehow all the backend developers to do front end, I bet you that they would get themselves in the same kind of rabbit holes, because they too would have to deal with extra stuff that they don't have to deal normally in the backend. And so they will reach out for just one more dependency, bro. I swear, this is the last one. I promise.
Just one more, man. It's the last one.
Yeah. So you guys discuss this. I'll be back in a moment.
All right. So I like how Christoph kind of just go like, back end is easier than front end. Peace out. And then he's leaving me here like a lemon, but like, hey, why don't you deal with that bullshit that's going to be the fallout of that comment? Bye. Now, all jokes aside, I think that there is some truth to what Christoph is saying, because front end wasn't a thing. Front end used to be you make some pretty things move around on the screen a little bit, and that was like the gist of it, right? You get an alert box saying, please enter your email address, and then someone used a regex for an email address that didn't work. It was wonderful. But front-end wasn't really a thing. So when people started to become front-end developers, the people who did the back-end, including me, like so the people, those of us who did back-end programming, we looked at front-end as a second-class citizen, right? We looked at JavaScript as that little bit of extra. We lump it in the box with HTML and CSS. It's just bullshit you do when your brain is too tired to tackle the back-end, right? I mean, that generally used to be how I worked. I'll start my day dealing with the difficult backend stuff. And then when I was too tired to think and solve these problems, I would just move on to the front end, right? But so I think that kind of grew like a stigma that the front end was the second class system, because no one focused on the front end. And then people started to focus on it more and more. But the backend developers didn't even look at it like that. They kind of just went like, no, you front end, you make pretty pictures, right? Get on with it, right? But at the same time, it doesn't help that the front end kind of did this really insane thing where they kind of grew all this stuff. You can't stay away from it. You can write backend code with stuff that you used 2 years ago, 3, 4 years ago, 5 years ago. I could probably do some .NET now if I had to against my will. I don't think I could sit down and write modern JavaScript. I don't think I can, just because everything has changed. Language of JavaScript is not complicated. No one struggles with JavaScript. You can just look at a reference and be like, how do I do this? Okay, there you go. Because you know how programming languages works, you know what you should be able to do. But when it comes to, okay, how do I build this? How many people do we have in the chat who are feeling uncertain and uncomfortable with the notion of putting together a front-end build pipeline, right? There has to be more than me who feel like, what do you even do these days, right?
Yeah, I have no clue. Which I guess it's probably one of the biggest selling points of Bun. I'm guessing one of them. Like I occasionally look at what Bun is doing, and like they're clearly working a lot on that angle, and not necessarily saying that their solution is the right way of doing it or not. I have no idea, but it seems that a lot of people. It's a pain point for a lot of people. Huh.
See, make. Now, I think if you ask people how to solve a particular problem in a programming language, you might get one or two answers to that. If you really want to see something blow up, you ask, how do I manage state in React? And there's this like vast landscape of ways of dealing with it.
Yeah.
And React isn't even part of, it's just another library. And you got like this insane amount of like, oh, we're doing it this way, we're doing it that way. And I hear very little rationale for changing things other than, well, the old way was shit.
Mm-hmm.
And well, that's not a good rationale. How do we know the new way isn't going to be shit? It will be, but we haven't found anything that is less shit yet, right?
I'm personally,
it's insane. Yeah,
I'm personally stuck. I guess maybe the front end world would consider me stuck in the Redux stage. I remember using React plus Redux and just having a good time and thinking, oh man, this is the solution. I'm happy with this, and I can see using this for a long time. Never really appreciated any of what came after Redux, personally. But this is probably an obsolete way of looking at things, I guess, by now.
Yeah, I think it's. I think that the weirdness when I saw the introduction of, I think it's Redux that does the whole store and message passing.
Exactly. Yeah, you have store, and then you have actions, mutators.
Yeah, that you kind of apply over your data. But here's kind of a funny one though, Christoph. If someone tells you the way to do something in Zig, it's like, oh, you allocate a bunch of strings and then you're going to pass these messages and you're going to iterate over all this data and apply this transformation. You're going to, that can't possibly be the most efficient way for me to get the value out of a collection. Like, send it a get message and then get the result back. That can't be the most efficient way of doing this, right? But yeah. It's really kind of Flux was the first one. Yeah. At some point we ended up with, what were they called when we're supposed to use functions only to interact with the state, and they are quote unquote dumb components. Does that make any sense? Is anyone familiar with what I'm talking about here? I honestly,
vaguely. Yeah, very vaguely. I don't remember all the details.
Pure components. That might be right. It's gonna be a 2025 version of Zig Roadmap 2024. That doesn't make sense, Maki. That should be Zig Roadmap 2025, then, shouldn't it?
And so we don't know for sure what's gonna be, but we will publish information about the roadmap. That said, Mako, I can tell you the short version of it. Basically, the big investment that Zig is doing right now is compilation speed and trying to make LLVM an optional component. A lot of progress has been made to the point that the next release will probably enable x86, x86 64 Linux by default, like our custom backend, meaning that if you're making a debug build on Linux, it's going to be much faster than with using LLVM. But we're not there yet. There's going to be, so we need to do more backends, we need to do incremental compilation, and then after that, hard code reloading. So that's going to be probably the next big investment for the next year, roughly speaking. There's going to be also other minor things that are going to be more or less interesting, like at deprecated, made by yours truly, but that's kind of it.
Redux is beautiful because the logic is decoupled from the dependency. I still have good reducers. I don't touch one on that. So, but yes, but no one would write software like that when you get down to thinking about how. So there is a nicety to message passing, but no one would ever write software like that in any kind of performance critical area because it doesn't make sense.
It's clearly a methodology that is designed to basically support the development process, potentially at the expense of computational like efficiency. So it's designed to basically streamline the concept that you have a web page and you have components and subcomponents, and some of them have hierarchical relationships, some other ones don't. I guess the point of the store is that it allows you also to model correctly situations where different components need to access part of the quote unquote global state in a way that isn't strictly hierarchical. I believe that before, like when you don't have a Redux store and you just pass around props, you have the quote unquote problem that basically a lot of components need to be aware of state that they don't care about, but they only care because a child subcomponent cares about. And then you have the right?
Passing the state down the chain, basically.
Yeah, and then you have also the problem that it's like you need to somehow orchestrate updating this global state, and you need also one reason why I like Redux also is because by having this concept of a store, it was easier for me to serialize the state of the front-end application to disk. I used it for for an application that they needed to serialize state. And so, that allows you to have like a moment where you know that the global store is in a consistent state, and it's not like mid update from something somewhere that's like to update things or whatnot. So yeah, I don't know. I liked it, but yeah, I agree that it's not. It's like what to call it? Like it's canned food. It's like you're not cooking a homemade meal, right? You're not making carbonara. It's like you're buying frozen pasta.
It is. If you describe this in a different world, it would be an insanity because of the work you do makes it. Actually, you can model this in Rust in a really nice way, where you could literally have data structures operating over channels across thread boundaries. You can represent your messages as enums. They can literally be zero size of memory, right? But you don't have that facilities. You're building up like all this string, what have you, for doing all that. Now, it's not that inefficient, though. I mean, you can probably cache a lot of this stuff. I don't know if like JavaScript doesn't kind of string and turning for you or whatever, but if someone asked you to like model this the same way, I'd be like, oh no, you just allocate this string on the heap so you can send it to something, and then you're gonna get a copy of some data out. You'd be like, what? No, that's just really inefficient, right? But I mean, it doesn't really matter in this case. Of course, it's gonna be a different runtime. We're talking about Node.js and everything like that, right? I get that there's that people like it, and the idea of message passing isn't new, right? I mean, like before Redux was even a thing, that back in C# you call this like the subscriber pattern if you're into that or whatever. Like there's a really, and then obviously that wasn't coined by C# either. Like that's even older than that. So it's not a new idea, right? It's about message passing. That is correct.
You know what this is making me realize. So in the end, we're talking about all this mumbo jumbo, and actually
summing it up.
Yeah. So here's one funny thing. The Zig, like the autodocs in Zig, they were done before and still are without any framework. So it's just vanilla JS. And it actually, once you become, like, I remember a point in time where I tried to make my own website, like complicated front end, like single page application stuff, and making spaghetti on my own, and then finding out that React was actually helping me for real. But now I got to the point where, no, I don't feel like the React would necessarily help me out that much. Maybe it would help me if I was, at work, and like I have my colleague, the one that likes to force push over my changes, probably having to work with that guy, having something like React would help. But if I'm on my own, I think that now I could probably get far further, much more, like implement much more complicated stuff correctly than I was able to in the past. So maybe there's like an argument to be made in terms of like the frameworks help you. They genuinely help you in the beginning, but then after you gain enough experience, then and you actively try to also do software without having the framework always help you structure things, then maybe you get to a point where really you should be able to shred the framework like what they call like training wheels. Like you shred the framework like training wheels, and then you're actually now able to run the bike on your own. Again, not always the right choice. I'm sure there are plenty of jobs where that would be absolutely insane because your colleagues they're all on the bike with you and like shaking around, right? so you need the training wheels. Actually, you need a what's it called? You know those motorbikes with like 2 wheels behind. Like you need one of those for stability.
A trike, yeah.
Yeah, trike. But this is interesting, and this also is making me think. Maybe Elm is a solution to that problem. Maybe the reason why Elm got traction is because it was helping you create actually maintainable stuff because everything is strongly typed and it's not insane. So maybe that was also something else that people got out of using Elm.
I definitely think that was that was the reason I was really excited about it. I was like, wow, we can write maintainable software, right?
But then here's my final thing that I'm not understanding. I understand people being annoyed that you cannot create packages that use ports. But then as a, maybe not optimal, but as a way of actually getting things done, why are people forking the language and like going on endless tirades, like on endless rants everywhere? Why people do not just create a quote unquote library that you're meant to copy paste into your project? Again, not the most beautiful thing, but the point is, you just want to make it happen. Why did it not happen? Like, why do we not see people saying, yeah, this situation sucks. The creators want to do it this way to for this end goal, which we don't necessarily agree is worth the extra work, but you're not stuck. You can do it. It's just that it cannot be a dependency. It just needs to be, coded. Basically you copy paste as a, I don't know what to call it, like sub module, sub namespace in your main program, and that way it works. It's not great, but you can do it. And instead, everybody went and forked and went insane, and shenanigans ensued. I find that surprising.
Yeah, I think do it's like copy and paste header files, right? Just chuck it in. No, but I don't know. But going back to Elm a little bit, I genuinely want it to be a thing. I don't think forking languages is ever really the answer. People have forked so many languages, and has it really solved anything? Right? Is there? And that's what I was wondering. So there's Gren. That's there. I don't know if Elm is gonna come back and be like, oh, we got this like amazing new thing. So while and this is another problem, because if people get invested in Gren, then Gren is not gonna have what the next release of Elm has. It's like this massive release with all these wonderful new features. Now all of a sudden you're stuck between what you already have and this new thing, which was never new in the first place. It was just hired. And that also causes problems. So I think like forking languages just seems, as an end user, it's never a good idea. As the language creator, it can't be a good idea.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I actually thought, like, if you remember, when I was describing this stuff originally, I thought that they had completely nuked the ports thing, because I thought it was just not possible anymore. But now that's not true anymore. That's not actually true. The truth is that no, you can use ports in your application. So they weren't really preventing you from solving your own use cases. They just added friction in having a dependency do that JavaScript interrupt for you, which I get it. It's annoying, but it's not a blocker. You can do it yourself. And so, like, when people were saying, "Oh, we can't do internationalization; it's impossible because of this limitation in Elm, or we can't use WebSockets or whatnot." I mean, no, you can. Yes, you have to do the work yourself, but then you can. And once you do it once, then you can copy paste, or you can copy paste somebody else's code as if you would a dependency. You just plop it next to your files. Again, not delightful. I understand that it's not a delightful experience. But like, you can make progress. It's not a blocker. I suspect, I don't know for sure because I've never interacted much with the Elm community, but it's even what I'm seeing, it seems that people are like stumbling upon them. Like they're you know, where somebody is like, there's this meme of somebody putting a stick in their own bicycle and then complaining when they fall on the ground. It feels like kind of like this a little bit.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and I like that meme. I've seen that particular meme was pretty good for someone did that with Rust. But on this topic, where do you see Sig going in terms of having a BDFL? Right, at some point, I'm guessing Andrew's gonna go like, okay, I got what I need, I'm done. We need like other people to deal with this stuff because I want to hang out with humans and eat breakfast, right? So, is that kind of on the is that something that has been discussed and is going somewhere? Or
Yeah, I think the idea is that Andrew basically wants to get to Zig 1.0 and then basically decide what to do with his life. So I don't know for sure what his interests will be at that point. But he is somewhat optimistic that by having a nonprofit foundation and like structuring the bylaws correctly and selecting the people involved with the foundation, selecting the right people for the foundation, that ideally Zig as a language will be able to have a good stewardship going forward. Personally, I feel like I'm less optimistic than him. I feel like that in my experience, you better enjoy the good stuff that you have as long as you have it, and not expect it to be good in perpetuity. So I personally, I would imagine that. So I don't know what Andrew will do. Maybe Andrew will still want to be involved with Zig long after it reaches 1.0. But let's assume that the event is going to be like this, like the future is going to be like this. Zig reaches 1.0. Andrew says, well, you're welcome. This has been it. Now I don't want to work on a language that much anymore. Now I want to use the language. I finally got the language that I wanted, and I'm gonna use it to make other applications. And so, see you all. If he does that, I can see maybe the foundation, still being fine for a while. But I don't know. I think it's really hard to make institutions that like stand the test of time. This is probably the biggest, one of the biggest like problems for humanity in general as a whole, not just a foundation for a programming language. So I have no idea. Maybe 5 years after Andrew goes away, then there's going to be Zig 2, Zig 3, Zig 4 with a borrow checker, Zig 5 with, I don't know, Zig script integrated.
Oh, that's great. But don't you think you kind of have to do that at some point, because the language will outgrow the possibility of one person dealing with it, right? I mean, isn't it already getting pretty big and getting a lot of traction? So
yeah.
when you get to that, how are you going to deal with everything? Because now you have like a living community around this and the language, and you're going to deal with everything that comes with it.
Yeah.
It's like if you're running a business as a programmer, programming is just a fraction of what you do. You do all the other things as well. And isn't that where you kind of end up with when you are like the main figurehead of a product? You end up having to do everything and the programming, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think it's not sustainable, is what I'm saying.
I don't know how it will play out. Zig 8 will add strings, and people are saying Zig 5 is going to be great. I think that, so I guess it could happen either way, right? You could have Andrew goes away, and then the next people put in charge of decision making are going to be as strict as he was, or even maybe more strict, and just say no to every new features, or like 99% of features except critical ones that they also agree are critical ones, and just bug fixing, and then maybe minor or like not incredibly big changes to the standard library. Or you could have people that join and then they have their own things that they care about, that they wanted to get into Zig even before, and so now that they are in charge, they have an opportunity to get them into Zig, not necessarily with evil intent, right? It's just that they will obviously have their own sensibilities, so they will consider maybe something that Andrew would have not considered critical. They will consider it more critical, and then design and allow it into the language. And so you could have basically this whole spectrum of possibilities. What I would argue is that given Zig's philosophy, like Zig's quote unquote soul, the idea is that no, it would probably be bad to have somebody in charge who allows a ton of features and adds a ton of complexity to the language that by design was not meant to be there originally. So I would consider that to be bad. That doesn't mean that the language should necessarily be completely fully frozen, but I do think that there's certainly it would be a problem. It would be bad if people just make it C++.
There was a post by the creator of Rust talking about what their vision was for Rust and where it is today, and that this is, I think it was something like, "This is not my Rust," and then they had like all these things.
Oh.
But the thing is, the language survived a lot of things. There has been some things that made people concerned about the language that it survived. One of them was the mass layoffs of Mozilla. That was a thing. The other one was core members leaving. I think when
core
the
members, what was it? Core members versus moderators versus I don't remember who else. Is that what you're referring to?
I can't remember. I just no, but this is like, so this is before any of the drama, right? This is just when like one of the core contributors to the language sort of walked away, and people were worried because this person had done so much for the language, and they're like, "Oh, is the language going to survive?" But
is that the without boats guy?
No, I don't think he was ever a core contributor. He's been involved with the async stuff, but these days he just seems to write posts that is in the veins of, well, if he would have done what I said, it would have looked like this instead. So it's not, I'm not having a dig at him, right? But it just seems like what I've seen from his writing has been something like that, right? But no, I don't think Without Boats was a core contributor, but I'm talking about like Rust 2016, 2017 here.
Okay.
I don't even remember their name now, but they were like one of the people who were like a big driving force, and when they walked away, people were worried about the project. When the layoffs happened, people were worried about it, and all these things, and then the Graydon left the project. But this has just been a testament to the fact that the language is going to evolve by itself, and it can stand on its own legs now. And I'm guessing Zig has to get to that point at some point, because it can't just be one person. So someone mentioned up in the chat that Linux still has a BDFL. I don't know what Linus's involvement is on a sort of grand scheme of things. But I also don't know if it's a good idea, because if there's one thing that is heavily riddled with controversy and frustration, it's the Linux kernel. But that is also a very different product than a programming language, of course, right?
Yeah.
No, not Steve Klapnick. I think Steve Klapnick was more of a promoter of Rust. I never saw Steve as someone who actually wrote a lot of code for the language itself. I could be wrong here. But he was mostly involved with the book, and then Carol Nichols got involved with that as well. And he did some other thing, but I never really saw Steve Klapnick as a core contributor to the language, right?
Yeah, Zig will have to deal with this stuff at some point. That's definitely for sure. I think that Linux is one big difference with Linux is that it's a gigantic organization, and I can see, like, I'm sure that Linus gets paid handsomely for keeping his work, keeping working on Linux. When it comes to Zig, I think that one key thing to understand for sure is that there is a side of genuine. Let me find the word because I'm forgetting it, of genuine altruism in being the BDFL. I know that this might sound weird to say, but because you tend to think of the BDFL as somebody who has the decision power, right? Decision-making power, and so it's a position of power. You want to have it. You want to exercise your power. You want to be evil. No, you want to be in charge of things, and so it feels good to wield the power. But I can promise you that while it feels good in the beginning, once you have the power, once you're done with the initial rush, once you broke out of the of the hierarchical system that kept you down as a, I don't know, random junior developer or whatever. Once you have the power, you after a while you kind of get bored of the of exercising that power, and so once that rush goes away, then exercising the power just becomes mainly a responsibility. And so, long story short, there is altruism in being in charge and consistently putting in effort to make good decisions. So do not take the work of a BDFL for granted, because they will guaranteed get tired sooner or later. And so at some point, once they move away, you don't know who you will end up with, because it is not always guaranteed that the next person that comes after will be able to do an equally good job. So I don't know where I want to go with this. I guess my point is that Zig eventually will have to worry about this stuff. Andrew will want to continue with his life one way or another, and but I think that in any case, whatever we do will have to be something that allows that kind of protects the language from becoming C++. I think that's probably a big important thing to get right.
I don't think that's gonna be a chance or a risk of that. But to go back to what Rebel Decibel was saying, just like also initially taking ownership and saying over Linux, we've seen countless examples of when you give community, society power, it messes everything up. You can literally see what is happening in a BDFL situation on Christoph's screen right now. So I don't think that this is any, like, I don't think every project that ends up with a community-driven something rather, or a foundation-driven something rather, means that it's going to go the way of something else. And I don't think every BDFL is going to go the way of something else. Everything is very different. We are talking about humans after all, very unique, difficult creatures to deal with, and whether the BDFL or not is the right choice, you can't really say. It depends so much on the person, it depends so much on the project. I am thinking about what I'm going to do with my own project at some point. I don't want to be the only person who are dealing with things. I want to deal with everything until it's in a good state where I can say, okay, now other people can join in and deal with things if they want to. But you already have a nice foundation. And I mean a foundation to stand on, not a foundation that runs it, right? So I don't know. I mean, how do you feel about your own project, Christoph? Do you want to be the sole maintainer of everything you do for the rest of your life?
Nah, probably not. I mean, that goes back to what we were saying, right? Like, you are the decision maker, you are the quote unquote BDFL of Anathema, but then that's cool for a while, right? But then after a while, all that remains is the endless list of issues, the PRs, and like it gets tiring, right? I don't know. Yeah, for me personally, I'm happy to just die and let my shit be a rot on GitHub, and then if somebody wants to scoop it up the floor and do something with it, good for them. If they don't, good for them. That's my approach.
Bury me with my Git account, right? Now the thing is, I saw a thing in around sort of 2017, 18 that I wanted to use. Well, I didn't see a thing I wanted to use. There was a thing I wanted to use, but it didn't exist. So I tried to make it myself. I didn't have much luck with it because I was very inexperienced with the language. I did a bunch of other things. I did various attempts of similar things without the custom runtime and language and stuff. And in the end, I came back to this one thing I wanted to exist. And I've said this in the past as well. If someone else makes this happen before me, I'm going to be nothing but happy about it. As long as it does what I needed to do and they deal with the bullshit I had to deal with. So they don't go, no, we accept the performance loss here. No, we accept that you can't do this here. As long as they don't do that, I am happy to just leave my thing by the wayside and go, yeah, I'll just use whatever you made because now it exists and I didn't have to deal with the maintenance of it, right? I would love that, right? So to me, building up a community around the thing I'm building is a way to ensure to lengthen the life expectancy of the project. Because when I'm sick or I can't deal with this, or I want to work on something else at some point, right? I don't want to be that terminal guy, right? That's not something I want to be associated with, right? So to me, having a community that can make decisions without me, can do things without me, as long as they share my ideology around it, I think that's good. And I have to accept that at some point someone will put something in there that I don't care for, but that's just the cost of doing business, right? That's just something you have to accept.
I mean, I think that some of this is already true for Zig, because right now there's there's a lot of people that have commit access to Zig. Like I have commit access to Zig. Like I made a PR because I made a change that I'm not entirely sure about. Like I would like for somebody to review my changes, but technically I can push to master, and like me, everybody else who is in the core team can do that. And to some decisions that don't that aren't breaking changes, for example, or like new controversial things, then people have their own parts of the subsystems of the compiler that they are like considered in charge of, at least to some degree, and so they can independently push changes if they want to. Technically, you could even say that as long as you maintain your position of power, like not just like you maintain commit access, and you also make it clear to people that you still want to maintain the ultimate word over what goes in your project. You could even have contributors and then just shut off ideas that you don't like. Obviously, there are like better and worse ways of doing it. There are like rude ways where everybody gets mad, but there's also other ways where you can just say, yeah, no, sorry, like I reserve the right to veto this thing, and while I do understand that it's reasonable, I don't want the project to go down that direction.
I do. So I have to say that I do sympathize, and this is not coming from the project I'm working on now. This is coming from other things. I do sympathize with people who are in that position, because when someone goes, here's an idea for a terrible feature, and you go, no, we're not doing that, then they want to know why. So you spend a lot of time justifying something, and that can get very frustrating as well, because you're like, well, I don't want to do that because it will degrade performance. I don't want to do that because we lose the ability to do something over here. Everything's going to be a trade-off, and it's just like it's take the sloppy flag, right? So there are people who have a complete lack of understanding of other people, right? And that's just how people are. This is not like you're bad people. That's like they don't understand or can emotionally connect with how other people might see the situation. So in their world, here we have sloppy. If we enable sloppy, we can write code that doesn't error up when experiencing when they're testing things. It makes perfect sense. And then someone goes, no, but we shouldn't have sloppy because it's bad for the quality over time. But this person can't see it from that way. So they go, but it allows me to write code that compiles while I'm prototyping, and that's like they're stuck in that loop.
Yeah, why
right?
are you denying the thing that I want?
And the argument is reasonable, saying like, yeah, I should be able to write code when I'm prototyping, and because my argument is reasonable and I can't see your side of things, I am stuck in a feedback loop where you just fail to see reset as far as I am. And when you have to deal with that is like pulling teeth, because you've already said we're not doing that because of this, and now you have to say, I understand that you want this, but here's 500 pages on why this is bad in the long run, and it becomes very complicated. Let me catch up here with the chat. I'll read chat backwards. I'm sorry. Why does Athema not have this specific feature? They just sleep for 3 minutes in every tick. It does. It's called a performance issue. All right, we're gonna get it next version. Christopher, talk about it. What do you think about Chris Latner and his ambition with Mojo? It sounds to me as well he just got bored with the role of being a driver for Swift and want to make something grander. I looked at Mojo as it comes out of the gate, closed source, label is safe for AI. To me, that just looked like a cash grab. They didn't have anything for me as a programmer to tinker with, so I couldn't make any assumptions around that. So my idea of what Mojo is still the same assumption I have from when I first heard of the language. I just haven't paid any attention to it. It might be incorrect, but to me, I'm just thinking Mojo is an AI VC cash grab.
I could have not have said that better. Yeah, I think I kind of think the same. The way so I've seen interviews. You know what? I think it's worth maybe reserving some doubt because until you can use it and see how it goes, maybe it's gonna be awesome. Maybe it comes out and it's amazing.
I don't trust any compiler that is closed source.
Fair, but also and also the VC involvement. I don't know. It's obvious. I remember seeing the website, and the website was like a huge list of red flags to me. And again, like a red flag doesn't mean anything on its own, but there were so many that it really made me suspicious. Like they have VC money, hot technology there, it's hyped, got big name guy to work on it, promises everything and the opposite of everything at the same time, and so like this seems very sus. In particular, every time I see Chris Latner being interviewed about Mojo, the way I see the interview go is always the same. Does Mojo have this? Yes. This other language has this cool feature. Does Mojo have it? Yes, we have it better. What about Python package backwards compatibility? Full backwards compatibility. What about borrow checking? Perfect borrow checking, perfect memory safety. We have everything that Rust has. And strong typing. But then, wait, how can you have both backwards compatibility with Python and better performance and strong typing and borrow checking? It's like, yeah, we're gonna make it work. It's gonna be awesome. It's like, oh, and what about the emojis in the file name? Oh yeah, we also have our files that end with the fire emoji. It's like, oh my god, that's awesome.
To me was really something that I felt like. I mean, you making it was weird because if this would have been an open source programming language with a bit of a quirky take, I could have gotten behind that kind of like weird fire emoji as your file name. I didn't love it, but it was funny. But when you're doing that and then you're trying to be serious guy with VC backing, it kind of cuts across a little bit oddly. Hello, Priven.
Yeah.
Magic.
I would like to see, once this thing is actually out, exactly how much is backwards compatible with Python packages, how much of a performance improvement it really is, because on the website, they had a performance comparison with against using pure Python to render a a fractal thing. And so obviously comparing pure Python to render fractals, not a good idea. You don't use pure Python to render fractals, god damn it. So
now the moment you are in pure Python, that's where the performance loss comes from.
Yeah. So I want to see how this stuff actually looks like when it really comes out, and what are the use cases and exactly what other alternatives out there, and to see if Mojo is really compelling. Because the reality is that if they are not as backwards compatible as they claim to be, and if they add extra syntax on top of everything, and then if the performance regressions, if it take a moment to experience a performance regression because you imported by mistake the wrong package or whatnot, then it's not going to be as interesting. So ultimately, it's kind of like V. I'm sorry to bring it up this way, but it's like kind of like V. When V came out originally, and it wasn't coming out, it was still closed beta. Actually, not even closed beta. It was still being kept private, and so you couldn't use it. But they had a website where they said that they were able to do everything and the opposite of everything. Full C++, interrupt, parsing C++ thingies, garbage collector yes, garbage collector no, blah blah blah. And then after they actually had to publish what they had, turned out that most of that stuff, which was presented as already being there, was actually part of the roadmap that they haven't achieved yet still today. So, and whose even achievability is up to debate, which I think is like the core point. So, I want to see where Mojo actually is, because I think that some of the promises that were made there are not exactly that easy to fulfill. And so, like, I guess the what do you call it? Like the onus of proof, the burden of proof is on them.
Yes. Absolutely. So let's see what Priven is saying. The problem he wants to fix is organizational. He wants to be able to have one team instead of a front end and back end team by extracting away the database from the front end team. I'm not sure how that warrants it. But again, there was a comment above there as well, right? I gotta stress this. Elm felt like this is gonna be the solution to the insane churn. But I don't think it is now. But closed source lost all interest. Yeah, closed source and in programming languages and compilers is just simply not okay. I mean, what happens with a programming language is that at some point someone goes, can we use this in this industry? Oh, we need to like formally prove the compiler or whatever. Even if that's not a thing, someone's gonna say that. and no one is going to invest in a closed source compiler for a generic programming language. That makes no sense, right? Who's going to invest in that? Maybe if the compiler will become open source at some point, but while the compiler is closed source, while you're hiding this under something rather, I'm not going to be interested in it, right? That doesn't mean that that you should care if you're making a compiler, because I might not be your target audience anyway, right? But to me, closed source in programming is just a massive red flag, right? In terms of compilers, right? Like when you can't see the core of the thing that you're basing your entire programming existence on, right? That is sketchy. That is sketchy. Is that they used to use M types and create C package, which is added to the Postgres data to make sure the type again. But that's fine. I think that should have been. I mean, I can't say how much when you completely don't make any progress in the open, and you kind of leaving it with a trust me, bro. No one else can do any commits to the language. Nothing in the language can evolve when I'm over here doing something. I can't have any confidence in using it, right? And even Swift is open, yeah. And that's from Apple, right? That's just insane on a different level. They're like, these people don't want you to even open your own hardware, man, but they give you the source for the compiler. All right, what do we got here? Very fast portable code that's easy to maintain. Look at that. I mean, it looks nice.
Yeah, I'm looking at the advanced memory safety example, and I'm not sure I understand what's going on in there. So there are two Python functions. Mojo functions. Sorry, awesome.fire emoji. So there's a string. There's a function called take ownership, which I'm assuming takes ownership of X, but then
this is they've added a symbol for move. I guess this is move semantics like Rust in that case. So they say that the ownership of the string is going to be part of that function. So when that function goes out of scope after line 4, the memory in Y should be freed. I mean, this is literally Rust's model. So I'm guessing that's what they're doing.
I think this is the inverse of Rust. So you correct me if I'm wrong, but what I think he's saying here is that by default, passing something doesn't move it, and to move something, you have to use this thing, the power of.
Yeah, that seems to be like, I have no idea what happens with stack allocated values. Are they copy or what's happening there? Going back a little bit to the pin conversation, when like, if you don't know what's happening under the hood with something.
I think that in this case, since it's like Python, you basically can't know if something is on the stack or not, which, by the way, has probably some funny implications when it comes to performance. But let's not think about this stuff. Just enjoy the marketing and the VC money.
Don't look behind the curtain.
Yeah, don't look behind the curtain. But I think that I think I understand what's going on. I'm guessing that since they have to be backwards compatible with Python, they can't say that just passing a value around is a move. They need to have different syntax for a move. So this is moving.
Sense.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is moving. And here they're saying, if instead of doing this, and then after that, if you call print X, like if you comment this line, this would cause a compile time error because X has been transferred to take ownership. What I don't understand here is, why are they also reassigned to Y? What is the point of reassigning to Y?
Okay, they definitely don't have the notion of immutable or mutable in this case. So you have that also means that you can't do certain compiler optimizations, because the thing that you might get 2 mutable references pointing to the same memory, so you can't do certain optimizations with that. But I'm interested to see what kind of forum they have for Mojo, where people are actually asking real life questions on how do I do something with it, rather than this is Mojo, right? Because if you look at any programming forum where people start to ask the real questions, then you start to see a little bit more what is actually happening, right?
Do
they have a forum?
We can take a look at that. I just wanted to say that somehow
they have comp time.
Oh yeah, of course they also
parameterization.
have comp time. Why wouldn't? I mean, if you watch the interviews from with Chris Lattner in it, he keeps saying that Zig has this interesting comp time thing, and he says, yeah, of course we copied it. We have also comp time in Mojo. Why would he not have it? Comp time, and it works beautifully with move semantics and backwards compatibility with Python packages and extra performance and GPU integration and.
I mean, it is a smart thing to do. You look at what something is doing, and it's really good. So they take the best of all there was. I mean, that is a good thing to do. It's very ambitious, but it's good. I wanna see what. Wait, what?
I don't know. There's a view pricing button below. Download for your platform now, and then view pricing.
Oh my goodness!
Max.
Is there? If you go back and click on like the community thing, join the community, does it have something open? Oh no, you have to connect to Discord.
Well, let's do that. Why not?
Oh, I never do these things. I'm like, no, I don't want to be on your Discord.
Let's go.
I do sometimes, but yeah.
No, I don't care.
Okay. Do we have like a help thing here? Or do you have to go through and click some asterisk?
Mojo bot help. No, that's for bot. By topic, Mojo Max Nightly, Max GPU, tooling, Magic CLI, Python interop. Why is there a channel for Python interop? It should be absolutely straightforward, right? It should be the same as just importing a Python package.
I'm wondering why questions is archived. I'm wondering if maybe they just made it bigger, but
somebody asked the wrong question.
Post on the forum instead. Oh, can we look at the forum? The modular. There's a link right there on the right hand side in Caroline's post. It says the modular forum. Let's have a look at that.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, here we go. Mojo. Let's see if we get any like. Should this parametric mutability example work? All right.
At value struct my thing. Oh god, this language. So by ref accepts a comp time argument is mutable and returns and then accepts a ref square bracket origin y my thing, a function that takes a reference that is parametric over mutability.
Wow.
Okay. Parameter is mutable, blah, blah, blah. Error. Expression must be mutable in assignment. But this works as expected. Nope, not yet, I think. It is a sharp edge. It can be solved with rebind or mute cast.
Mute cast, really? Okay. Error, none of this makes sense. I think this is probably green threads and runtime. Look at that one.
Working on async for Mojo. Of course, why would Mojo have async, right? Let's fucking go. Person number 4. Let's see. I'm one of the people working on async for Mojo, at least at the same part. Go has a lot of design decisions built around Go routines. For example, Go routines can outlive the Go routine, which spawn them, since there is no guarantee when they finish. This is part of why Go has a garbage collector, because without that, any value passed between green threads needs to last forever. A garbage collector is not an option in Mojo, because Mojo has to run on GPUs, FPGAs, and other exotic processors, which are incapable of running a garbage collector. If we were to go the Go routine route, Mojo would need to either abandon the borrow checker, meaning moving back to memory and safety, which is discouraged. What is this link? Now I'm curious. The fucking US thing, okay.
Oh my god, that thing could just die. People come to my stream with that.
I don't understand this.
Rust now. And I'm like, where do you take programming advice from the government?
Like, somebody has to explain this to me. You have Americans that build like bunkers that fill with rations and guns and like to protect themselves from the zombie apocalypse. They don't trust anything from the government. But then there's like a government agency that pumps out a PDF, and now that's the fucking law.
It's just one of those insane things, right? I mean, like, I would never take programming advice from the general government, right? That doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense. Why would that even be a thing? But people latch onto that thing, and like, even though it's in favor of Rust, I'm like, but it's like the Vatican going out like, oh no, you should use this language now. But why? Who are you to say what language we should use? That makes no sense, right? Oh, good grief. Oh, which is discouraged. Oh my god, to link
Oh
to
my
that thing is
god.
that is cringe.
Yeah, also
Okay,
which
this
is
I can't use any other word than that, right?
it's like they don't even bother pointing out which entity is discouraging it, right? Because maybe sometimes, my cousin said that I shouldn't do it, so you qualify the statement. My cousin said that I shouldn't do it, but it's like, this is which is discouraged. It's like, yeah, not even priests talk that way. Maybe do actually no, priests do talk about that way about stuff that it's in the Bible or or the other books from that same series. I forget what they're called. Um,
Oh my god, yeah, it is insane. I mean, but this is just one of those things that people latch on to. People who want to promote not using C or C++, they will link to that. But as a Rust developer, and this thing is promoting Rust, I don't want this to promote Rust. I don't want this. I don't. It's like, this is you're not an authority on programming. You're supposed to run a country. Leave the programming
Yeah.
out of it. Okay, don't micromanage now, right?
Oh
Oh,
man.
good
And
grief.
now new administration is gonna come out with their own deranged ideas about things. Can't wait for people to take that to verbatim again also. It's like, and then 4 years from now it's gonna flip around again. And so yeah, let's go. Now there's gonna be another truth. Another thing is gonna
What
be discouraged.
whatever happened to that programming language that Microsoft was assigning? They were gonna make their own Rust at one point. Whatever happened to that? Do you remember
Were
this?
they? No.
Yeah.
Thank God I never
Right,
learned about
bang into
this.
some search engine, like Microsoft's take on Rust, like their own Rust, something like that, right? They were, now you're gonna get lots of stuff that they're doing.
Verona. Yeah, Project Verona.
Verona. There you go. This was supposed to be like their take on Rust.
Verona is open source release. Wait, under it's under active development on GitHub. Okay, so here's a question for you. I'm gonna open the GitHub repository. When do you think is the last commit going to be?
Oh, okay. Here we go. I'm thinking that the last commit was in 2022.
And how many stars? That's a good.
Oh, that's difficult because it's Microsoft. They own GitHub, so
I mean, it did make a big bit of a splash, right? When it originally was announced. I forgot about this completely, but when people said Verona, it did click to me.
okay. I'm thinking, what did I say? 2022, and I'm gonna think 2,500 stars. What do you think?
Ooh,
All right.
okay.
Oh.
3.6. So I think you were in the right ballpark for stars. 10 months ago.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. That. Okay. But which one was? It was the source.
10 months ago,
Okay.
but still, let's see. Yeah, 10 months ago. Let's take a look.
But they only have 12 issues. That's very sus for a programming language, right?
Yeah. I mean, Microsoft.
I mean, like, they adopted Rust pretty quickly in the end. I don't think this is gonna go anywhere. I don't know why they would. 154 closed issues. This, over the course since 2019, they've had a total of 166 issues. I don't buy that for a programming language, Christoph. That seems incredibly nonsensical.
Wait. I have a tinfoil hat theory, but I need help to see if I might be right. So, first appeared 2019. Sorry, 2019. Okay. When was the Rust Foundation announced?
That's a good question. I don't remember when the Rust Foundation was announced. I think that the 2012 date is a bit misleading. Here we go. Maybe this 2021. Yeah, February 2021.
Okay, so here's my theory. My theory is they saw that Rust was becoming a thing, and it was going to, and they concluded that Rust was going to become important. They being Microsoft. So Microsoft at that point basically decided that either they were going to get a slice of the actual Rust, or they had to make their own. When the foundation was created, they became a gold sponsor, a founding member. Let me double check if that is the case.
I know that Amazon or AWS is at least heavily invested
like,
in Rust.
Please, enough pop-ups. Okay, one pop-up away. That's like, oh, this is not a pop-up. It looks like a pop-up though. Okay, this is a pop-up about founding members.
Oh yeah, I think you had it at the very top there, didn't it say Microsoft? The first person and the board of directors. I might have misread.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's people from yeah. But they have them in the board of directors for sure. But I want to see the founding companies. Where are the founding companies?
Oh, I think that's just gonna be Mozilla in that case.
No, I promise you, it's not only Mozilla. I promise you, there are multiple founding membership and donations. Let's see.
Take some of the Zig Foundation money and give it to Rust. That will look good on the receipt.
Man, where is membership overview? Come on. I don't want to buy, man, stuff from you.
But you get a thank you from Rebecca if you do, though, right? I think this is entirely corporate. This has nothing to do with programmers at this point.
Yeah, but I do think this ties back to basically the trajectory that yeah, thank you. I think Legendary Marvin might have done it for us. I think that it's a matter of this explains why the project got started, and then why it basically, now the last commit is 10 months ago, and like it's pretty much discontinued. Let's see. The board of directors is composed of 5 directors from our founding member companies: AWS, Huawei, Google, Microsoft, and Mozilla. When Microsoft guaranteed that they got in a sense, a slice of Rust, they decided that they didn't need any more to work on their own alternative, because working on an alternative is more expensive, and then paying for the yearly membership to be in the board of directors of the Rust Foundation, and at the same time, it's not guaranteed to succeed. While instead, by being there, they can help maneuver, marketing and in general things in a way that they can basically claim that, yeah, Rust is also in part their success. That's my take.
Oh, Marvin says that Huawei seems a bit of an odd one out. I don't think so, Marvin. We're basically just listing companies who are super dodgy and has openly done really questionable things. Huawei fits right in with that one, right? Just ask Canada, right? Huawei, Amazon, Google, Microsoft. These are all dodgy companies, mate.
So this is my take.
No, it's a lot. It's a lot. I think you might be right, because 166 issues for a programming language. I mean, man, that's nothing, right?
Yeah.
No compiler that's existed for that long should only have 166 issues, right? They're not that good. And it's the number of stars is almost disproportionate to the number of issues, right? It definitely feels like we own GitHub, so we can just inflate the stars.
Oh, I think my token has expired. That's why I was complaining. Come on. They should add some way of like authenticating so that they can do this without the token thing.
Yeah.
Can I do it without token? Wait. It should allow me to search one thing without token. Can I take it out? Save. Let's try again. There we go.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I mean, it was.
Can you notice when
It was
can you
kind of.
notice when there's a change in it's between 2020 and 2021 that basically, so there was a ton of stuff early 2020, January 2020. Dude,
Yeah, he just shot right up there, and then it disappeared.
yeah. What was it? What was the date? I forget. Was it
2021 for the Rust Foundation?
February 8th, 2021? Yeah, and they probably knew a little bit earlier when that happened. It's like, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it's also like their own thing, right? The project has about 180 folks. Oh, that's funny.
One per each Microsoft employee that worked on it before they decided that it wasn't worth.
Oh, that's fun. I mean, can you imagine being that guy? Be like, oh, Kevin, you're gonna get to work on your own programming language, and he's like, man, greenfield project at Microsoft. I'm getting my Microsoft salary, and yeah, it's just gonna be amazing. And then like a little bit later, oh shit, now we gotta see it on the board of Rust. You don't do any more work, and it's like, why? No. Oh, poor. It's also possible this is a project from an engineer at Microsoft who's been employed to do whatever they want to do. I think Rob Pike is one of those at Google who never made Upspin, which had no obvious benefit to Google and just recently officially died. I'm guessing you mean the project and not Rob.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Microsoft was pretty loud about this, Scott, when this was announced. They were very like, we're doing our own thing. So I don't think it was a research project by a single dude. Not really. There you go. New language for safe programming in 2019. The article underneath, I think, could be good. Soon to be open source.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and it's that magical number. No one who programs Rust want to hear that 70% anymore, and people who don't program Rust don't want to hear that 70% anymore, right? For those of you who don't know, the 70% of all bugs are memory related was an article by Microsoft that came out, and they were talking about this in favor of Rust and all that. And this, I think, this also happened in relation to this stuff. But like everyone is so fed up with that. It's like 100 years ago. We talked about it. We're done with it, right? We know. We just move on. Yeah, there you go. Had even C and C++.
Where's the mention of Verona? Rust seems less prone to potential memory corruption bugs. This makes software less vulnerable. Microsoft has been talking about dumping C and C++ and exploring Rust at least since 2018 and has been developing its own cloud-oriented memory safe programming language called Project Verona. That's it. That's the only mention of Project Verona. RIP Verona.
Yeah, I think Verona is not there, right?
Wait, more jobs. Okay, I saw more jobs and my brain immediately saw Mojo and said, wait, Mojo and Verona mentioned at the same time? What the heck?
Remember when Airbnb said TypeScript solved 68% of all bugs? Actually, I remember that Airbnb, some of you might remember this, but Airbnb had the de facto style guide for JavaScript for a while. People used Airbnb's like JavaScript guidelines and lints and everything. And Airbnb was just some random tech startup, right? ESLint config. There you go. ESLint config. It's still used nowadays, the basis. They implemented Verona in Mojo. Get out of here.
Oh man.
Oh, beautiful, man. Can you like bung in Zig in this one? Can we see Zig star history?
Sure.
I didn't know about this website. That's fantastic.
It's awesome.
It is pretty good. See, that's what you want to see. Right. But you want to see that, you want to see it go up like that, not go straight up and then taper out, right? that'll be you know what? I'm gonna go to Zig Lang now, and I'm gonna put a star on the GitHub repo. There you go. I have now starred Zig. I don't star anything.
Yeah, but like let's look at how Rust is doing, because I think the Rust is doing a little bit better. Is it Rust-Lang or just Rust-Lang?
Oh yeah, it's Rust. Is it Rust Lang? I think. Yeah.
Wait, with or
I
without a
don't. I
dash?
wonder if it's I wonder if it's Rust and then / Rust Lang.
No,
But
I'm sure that the
I
repository is just Rust. But okay, I'll take free fools.
yes, it's Rust - Lang / Rust. That's the one.
Okay. Yeah, I hit
That
that.
should be.
Yeah,
Oh
unfortunately, I did
no.
actually hit my rate limit.
Okay,
Can you do it?
send me a link to that thing and I can have a look. I'm not even logged into GitHub, I see, so we'll see if this is gonna work or not.
Yeah. I think a couple you can do probably. Let me send you a link. And of course, copy paste doesn't work here, does it? God damn it. Okay, one sec. You know what? I think you should just Google it. I think that if you search for it on Google, you will find.
Okay, let's have a look. It's gonna be
search GitHub star history. Yeah.
You need JavaScript. Okay, let's enable that one. Okay, it keeps telling me that I need JavaScript to run this thing. I don't know what's what here. Well, fonts we can probably be okay with in GitHub. I don't know what plausible seems dodge. We'll try this thing and let's just grab
so you
what
want
is it?
Yeah,
Rust Lang.
Rust-Lang Rust, and then Zig Lang without dash / Zig.
And let's get Zig Lang in there as well.
No. You can put it on the same thing. You can put it in the same thing.
You can?
Yeah. It's really good.
Okay, so Zig Lang Zig. Is that it?
Yeah, correct. Oh, it wants a token for you as well.
Oh,
it's so annoying. Okay, if you give me a sec, maybe I can make a token. You know what? I'm gonna. Let me see how I'm gonna do it.
But this is like this is decent, right? Things are just moving in a reasonable. And didn't Zig have the same kind of curve? Might not have the same numbers, but lead contributor on the left, Microsoft for Intel in 2022. It does have a good trajectory. Humanoidism. Had you open a private? But if we open a private window, we're not going to get them next to each other, right?
Generate new token, classic. Generate new token, repo scoped. Man, I don't remember what the.
I think what people are saying is that Zig has the same curve. It's just earlier in the process.
Yeah, but
and I imagine so.
I think it's nice to see. It's nice to see them aligned. Let me see if I can show you. So account permission.
Wait, does it mean that we can just do this, and then we can load that? What does this do? Does nothing apparently. Well, that was useful. There we go.
I succeeded.
There you can see it. Nice. Yeah, so it pretty much looks very similar, doesn't it? It's just a different starting point.
Yeah, let me show you something. I'll toggle off your screen share momentarily.
Yeah.
So I also had both. So you are seeing the same thing, right? Yeah. So look at what happens when you align timeline. This is interesting. Align timeline basically shows them, at the same age, and you can see that we are basically the same.
Yeah. But I think that's can we get Mojo in there? No, we can't.
I mean,
because it's not open source.
It's gonna be down here, right? So was it?
I mean, they're not. Have they open sourced the compiler now?
I think we were looking. Oh no, we were looking at Verona, right? Yeah. What does Mojo have?
I don't think it's worth putting Verona in there, right?
Mojo Lang GitHub. Well, you're Mojo.
Oh, maybe they do then. Oh, look at that. Ooh, that's a lot of stars there. Okay, well, you know what? Then I'm gonna be a little bit more appreciative of this thing. If it's open, then good.
Let's see what they have in here. Like, why is this all implemented in Mojo? I think there's only a standard library in here. They only have the standard library.
So not the compiler then. Maybe on the modular the compiler is different though. Because now we're comparing. I guess we're comparing two compilers with a standard library, right?
Holy shit! So they have.
You can see. I'm sounding salty saying this. This is just a joke, but you
What
can
is
see when they
this?
got money for marketing, right? I'm not salty. I like if they have an open source compiler, I'm okay with it. I think that's kind of interesting. But yeah, that is kind of funny. I gotta go and look at that GitHub. GitHub.
It looks like a cryptocurrency.
/modular.
Look, humanoidism, be careful saying this stuff because you might end up as a testimonial in a slide deck for the next VC round.
No, they don't have. They have a Vim config and they have an open. Wait, this is the Mojo programming language. Is this not the compiler then? Right? I'm so unsure.
The one that I was looking at earlier myself is, by the way, yeah, people, I might be leaking my that token there, but it's a read-only token, so don't worry, it's fine. Yeah, it's it's just a standard library. You can see it in the code. Like 77% of it's Mojo. The remaining 22% is HTML. So either their compiler is implemented in HTML,
yeah,
or
yes, I thought you were gonna say it's self-hosted, right? Oh, okay.
I'm not Mojo.
Really? Is this
value register passable trivial always in line? You know what? Okay, this might be a bit of a uncharitable way of reading it, but these things, like, they have LLVM brain. I feel like this is like this is like LLVM script, maybe to some degree to me. Why does this repo have .mojo files? I was promised emojis. Yeah, good question. Good question. Always in line, add parameter, square bracket function. Like, there's a lot of notation. That's Python brain looks like Python decorators.
They have source code there.
Yeah, but Python,
I don't get this.
Python decorators. I mean, with Python, you don't decorate with always in line, right? You don't decorate with like
you wouldn't try to inline anything in Python.
Static method. Maybe this is a Python thing. Always in line. Don't think so.
But hang on. If they are compatible with Python,
yeah,
how do they deal with conflicts between Python properties and their own properties then?
Can you bring up an example of what you mean?
Well, you can write a property in Python. You can make your own property in Python called inline never or inline always. And if you got your own property,
you mean what happens if there's already a decorator like that?
Yeah,
I think you have to import them anyway. Like you don't have access to them magically, I believe, and you have to import them. Although I don't know where. That's a good question. Like the ones that we were seeing earlier, where do they come from? That's a good question. Where is always in line coming from? Because in Python, those are normal functions that you invoke using decorator syntax. In here, from import. These are all qualified imports. Yeah, honestly, I have no idea. They're built-ins in here.
Oh, thank you, Kuros, for finding that, because I was just going in circles. Yeah, so okay, but then I'm back to being mistrusting again, right? Then they don't get any love from me. Closed source, no love. Right? It's very simple. Because they're not doing. They're not in it for the program, and you're in it for the money at that point, right? That's what I feel like.
Static method.
But that is
Yeah. What is going on here? Like a pointer colon unsafe pointer square type scalar square bracket type star
Double
underscore.
splat.
Is this a quarks thing?
I guess it is, because that is how you do quarks in Python, right?
Yeah, but that's not
in quarks.
But that's not in the list of arguments for this function. It's in their generic parameters of unsafe pointer. So and they're like underscoring it. So they're saying anything else. It's like everything. Oh, I guess this is like saying I want to put a constraint on this argument, but then everything else can be whatever it wants.
Or maybe that's some kind of array or a slice because you have it in. You have a pointer followed by. I don't know. This is very confusing though.
It's almost as if by wanting to make a language that is optimized, that tries to be optimized, it's almost as if you kind of have to give up the simplicity, the ease of use of normal vanilla Python.
Yeah. And the thing is, I honestly think that Python is an easy to read, very terse and simplistic language in that sense. It's very English and very little magical symbols in there. So like I can see the allure of wanting Python there. So I don't, but I don't know if they're gonna succeed. I honestly think that Guido van Rossum, who's the author or the creator of Python, who's now working on MyPy, as far as I know, I think that's kind of insane in some degree that you make this incredibly dynamic language where you can just do whatever, and then the next thing you do is trying to bring types into it. I mean, like, you don't choose Python because of its strong type system. I think you choose Python because you want to write 10 lines of something that's going to do 200 things, right?
Here's another funny thing. Look at this copyright note. Copyright 2025 Modular Inc. All rights reserved. So they have copyright of the entire standard library. They license it to you as with an Apache license 2.0 with LVM exceptions. So funny. But the copyright is theirs. It means that if you want to send a pull request, I think you will have to to sign a CLA. Where's the CLA? Where's the CLA? There has to be, because otherwise you would maintain copyright of what you contribute. But they try catch the license. Yeah. But they have to, for them, let's see, contributing, issue here, see here for guidelines. We welcome contributions in our main branch. If you'd like to contribute to Mojo, please first read our contributor guide. Discord community, submitting bugs, high quality descriptions, pull requests, vision document, roadmap, developing the standard library, coding standards, accepting open source PRs. Where is the CLA though? Code of conduct. Contribute to the standard library for more details. Like, maybe I'm forgetting something, but there has to be a CLA, either that or, oh, there we go. Let's see. Short commit, signed off by me as developer certificate of origin. Although that's fine. Signing your work. There we go. Oh no, there it is. Developer certificate of origin. By making this contribution to this project, certify that the contribution was created whole and part by me. Contribution is based upon previous work that, the best of my knowledge, is covered under the appropriate open source license. No, that alone is not enough.
Thank you, Blurcat. Devil's contract.
Okay, I'm confused.
Yeah, go on.
They don't seem to have a CLA, but then if they don't have a CLA, they should not be able to claim that their source code is entirely theirs. What am I missing? Chat, am I missing something? Is this person is it just employees that are like committing? I'm confused. Anyway, sorry, Toggle, you were saying?
I don't remember, but that's okay. I was just saying thank you to Blurcat for the kind comment. So yeah, now I don't know enough, but that's one of those conversations that I always tend to avoid with like conversations about licenses, because I never really understood the entire legalese of it. I have people make really like passionate claims about how GPL is the best license. I have people make passionate claims about MIT license and Apache license and what have you. And so in my world, it's just noise. But I do appreciate that you have to care about it at some point, right? If you are, especially if you're making a compiler and you're running a business in that sense, right? You definitely have to care
Toggle,
about
what
that.
do you do when you have a closed source compiler and you're experiencing a compiler crash in 10 lines? What's your reaction?
Well, I guess you just submit a bug report with the code you ran and the version of the compiler, but it's kind of meaningless if the compiler is closed source, right? I mean, what do you do with that? I mean, a closed source compiler is just never good. There's, I mean, the thing is, so I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna be polite to Mojo and say that maybe they're planning on making this open source at some point. I mean, isn't that what Jai is doing? The way I heard that they're dealing with it at Jai, and I don't quote me on this. This is like I heard from people kind of thing, right? But they made it closed source because they didn't want to have reasons, all the issues or whatever it was, and then once they're done with the compiler, they make it open source kind of thing, something like that, right? So I'm wondering if Mojo's gonna do that. They kind of close source until they're not, but I don't. The Mojo doesn't come off as an honest project in my book. It's just to any language that position itself as the language for what is currently hot. It takes a long time to develop and design a language, right? It's not something you do overnight. So by the time the language is mature, is the AI hype even going anymore, right? It just, you know.
Okay, do you want a hot take about Jai?
We're doing this on Twitch. Are you sure this is safe? Now go on then.
No, I think it's a good point. So on one hand, obviously people can make promises, and if you can build if you can trust them, then you can how can I say, I guess, quote unquote, be vulnerable in the sense that you take them you trust them on their word. And so even though you're currently not having what they are promising you will have, you can still be reasonably certain that it will happen. So for example, Michio Hashimoto was working on Ghosty, and Ghosty did not have an open source license for the entirety of the closed beta, which makes sense also because if you want to keep technically, if your closed beta is open source licensed, then people have actually legal right to copy the stuff that you're giving them in the closed beta and then publish it. That's what the license allows them to do. So for this reason, at least, there might be others, but at least for this reason, Ghosty did not have an open source license while it was in closed beta. And Mitchell always said, yeah, don't worry, I will open the moment I'm done with the closed beta stuff. The reason why he ran a closed beta mainly was because he wanted to have control over how many issues would be reported at a given point in time, so that he could let in waves of people that basically would let in a new wave of people invited, fix their bugs. Once there are no new bug issues, then he would do a new wave of invites. And so in the end,
this is so sane. This is literally, well, of course I'm going to say that because this is literally what I'm doing, but I've gone one step further. I just don't have issues. And if someone wants to deal with something, we do it on Discord. But that's because I know that there are so many issues already. I don't need more to fix, right? But do go on. Sorry.
Yeah. So he ran it that way, and it's perfectly reasonable in my opinion. Some people were mad at this whole thing. Well, I guess it depends on how you look at it, because so he was doing a closed beta, but then he also wanted to have a mechanism to allow new people in the beta. And so he had basically this draft system where you would be, you were in Discord, and by being in Discord and you could get selected automatically by the bot. Or maybe you could have a discussion where it turns out that you're making a TUI application. And so you would basically be a good beta tester, so you would get invited in the beta manually. Some people were annoyed at this because, you kind of have to go there and interact with the guy and kind of sound nice, and you can't just, get the thing and that's it. No, you have to interact and let's say, kiss ass a little bit. It's not like that was the intention. I don't think that Mitchell wanted people to kiss his ass, But I also can see somebody from the outside interpreting it that way. I do think that in the end of the day, the goal of wanting to not burn out and like have a disciplined approach towards the influx of issues is absolutely a reasonable request from the developer. So in my mind, this trumps whatever uncharitable interpretation you might have of the closed beta. That said, okay, let's talk about Jai. I don't have the same perspective when it comes to Jai. You could, in theory, you could say, you know what, I trust Jonathan Blow to open source the thing eventually, and I think that keeping it closed source allows them to have a orderly influx of issues, and so it's totally reasonable. And you know what? Actually, I would argue that's fine. The reason why I think for Jai it's not an entirely positive thing is I think I guess 2 reasons and a half. One is that some people are using Jai to develop software today, and they're making big investments on Jai. You using a terminal emulator that then later on turns out was never open source, and now Mitchell wants $5 for it a month. Let's imagine. You can say, that's annoying, that's disappointing. Yeah, no, I'm not going to pay $5 a month. Goodbye, Ghosty. I'm going to go back to, I don't know, the macOS default terminal app or whatever.
At least you got to be using iTerm too, right? I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, you can go back to whatever, I'm going to go back to PowerShell. Fine. Like, no, you didn't lose too much, right? It's annoying, but you didn't lose too much. With a language, it's different because people are like writing software, a lot of software. And if they get rug pulled, like they're exposing themselves a lot more.
Yeah, so, Scott is kind of hitting the head on the nail there.
Yeah.
With that.
Language rug pull, your business project is screwed. Yep, agreed. So it's a much more sensitive thing. That said, you know what? Jonathan Blow, I think, said that he wants to open source the thing eventually. So he probably will.
I can't imagine being like talking if he says that openly, and he's a very public person, right? He does talks and blog posts and streams on Twitch. I don't think you can be that person, say that you're gonna open source it, and then go, nah, I didn't mean it. I don't think you can the take backs is, right? I mean, you could, but I don't think that's gonna go down well, right?
I think that if he does it, his true followers will still say that he was right in doing that, and then they
but that is just feeding your echo chamber. That's just gonna that's unwell behavior.
But that's still
buy into that.
Yeah, what I would say though is that I think it's a relevant thing to keep in mind. If you ask me, would you bet against would you bet that Jonathan Blow is not gonna open source it? No, I would personally, if I had to put money on it, I would put money on Jonathan Blow following through with his promise. So I do think it's something worth keeping in mind, but I don't think that's a big problem. What I do think it's a much bigger problem, like in practical terms, is that programming languages are one of, if not the most social thing that you can do in computer science / software engineering. A language is a community of people doing things together. And so you cannot have a successful language if you don't know how to have a successful community. That doesn't mean that everybody has, to hold hands and dance together in the same room. But even
I'm this close to dancing right now that you say the word, and we're just gonna kick off, mate. We're just gonna start swinging here. Come on, everyone! But we're a video from everyone in chat as well. Just get involved, man. We do like this big dance party.
But all right, sorry, to go on. Yeah, for a language, an ecosystem is important, right? Your ecosystem of packages, of dependencies, of best practices, and so far, all I've seen from Jonathan Blow is that he doesn't seem to be the most the bestest person to he doesn't seem to really know exactly how to do this kind of stuff. And so to me, basically keeping Jai private has the downside of basically delaying this skill check, because I do think it's a skill check. You have to pass the skill check. If you don't pass the skill check, your thing is not gonna reach the critical mass necessary. Even if you're popular, even if you're a famous game dev, whatever, you're not going to reach a point where it becomes a technology that is really worthwhile for your users to invest in. Case in point, if you want, I would argue that Elm probably did not pass that skill check given what is going on, given that it's like not developed for 2 years, a bunch of alive forks moving in other directions. So, and again, this is not necessarily to say bad things about Evan. I mean, I think that Evan is probably like a cool guy. Maybe he never wanted to pass that skill check, so that's fair. But I do think it's a skill check that you have to pass, and so I am not confident that Jai will be able to pass this skill check. I would put money on Jonathan Blow open sourcing the language. I would not put money on Jonathan Blow passing that skill check. And that has one last interesting implication. I don't know. Do you want to comment on what I said until now?
I'm just reading what Mag says. You have to constantly fight against people wanting a sloppy flag. Dunsea says, I have the feeling that Jay Blow does not care much about how successful the language can be. He just wants his own language. Yes and no. I think if you do things in public, in front of people, you want people to notice what you do and you care about the marketing around it. You wouldn't be talking about it. You wouldn't make it such a big part of you if you didn't want that. I think he will be the first person to defend his language should anyone challenge it, because he cares about what other people think about it. If I don't care what you think about me, I don't care what you say about me. But if I do care what you think about me, if you say you're an old, crippled old man, wrinkly old prune, if I care about that, then I would try to defend myself, right? And that's just how it is. So I definitely think that when you develop something, I'm developing things in the open, well, I cut back a lot of it, and I want people to see what it is and draw benefit from it and have input on it and all these things. Absolutely, right? I think you're doing things in public because you want a public opinion on it. You want people to, but you don't want people to criticize you all the time. You don't want to spend the rest of your life defending something. Absolutely not. But I do think that you want to see other people use it and get happiness from it, right?
I think that if he wanted to keep the language, like if he wanted the language only exclusively for himself, he would not have done the communication around it that he has done. He would not have like a closed beta where other game dev people are allowed to use the language to make their own games. Like in a sense, if you want to use the language as your own, intellectual property only for your own purposes, then it actually would be irrational to keep it completely private, and it becomes your own internal advantage within the company, which can be both in terms of like, I have a better language, so I can crank out better games faster and cheaper than my competitors. And also like a hiring thing, like people can only use this language if they work here. People maybe know that the language exists. They've never seen much, maybe a little bit of the syntax, but they certainly have never been able to join a closed beta by being unaffiliated people. And so if they want to use it and have a superior experience making games, they have to work for Tekla, which is Jonathan Blow's company. But he hasn't gone down that path. He has gone down the path of promising eventual general availability for the language for everybody, an open source license, and he has beta testers because he wants that to be something different. Now, whether that implies that he wants the language to become like a big language, like have quote unquote one, whatever that means, that I'm not so sure what he wants in that sense. But I would argue that since making a programming language is a gigantic monetary investment, he probably might want to have the language be at least successful enough that he has a return of investment, not by monetizing it directly, but by
by proxy.
By proxy, by the cloud that comes with it, that kind of stuff. So like similar to some of the perks that I mentioned earlier, but shaped in a different way because of the general availability of the language. So that everybody that uses Jai knows that it comes from Jonathan Blow. So I guess at least you think that the best place where to do Jai, it might be Tekla, given that that's where they develop it. Yeah.
Have you guys seen In the Game, the movie? I think it's a wonderful movie, and he's in it. It's talking about Braid in that one, I think. It's a really good documentary. It was one of the first documentaries I saw that I thought, wow, documentaries aren't all that boring. That's fantastic, right?
Yeah.
You had the physical DVD, nice. He's made games we sold for 100,000 copies. Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, he probably, for being like an indie developer, is probably one of the most famous game developers out there of our generation.
I don't think he is indie anymore. Like, I don't know what the formal definition of indie is, but I'm not sure it applies anymore. Like, Tekla is a big company. Well, I don't know how big, but it is a company that has a bunch of budget. Which, by the way, this is not to downplay how expensive it is to make a language. I do think that it is a significant investment by the company to make Jai. So it's not like what do you call it, like a lifestyle project. I think it's a strategical investment that he is making.
A lifestyle, is that what Andrew is doing with Zig? Is that a lifestyle project?
Yeah. Well, he does not have a big team. No, he does not have a big team because he keeps firing people. I don't know if people remember, but really? he had a compiler team. He fired everybody and then sued one of the guys. Am I the only one who remembers? He sued one of the old people that were working on Jai.
Wow. That's kind of, I always feel like when you start waving lawsuits around, you become incredibly unpopular in the eyes of the public. I haven't heard of this. I remember I watched some frivolous YouTubing, and there's a YouTuber that's now being sued by Logan Paul, and I just think the whole thing is insane. Because it all starts off like we're all just here shouting in the ether, but when people start throwing lawsuits around, they're like the equivalent of the kid that kicks and bites in the playground. No one wants to play with them anymore, right?
I'm sure this is him. Oh yeah, I'm sure. I'm confident. Okay, I'll tell you. Well, I'll give you a link. And then I'll tell you a little bit more of the story. So basically, Abner Coimbra used to work for Jonathan on the Jai programming language, and he got fired because of whatever reason, basically they couldn't make it work, I guess. And then Jonathan Blow went on stream heavily implying that the people that he fired were all incompetent, which, again, I don't know, might be true, maybe not. Usually not a good thing to say. And then I have to quote my thing. I'm there. I'm almost there. There we go. So, and then another colleague of Abner, and basically this, I don't know what to call it, like generation of compiler developers, they all got fired at the same time. Let's see. Podcast, Media Handmade Seattle. There's a tweet. This page doesn't exist. Okay. I wonder what happened to that tweet. Site can be reached. Wait, that's Handmade Seattle. Okay, so a bunch of these links I think have kind of bit rotted. But no, this wasn't Abner. So sorry, Abner was part of the list of people that got booted off the team. But there was another person who made another programming language. I forget the name of that language. Like, he was making a open source programming language, and on his free time. And basically Jonathan Blow accused him of basically I don't know what to say, like company IP infringement.
Was it quote unquote stealing ideas from
from Jai and then putting it in his language? But I mean, Jonathan Blow has accused everybody of doing that. He has said that Zig has stolen ideas from him, which I don't know. Maybe it did happen. I don't know.
That kind of, I failed to see that holding a lot of water when it's closed source, right? It's
also
like
well, what happened is that Jonathan Blow would do streams where he discussed design ideas, and so his claim was that, I showed this stuff on stream, and then people
bullshit. You can't be like, I have this amazing idea where we're gonna sell pictures of cats on the internet, and then someone else does it, be like, you stole my idea, I'm gonna sue you, right? And I got the idea from watching your Twitch, man. I know who you are, right?
I think Jonathan Blow has also accused Odin of stealing ideas from the language. Yes. So.
Oh man, what the flip happened to like sharing, right? What happened with sharing?
This is the funny thing. No, but I'll tell you what his perspective on this is. His perspective on this is that other languages copy ideas, but then they implement them in a worse way. So the idea, and you have heard also Casey. Well, no, I don't know if you personally have, but you can even hear Casey also repeat the same argument. I think he did that in an interview. Can you back this up somehow? Can you back what up? Jonathan Blow saying that other languages have stolen his ideas. He have said that in his Twitch streams. Anybody here who has watched these streams can probably corroborate this statement. It's also nothing, it's not a particularly crazy thing to say, or unless you're referring to something else, SSH mid. So, what was I saying? That so from his perspective, people are making a worse version of his idea, which is funny because then it means that every variation of a general theme is seen as like an inferior version. I'll give you one example. One thing that occasionally you hear people say about when comparing Jai and Zig is that Zig has the true comp-time metaprogramming and the Zig has a worse version because obviously Zig core team.
I think you said Zig twice there, so I think we all got confused now.
Sorry.
You have to start that sentence again.
I'll start again. One thing that J people have been saying when comparing J to Zig is that J has better comp time because Zig's comp time is a bad copy of Jai's comp time because it's more limited. In the case of Jai's comp time, at comp time they can do everything. They have no limitations. They can open files. They can query a database. They can do all kinds of things. The problem is that by having SSH mid, you clearly have not watched enough. You need to watch more. Like there have been so many occurrences with Jonathan Blow accusing people of stealing ideas. You know what? Maybe we can try to see if there's any clips on YouTube. But no, it's like there's plenty of examples of that.
It's all good. If you guys are watching this, like, it's not really a dig at Jonathan Blow and stuff. You don't have to feel like we're attacking your favorite like streamer or anything. This is just a conversation, right? This is not like you should feel bad if you're watching Jonathan Blow or anything like that. Like just putting that out there. So it's not like we're not having a go at anyone. This is about a conversation.
It's about
right? Just saying. Yeah. I'm just saying this, right? So no one gets butt hurt by this, right?
So okay, occasionally you hear these arguments that from Casey, for example, that Jai has the true version of comp time. But then guess what? If you allow people to open files at comp time, then your comp time is going to have trouble with cross compilation, because if your comp time execution isn't at least a little bit sandboxed and designed to emulate what would happen, to emulate what's happening on the target machine, then cross compilation becomes a big problem. Long story short, there are ways around it. I'm sure that there's like clever things that you can do, but it's generally a problem. And so, for example, comp time in Zig is limited by design. By design, comp time does not allow you to do certain things at comp time in order to make cross compilation more straightforward, among other things. So, but that's not how it's perceived, I guess, in Jailand. Well, in any case, this brings me maybe to the last point where that makes me skeptical a little bit about Jai. So I did mention that I do feel like there's a skill check that they are that they are like delaying by not going public, and a skill check that they will need to surpass, in my opinion, for the language to become successful enough to not die. There's a second problem, which I do think is somewhat correlated, is that every time I see something about Jai, I think that they're doing good things, but it's also that I feel like I can see that they don't have they have a fraction of the manpower at their disposal compared to what Zig has. Because in the case of Zig, being an open source project, having a ton of contributors, not every contributor is going to be super skilled. So like, it's not like that every contributor to Zig is like as smart as Jonathan is. But Jonathan is one dude and he has two hands and he might be a 10x developer, maybe. But even if he is, that's 10x. That's like, it's still one guy. With Zig, we have so many contributors that are extreme experts in whatever they are doing, that basically Zig is just so far ahead compared to Jai, not because any of us is individually, a genius compared to Jonathan. Probably not. Let's even assume that he is smarter than any one of us. But we just have much more manpower. We have Frank Denis that has done all the crypto stuff in the standard library, the creator of libsodium. Jai doesn't have that. We have Jacob Lee, who has been doing a ton of custom backend work. Jacob Lee is, by the way, a fucking machine when it comes to this stuff. He is. I feel like he's kind of bordering the limits of what you would consider a human being capable of doing. Then you have some other people having their own niche where they're extremely proficient, and they're all working together. And you get that, like open source projects, when they are well managed, when you pass the skill check that I mentioned earlier, man, you just have so much more horsepower behind your stuff. And Jai don't have access to that at all. So I don't know. Long story short, and I feel like that even if they keep working on Jai, I don't think they will be able to reach us, like to basically make up for the difference in like how complete is the project compared to us ever, probably, because in my mind, to be able to achieve that, they would need to switch to a model that is kind of like ours, that allows them to have just straight up more manpower behind the project compared to what they can afford to do now, for a variety of reasons.
So now I lost my train of thought here. I was going to say something, and it was going to be trivial and nonsensical, but it was going to be something nonetheless.
Yeah.
But I think it was a smart move by Jai to position itself as a general purpose programming language now. Given that it used to be like game dev only, but I think bespoke languages aren't necessarily great anymore. It takes more than a cult following of mostly non-programmers to power a language project. I don't know, Baden. We could try at least. I don't know what we're talking about now, but that's all right. So I think like programming languages, they kind of live and die on the community, right? If you don't have anyone using your programming language, you're gonna miss odd bugs. You're not gonna get things fixed, and you're the only one dealing with it. I think you would just. I don't think there are too many programming languages out there that are private projects that are being used religiously by an individual anymore. Like I think people make their own languages, and if you don't take it public, the language is probably going to die out, mostly because you lose interest over time, right? And I don't see that there's nothing driving you forward, right?
Oh my god! I
don't think it was ever game dev only. It was just making a programming language from a game dev perspective and what's important. Okay, fair enough. I thought it had positioned itself very much as the game dev programming language. I might be wrong. Delphi shop. I used to program Delphi Reacts. I'm not proud of it.
Yeah, so Blaricat, yes, that's what I was saying. Like Frank Denis, he's Jedi Sector 1. Yeah, he's the creator of libsodium, and he has done not just part of the crypto library in Zig. He did all of it. He is the owner of everything crypto in the Zig standard library, and he has also rewritten some of his crypto libraries to Zig as well, like independent projects. Not libsodium, I believe, but some other ones. So yeah, Frank is great. Frank is great also as a dude. Like he's really fun to hang out with at conferences. Also, Frank is a photographer. This is another amazing thing. So this guy is a genius cryptographer, but like that's not his main job. His main, or rather, I don't know exactly what his main job is, but definitely at least an equally important job for that he does, like as work, is photography. He is a fashion photographer. For example, when we were organizing Software You Can Love, he was saying that to not organize it during the Fashion Week in Milan because he would not have been able to attend because he would have to go take photos of fashion stuff at the event. That's so funny. Yeah.
All right, you know what? That was a pretty good, like we started off with Elm and we ended up here, right? That was that was a detour, man. The GPS has died many miles ago, right? So that was a thing.
I
right?
mean, to be clear though, Jai, you know what? There are definitely plenty of smart things in Jai that Zig doesn't have, and if those features really resonate with you, you should give Jai a try. Ideally, once it's open source, that would be better. But you should give it a try, and it might be a compelling language. I do think that the management side of it is questionable, and having seen what Jonathan Blow has been saying about open source and his criticism of certain things, it does make me worried about his ability to basically pull off a successful open version of Jai. But that how can I say? That doesn't mean that the language is not compelling. I do think that despite all my criticism, I genuinely do believe that he's making an interesting language, not one that I personally would want to use. He has macros in it. Actually, he has Galaxy Brain macros in it, and I don't want Galaxy Brain macros in my language. But if that's what you want, that's certainly cool stuff. That's kind of it, yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, I don't know. The things to me, programming languages that are where the compiler is private, I pay no attention to. But I'm sort of the same with nightly features in Rust, for instance. I'm not gonna get excited about a feature I can't use. I'm not excited about a compiler where the source isn't open. And the same thing goes for like Mojo and everything. But that's just me, right? That doesn't mean that anyone else needs to like feel like they echo my sentiment. If you don't care about that, then more power to you. You gotta have more choice, right? In exploring these things. I also don't feel like I need that many programming languages in my life. If I could, I wonder if I'd like shed some programming languages rather than get more. Now it's interesting. I mean, I'm interested to see where programming languages are going to go in the next 10 years. We talked about this in the past as well. If you're gonna bang on a programming language today, making a compiler is not enough. You gotta have a community, you gotta have documentation, you gotta have packages and dependency management and all that stuff, right? You're gonna have the whole thing, right? Yeah. Having a compiler means nothing these days, right? I think we've solved a lot of the things when it comes to compilers. I think in general, anyone can make a programming language today. You slap on some LLVM on there, you output LLVM IR, you hand all that off to LLVM, you write some kind of parser and then emit some intermediate representation and whatever, and then you're done, right? I mean, obviously there's a lot more to it than that, but there's so you could make a really performant programming language today if you wanted to, right? I just don't think that's enough, right?
That's a good point. Like even if your language might have something compelling to it, then there's like there's an ecosystem that people have come to expect, understandably, and so either your language is so good that it can make up for everything that's lacking in the ecosystem, or it is going to be a problem. And then maybe even though your language does have some compelling ideas in it, then people will still prefer the other worse thing because at least that thing has an ecosystem. That's totally real. And yeah, I don't know. By the way, like here's what is it? Epic Blark was saying, in my opinion, Jai was designed to make data-oriented experimentation easier. That's an interesting point. But by the way, does anybody here have access to the Jai beta? Actually, don't answer this question if you feel like this could have a negative impact on your ability to be in the beta. So
humanoidism definitely has it. There was no reason to say no otherwise. All right, humanoidism. Yeah. Come on, let's do it. Let's see what you got.
So if anybody has access to the beta, and maybe you can correct me in case I'm wrong, but the last I heard is that they were experimenting with having struct of array of struct transformation in the language, and there was a half-baked version of it in the standard library that was broken and like discontinued, that they ended up just throwing away, which is kind of funny because if you compare this with Zig, we have this in the standard library. It's called multi-array list, and it works, and it's used by the compiler itself, and it just does what it needs to do. So I guess my point is that Jai is also, Odin also has it. So everybody has it except Jai. What the heck?
Yeah, Ivanhoe. I used to watch Rafael Luba do. He did I think he did a web server in Jai. That was pretty funky. Tried making a Dolexer. It was painful. You can do Reacts.
Really?
Odin is the goal for including array programming. I'm gonna program Odin tomorrow. By the way, it's gonna be the language of choice, which I'm not gonna promote my own stream here, but yeah, just thought about that when we see that difference in manpower showing its ugly head. Is it me? Am I that Bowden? That was happening. I don't remember the reason Jonathan had, but he did cover it somewhere. Maybe the open source thing isn't so bad after all. Open source is good.
Yeah, I think that's I think what Aboden is getting at is the core point that I was trying to make. It's like if you're unable to what's the word to if you're unable to leverage and keep control over an open source process, then you are, first of all, neutering your ability to make progress. You're going to be much slower. And then second of all is that you're going to delay the inevitable, because then you will have to open source your stuff. You will have to deal with a community. And so basically you get all the downsides of not being able to harness. That's the word I was looking for. Like you have all the downsides of not having harnessed the quote unquote power of open source beforehand. And then you will have to face that thing afterwards anyway. So it's just, I don't know. It seems like bad decision making from my perspective.
Yeah. How can Jai become open source when the author of it has stated that he finds PRs to be offensive? I don't know anything about that, but
he did say that.
I think you kind of have to open source your projects. But what you could do, right? If you had a budget and you wanted to make a programming language, you could make the programming language. Then you hire a community to deal with it. So you basically never deal with pull requests or anything like that, right? So you have someone in like a meat shield between you and the rest of the world that kind of just filter. They say no to most things and they just filter the possibly relevant things to you, right? What an easy life that would be, right? You don't have to deal with anything. Open source is not equal to accepting contributions. Yeah, I mean, unless we have like a specific definition of open source in mind, and we're not just talking about source available, but as an open source, there's a license, the source is available, you can modify it and not break the law. I guess that's it for open source, right?
Yeah, but
you can even disable the issue tracker, as I have. So
you can certainly do all these things, but this is still not the optimal strategy. This is by the way so funny to me. And again, I'm talking about programming languages. Obviously, when it's a smaller project, you can do whatever you want. Like I can see myself creating a project, not wanting to deal with issues, turning the issues tab off, or like which by the way, it's not even that bad. I think Ghosty has a similar policy. The idea is issue tracker is not used for reporting issues by users. So users are not allowed to post on the issue tracker. Only core team members are allowed to post on the issue tracker. And the issue tracker is only as a list of to-do items that have been already triaged, analyzed for whether it's compatible with the direction of the process. And there's also a trace on how to fix the issue, which by the way, even in my own projects, has always been the most successful type of issue in terms of like people's ability to get it solved. Like I'm thinking in Zine, if I go to issues and I look at the closed ones, there are some that I'm trying to think of. GitHub, Git integration, for example, Git. Let's see. Build errors, add Git info to build. Like, for example, this is an issue that I made, and like I even had like, here's how you get started. You have to implement all these things that way. And then guess what? Posted it August 31, October 14th. Somebody said that they were interested, and they actually went and did it. Imagine this madman actually did it. So basically, the idea is that Ghosty wants the issue tracker to only have this kind of content, not random error reports from people. Now, going back to what I was trying to say, you can manage your project however you want, but when you're making a programming language, you don't want to turn off, like you don't want to not accept contributions. You can do it if you want, but it's the suboptimal strategy. The optimal strategy is that you learn how to play open source poker. Open source poker works like this. Your random people will send you PRs. They will send you PRs that are not going to be perfect in quality. At that point, it's up to you to decide how to invest your budget being your, let's say, time and energy that you can invest. And so you can invest, you can bet in the wrong way, and you can invest your time in coaching somebody who is never going to give you a better PR, who is going to just do a drive-by PR and then go away. Or you can invest in people that actually you teach them how to send better PRs. They will get involved in the project and they will become amazing contributors. This has happened with Zig. Like it's a skill. If you know how to play in this game well and you know how to win open source poker, you get basically the ability to coach your contributors and basically build a core team of people who can actually get a shit ton of work done by you. And here's the funniest thing. Here's the most hilarious thing. And then I swear I'm going to stop and I'm going to let Toggle speak. But here's where this gets completely hilarious. You have to do the same, even if it's not an open source project. Your employees, you have to coach them. If you fail at coaching your employees, guess what happens? That you have to fire them all in bulk because they are not going to be able to be effective at contributing to your vision. If you can't explain your vision, not even to employees. So at the end of the day, it's kind of the same basic problem, right? It's just that it's like it's articulated in slightly different ways in a company versus in an open source project, but it's the same basic idea. And if you can pull it off in an open source project, you can get so many people that work for you for free. Which is like, if you think about it from a business management perspective, it's mind-blowing. In the case of Zig, it's not entirely for free because people in the core team do get paid to work. So we do collect donations and then we use that money to pay core contributors for their work. But still, it's like you basically that way you can select the most proficient people, the ones that not necessarily start as being geniuses, right? But you coach them. And then if you invest correctly, then you get more money back, and then you can invest more. It's like poker. It's basically open source poker. And like not being aware that open source poker exists, I don't know. It's like you I don't know. You're trying to play Dota, but you don't know how to last hit. Jonathan Blow doesn't know how to last hit in Dota. Here's your hot take. I don't know. That's my perspective. You have to do it anyway, and if you can do it with open source. You just stand to gain more if you do it right. Sorry.
One of we're talking about like GitHub issues and stuff, and there's an old Java project. Oh, it's not that old. It's a game called Mindustry. Have you seen their GitHub?
No.
And I think they do. If you open up Mindustry on GitHub, they do something pretty clever. If you go to if you go and click on issues, is this the right one? If you click on new issue, I wonder if this is the right.
Sorry, new issue. Okay. Issues, new issue.
There you go. I think they're doing it really well because there are so many people who open GitHub issues and they go, "How do I do this?" And they're like, well, it's not really an issue. You're like, you're adding to the cognitive load of the people working on the project by not reading the documentation. But instead of being dismissive of these people, you kind of have this where feature requests can be funneled into dev null and questions can just be a link to your documentation, right? No, maybe not that, but I think this is really good. I think this is really good when it comes to making issues and such, because really what you want as someone who develops open source software or software in the open, you want issues to be bugs, bug reports, and you want to be bug reports that, oh, that's nice. All right. So which file can I just blatantly copy out of there that does this?
Check out what happens when you click language proposal.
Is this going to be snarky?
It links you to the wiki.
Please do not file a proposal to change the language. But I think that's really good, because when it's in the interest of your end users that you fix the bugs. But you also don't want to say to people that you got skill issue, get out of here. You want to help them, but that's not part of the same work that you're doing. And when it comes to dealing with things as well, the metaphorical budget that you have for, well, it's not metaphorical, the budget that you have for the capacity of working on things, that has to be organized. And if you do invest that in training people that don't go anywhere in contributing and things like that, that is a waste of time, and that is very frustrating as well, right? It's why, so the stuff I've been working on, I've been very lucky. It's a very, very small project, all things considered. It's not in any scale of any large open source project. And the contributors that I have, or the people that have contributed to our project, I should say, then, are people that I can have a direct conversation with, saying, okay, if we do it this way, this will be good. If we do it this way, this will be good. And they have all been people who have been, they haven't been like an onslaught of PRs that have made no sense or taking a long time to deal with. I've been very, very fortunate in that sense, right? I definitely see the value of organizing how you deal with contributions and stuff like that, right? Absolutely. Let's see what code says. The problem with issues is that as a project grows, the number of people who can file issues quickly eclipses the number who can fix issues. When the project is small, you can be sure everyone says yes. And that kind of adds to it as well, right? And if it was up to me, none of my projects would have any issues. And if someone files an issue, I fix the issue immediately and the issue is gone, right? But that is not how it goes. And what's even worse is that people will open a bug report. And this is not a fault of people, right? But they'll open a bug report saying that something doesn't work, but in reality, it does work the way it's supposed to. And you only know that after you've gone through the analysis, the whole thing. You might spend like 2 hours on an issue only to conclude that there was no issue. And that is just unfortunate. That is frustrating and unfortunate that you have to do that, right?
So this is the Ghosty repo. As you can see, they have their issue creating template says either it's a pre-discussed and approved topic for topics that have already been discussed and approved in the GitHub discussions section, and then features, bug reports, questions, it's an external link. So they don't allow bug reports in issues unless this has been like basically triaged somewhere else, which I think is really interesting. So the idea is that this is so nice because the idea is that every single entry in here is meant to be high quality. So if you are like a potential contributor, the idea is that you don't you don't have a ocean of random issues and bug reports and weird things, most of which you should ignore, some of which are too complicated for you to understand. They're meant to be they're meant to be like much more curated than that, which I guess it means that they probably have a soup of things inside discussions. So it's how can I say? It's not like you can magically resolve this problem. Like the problem that you're going to have an order of magnitude more people that open issues than those who can triage them. That problem still remains. But I think it's interesting that they move this somewhere else. And they're leaving issues as a something more polished. I think this is an interesting approach.
I'd love it if every issue came with a test case that you could just bung in there, and then you fix the issue, the test will pass. You have the test with it, so you don't have to write that as well, right?
Yeah.
It'll be nice.
They also have Discord channels. Yeah, so they also use those, I guess, to hash things out. Yeah, this is all very interesting. By the way, somebody was asking earlier, is there an example of a really robust code base that has open contribution? I guess it depends on what your threshold is for really robust. Because I mean, like even big projects that should be in theory robust, depending on how strict you want to be, are not robust.
We would have to qualify what level of robust
Yeah.
qualifies as robust in this case.
But if the general perspective is, do opening PRs mean that you're going to accept low quality code? The answer is no. It doesn't have to be that way. You decide. Like you as a project maintainer decide what is your threshold of quality that you want to maintain. And like if somebody sends you a bad PR, here's the key thing. If somebody sends you a bad PR, you don't have to either reject it or accept it the way it is. You can spend time with the contributor to make the PR better. Obviously, this is not an investment that's worth doing for every PR. You are playing open source poker at that point in time. But you can do it with like, I guess you could argue that any sufficiently interesting PR will be worth that work. And the PRs that are not worth doing that work, it's PRs that you can just close and implement yourself in a better way if that is the case. So it's entirely up to you.
I'm terrible with this. I would get on a call with someone and I would teach them programming from scratch just to help them with the PR. And then after I sunk like 2 weeks into it, I accept the PR, which I will have rewritten by the end of it. And then they never do anything again with it. That's exactly what I would do. And that is terrible investment of your own time. That's literally how you back up yourself, right? Oh, there you go.
Yeah, no, I would agree that if you accept everything, then things are going to go downhill really fast. I can tell you that if you have a project that is complicated enough, people will not always be able to understand all the necessary context to be able to make a good contribution. That is certainly true for me with my static site generator. That is also probably, I'm guessing also with Anathema, Toggle, did it happen to you that sometimes people would send a PR where it wasn't entirely wrong, but it wasn't entirely right either, because maybe they were missing about some context about some constraint or like
small
some
details that I went in and kind of changed. But I was happy to do this because a project maintained and run by just one person that has one contributor is not a project that you necessarily want to invest in. So I want contributors I want quality contributions, but I want contributors to my project. The less my project it is, the less my problem it is. See what we're doing here, right? It becomes our problem when I leave. It's not so it's like I want contributors, and I want, and if the quality is lacking in some regard or other, and that might very well just be from me not explaining what I want well enough, then I'm happy to go and tweak that. I'm happy to do that on this level. Going forward, once I actually release this, my goal would be to, first of all, I said to people to not submit PRs without talking to me first, because I don't want anyone to waste the time, right? Because I'm doing something very, very reconstructive somewhere else. And if people submit a PR and I'm just going to wipe everything they've done because they're committing a PR to a file that doesn't exist anymore, right? So if there was a possibility, I would make it so that a PR could not be open unless there's a GitHub issue associated with it, and that GitHub issue has to have gone through some triage stages. So I think that would be really nice, because you know exactly what it is. I think submitting random PRs to a project without talking to the project community in any regard at first, that to me seems like a recipe for wasting your own time, right? That doesn't make any sense. Like, you don't know what the intentions are. You don't know if someone else is working on it. It's like, oh, I made a PR that adds this feature that no one asked for, but I want. And it's like, but this goes against what we're doing over here. You just wasted your own time, right? So, I don't know. But I do think, so to go back a little bit to what ICS Box was saying earlier, there was a comment about, do you have to be a 10x to contribute to open source? And absolutely not. You're gonna have to scroll a while, right?
Oh, it was a while.
No, I think you're there. No, you're almost.
The quote.
Almost.
Yeah.
There you go, right? Can you become a contributor even if you're not a programmer? No, wait, that was it. I have a stupid question. It's possible for, it's not a stupid, it's a good question. Because I think people might have the idea that everyone who contributes to open source are these amazing programmers, and first of all, they're not. Secondly, there is the visual conversation that you see between people. And there might be a reluctance to contribute to open source because you might feel that you're not as flipping eloquent as the other people who sound oh so smart. But the fact that everyone had to learn at some point, you can definitely contribute to open source software. You can. There are open source projects which have like good first issue, mentoring available, all these things, right? So I think it's really, really cool. To try to contribute to open source software.
Wait
right?
a second. We have Lord Skeleton. I'll go with Skeleton. We have Lord Skeleton himself in chat. This is the contributor. Nice.
Quickly, give him as much work as possible while they can't say no. We know where you are now, so just assign everything to them, right?
Nice. Nice. Sorry, Toggle. Please continue.
No. But that's the general gist of it is I think contributing to open source is a really good way of learning how to interact with the open source community as a general, right? You learn how to read the source, you make changes, you learn how to deal. So at some point, you might even have to learn how to deal with the friction, right? Because when you do things in public, people have a lot of opinions, and people want a feature, people don't want a feature. There's going to be a lot of opinions around this thing. There's going to be a lot of, oh no, don't do it that way, do it this way. And then some people are just really not in the mood for polite conversation. There's like all these things. So you kind of have to get a little bit of a, a tough, exterior sometimes when you're dealing with the world open source. I'm not talking LKMS kind of level of turtle shell, right? If you're dealing with the Linux kernel mailing list, I don't even know how people put up with that, right? Like the amount of insanity that I read when I read that, whenever I don't read it frequently, but when I look at it, I'm like, fuck, man, we're all interested in like building good things and doing good things, right? And then we're throwing shit at each other all the time. But I guess there's like the hippie in me that kind of wants everyone to get along kind of thing, right? I do. If I wasn't a programmer, I'd probably do really well as a kindergarten teacher, right? I'll teach all the kids Rust and I build my army of children to work for free. Anyway, but I think there's people are increasingly not putting up with it anymore. No, I think that's true, Blurry Cat, and I think that's rightfully so. I mean, like we shouldn't accept people treating other people as dirt just because they happen to have done something good. If I do something really good, that doesn't give me carte blanche to treat someone who's not done any programming as dirt, right?
I think that the people that behave that way are people that don't know how to play open source poker. Like the reality is that if you're a project maintainer, again, maybe not a small project. In a small project, things can be like incentives. How can I say? There's not that much pressure of so much work to be done that you want to optimize everything for that. But if you're in a big enough project, man, you want to be nice to contributors because you want them to be successful because they can help you be successful. They can take on the workload, which is what Toggle was saying. But like, let me state this in a even more like Machiavellian way. You are playing open source poker. You want to be nice to contributors when you're playing open source poker. If you can't do that, you are a shitty open source poker player. And then other projects will like. I don't know what to say. Big blind you. It's like, is this Balatro speaking?
Man, Balatro is so good. Curse you, Temporis.
Yeah.
I put so many hours in that game now.
Yeah. From my perspective, contributing to open source projects, like in terms of skills, it tends to be like the skills that you need to have is number one, being able to understand other people's perspective and like being able to communicate. Number two, being able to use Git. Number three, being able to program in this ordering. Like, I think that like this is the level of importance. I've done it all. Like, I remember ages ago, back before when I was even all that comfortable speaking English, I remember sending a PR to a Python project of some kind. I think it was maybe PyMouse. No, it wasn't PyMouse. It was, in any case, it was some Python project, and I sent them a PR, and I sent them the PR, I think against a random branch by mistake. And then basically they replied to me, why are you sending me this PR where the commits are like all merged together and like you didn't separate them well? And then you're sending this PR to a random branch. And I remember thinking, oh yeah, that's your answer. Then fuck you. I'm not gonna send you any more code. Goodbye. So clearly at that time I wasn't ready to contribute to open source. But then as you like I don't know, move forward in life, you mature a little bit more, and you can understand what is the perspective of the person on the other side. Then it becomes more easy to be able to do successful contributions. Toggle had another great point. Some projects are in a state where they can accept contributions. Some projects are not quite there yet. When I was working on my static site generator, it took a while before I had any issue that somebody could reasonably be able to fix that wasn't me, because before then it was like a mess. I kept changing everything all the time. Nothing was well defined. All the things were like still in a soup of changes. And so at that point in time, you're just not ready to accept contributions. So you might try to be nice to a contributor, but you just don't have anything good for them to work on. Then as the project became more mature, I started having issues that were, I think this label, contributor friendly, is a really good label. Like, I think this is sort by thumbs up, bad move by GitHub. Contributor friendly label, pretty good move by GitHub. So like following this kind of stuff helps you a lot. And then, so if you can understand what people want and you can chat with them, and you can, as Toggle also was saying, you can do the pre-negotiation before just shooting at them a random PR. And you don't make their life too complicated because you completely messed up Git. Then at that point, everything else is going to be smooth sailing from there. Absolutely. You don't need to be a genius programmer.
No, and like a lot of the stuff that this is the funny thing, right? As a self-proclaimed genius programmer, I can say this though, right? The level of the, as much as I am a genius, this is obviously satire, but as much as I like to think I'm somewhat reasonably good at programming, there are community members that are a fraction of my age, have a fraction of my actual work experience, who are suggesting better solutions in 5 minutes than I can dream up in a couple of days, because you're one person operating in one way, and sometimes you need to say think outside of the box kind of thing, right? Someone just comes up with, what are you doing like that? This thing exists. And you're like, all right, because I'm an idiot. There you go, right? You remember the time I tried to mod Minecraft because, can we just ban this Rex guy, right? He seems to be spouting some kind of, I don't approve of this. This is hurting my ego. No, but it's like there's you can be pretty new to software, and you can still contribute to open source. But I do think that there should be one quote unquote golden guideline, let's call it that, in there, and that is, don't submit arbitrary pull requests to any project without talking to someone first, for your own sake and for their sake, right? I feel like that's like the only thing.
Toggle, this has been a very nice and nuanced discussion.
It wasn't until people started calling me out for my bullshit Kotlin, man. Now I'm grumpy and a bit hurt.
But you know what I think we're missing? I think we need some more, as somebody would put it, masculine energy in this discussion. We need to that this is our perspective on open source contribution.
Wait! Before we like, oh my God, Joe Rogan is the first thing that comes out. Before we jump into it, I've not sit dancing. I really need to go to the toilet, right?
Okay, I'll prepare stuff for you then.
Yes, I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna get myself another cup. Do you want to get a cup of tea?
I wouldn't mind actually, but you go first, and then I go second, and then we do the thing.
That sounds great. Okay. All right, I'll be right back.
I think it's time to show Toggle what Jonathan Blow says about open source software. When somebody earlier mentioned the things that Jonathan says about open source, Toggle didn't seem to, like, he said, "Oh, I know nothing about that stuff." I think it's time for him to know. I'm sorry. I feel like I've been showing so many bad things to Toggle every single time. Like he didn't know about Elsa, Gregory, and Spider-Man. He didn't know about the fake, the fake live streams in Minecraft. And now it's time to show him some Jonathan Blow. Oh my god. Maybe I'll send him a link to this so he can open it on his own computer, because there is no nice way for me to screen share this with him with audio. Maybe there is actually. Is this co-stream a regular thing you do? We started doing it recently, and we have been fairly regular with it. The truth is that Toggle has been helping me just stream more to a audience that this is also partially his audience, so that we can. I'm trying to become Twitch partner. I'm kind of closely there. I'm almost at like I have almost all the requirements to become Twitch partner. So he has said, "Yeah, I'll help you out, get past the threshold." So this is what we've been doing. Or rather, this is why we've been doing this exclusively on my channel. But yeah, I think it's a nice thing. It's kind of funny to do this. So I would love to turn this into a regular thing. I think that once we're done with this, maybe use a Watch Together website. That is such a good idea. I forgot. Yeah, Watch Together. Is there a way for me to create a link and not leak it though? Create your room. Join the room. Invite people. Okay, let me try. Oh, this is gonna be so fun. Temporary room. Okay, this all seems fine. This is gonna be so funny. Nice. This is so good. Holy cow. Let's see. I'm loving it. Maybe use Watch Together. Yeah, did that. Discord has it itself. Oh, yeah, that's also true, but we're not on Discord. This is nice. I also initially tuned in because I knew him and I saw him in the thumbnail. Yeah, that's I guess kind of the point of doing this. He's an entertaining guy, huh? I hope he will continue in the future. We're nice listening to you too. Thank you. Let's see. There was that Loris and Toggle Bit podcast joke made earlier, but honestly, that's what basically this is. Yeah, I think Toggle was doing a podcast before, or maybe he is. I think he mentioned that in the past, and then we kind of talked about doing something together, but then never really concrete came out of it. So I guess this is it in a sense. You know what? Once this is done, the nice thing is going to be that we will be able to have both streams running at the same time. We enable Stream Together, which merges the two chats together, and so that should be fun. Once we set that up, that should be fun. Minecraft modding podcast. I don't know. We'll see. Wait, where's my? Okay, I was in the wrong view. Yeah, this has been lots of fun. Okay, let's wait for him to come back. Oh, oh my god. This is gonna be so fun. Then you definitely need a gameplay stream. Yeah, maybe we could play something together. That's gonna be. You know what? So you know how people are watching. What is it? Oh man, I forget these things because I never really paid too much attention. But like some streamers have like a streamer house, and they're like a group of people that does things together. Blah blah blah. Maybe that's what we should start with Toggle. We should start like the software development and programming section streamer house, quote unquote. Move to Andorra.
All right, your turn to take.
Yes, so Toggle, here's what I did. I sent you a link for a Watch Together. Have you ever used Watch Together?
I have not.
Okay, so basically it's a way of synchronizing playing YouTube. So the idea is that it's a YouTube video. You enter the room and you're gonna see a YouTube video, and then basically you can play and pause it, and then you play and pause it also for me, and vice versa.
Should we give it to everyone in chat as well, so they can just pause it whenever they want to?
Yeah, no, exactly. No, I was careful to not link the ID, precisely for that. So, if you give me a moment, I'll be right back. So, see you in a moment.
All right, there we go. Oh shit, what have you guys been talking about? All right, what? That's basically what it is. Yeah, so what Scott already said about the podcasting, I actually thought after I had like the first conversation I had with Christoph, right? I kind of thought that maybe we like should have done like a podcast episode or something together. It would have been fun. But we ended up doing this instead. And I guess like a podcast, what's the difference between a podcast and oh yeah, this isn't sponsored by Squarespace, I suppose. That's it, right? Yeah, let's see. Minecraft modding park. There'd be no Minecraft here. Then you need a gameplay. See, no one wants to see me play games. I'm terrible at playing games. And I'm playing something called Heroes of Hammerwatch these days, and the only thing that's happening there is me grinding up things so I can play with my brother, who's a lot further ahead than I am. How do you know that about them? We might have like synchronized poos now. Although I didn't go for a poo, I went for a T, but still. Discussing me and Crystal moving in together into a programming streamer house. Good grief. I am not a tidy person. Also, if I tell my wife that we're moving to Italy, she might get a bit cross with me. Never have a setup computer to play on Linux. How's it go? And gaming on Linux is amazing. If you guys haven't done so already, it's definitely definitely doable. A little bit of messing around, but in general, it's pretty good. Better food there, undeniably. I've been tempted by a graphics card and a new processor that would cost me more than the actual computer I have right now. I mean, I don't know if you're writing from a Raspberry Pi, you're not setting the bar high. Depends on the game. Yes, gaming with Steam on Linux is plug and play now. It pretty much is. There are some things that you might have to tweak, but I think if you're willing to game on Linux, you're willing to make that concession, don't you think? This tea is way too hot as well, right? So yeah, all right. So we're gonna watch a YouTube video, and I think I don't know what we're gonna watch. I haven't dared to click on the link because it might start playing and doing things, right? Yeah, but those games should never be accepted in the first place, Colt. I think kernel level anything should not be tolerable. It's kind of gross. So when you're talking about security, we gotta harden security for all of this stuff. Everything has to. You gotta have all software that deals with security and CrowdStrike, all these things, right? Oh, but what about this anti-cheat so I can play this game? Oh no, that's fine. Right? Put the anti-cheat in there. You're a reputable company. As a gamer, your perspective isn't about that. It's gross, but also cheaters suck. Need good alternatives. Yeah, that's a thing. I mean, don't play with cheaters, right? I mean, this way. When I'm gonna play a game, I was like, "Are you a cheater?" And they're like, "No." I just assume they're good. I used to play CS:GO a lot. Worked great on Linux, Steam. Yeah, I mean, this Steam works really well on Linux as far as I know, right? Can't add a third monitor. I'm going to add a third monitor. I'm going to build a new desk. I'm going to add a third monitor, and I'm going to set up a computer I can sort of sneak into the desk somehow so my kid can play. The best anti-cheat runs on the server, not on the client. You can never trust the client. You can never trust the client. This also goes for business. I think we need to go back to community servers being the main way to play so we can have server admins power tripping, but mainly banning suspicious player. Why don't we just make the players the admins as well, right? So someone joins your game and you just ban them and you can feel good about it. Like, yeah, I'll win this round again. I do like, I mean, I don't know. Well, kind of hosting your own stuff is probably all right. There's a bit of a trippy thing about latency, maybe. That's a good point, Schmidt. There's I said it's like SSH mid, or is it like Schmidt? I don't know, right? But I'm gonna read it as Schmidt until I know further. So that's actually a good point, right? If you make some gross thing, you get the wing and the gun, son. You get the wing and the gun for that. If you make some kind of bullshit with OpenCV that's fast enough that can play the game for you, then anti-cheat in software becomes meaningless, right? Make cheating mandatory. Level the playing field. We have the greatest minds of our generation in the chat. I like it. Put the cheat in your mouse driver. There you go. There's a reason some companies release only on uncracked consoles. It pretty much completely obviates cheating. Make cheating great again. It was always great, Crispy. I mean, I always feel like, because the funny thing about cheating is this, though, right? You buy a game, allegedly. You're gonna play it. What is a game? A game is a series of rules, right? A game works under a group of rules that prohibits you from performing certain actions. Chris, we're talking about games, right?
Okay.
And I'm defining a game now with no. I'm just making shit up though. But so a game is like a series of rules. So take something like Mario Bros, right? The rule is that you can run to the right and you can jump, and if you touch something that's moving, you die, right? So to cheat is to break the rules, but if you want to break the rules, what's the point of the game, right? I mean, everyone's probably cheated at some point in a game as a kid, and you know the moment you cheat that it's fun for like 2 minutes, and then the game stops making sense anymore. It's not fun anymore, right? Because you broke all the rules, right? Which is why, I mean, and someone spent a lot of time designing these rules, right? If you run left, you cheat. Yep. Absolutely. But you couldn't really run left in Super Mario Bros. Right? The screen wouldn't scroll. You can only scroll to the right. The reason a lot of companies don't want to release on Steam Deck is it's too open. People are worried the cheating tools are going to be too good, supposedly. This is where GTA Online isn't supported. I don't know. That sounds like a hand wavy excuse to not bother porting, right? When cheating is part of the rules, then it's not cheating. That is a strange contradiction. I can't unpack that. There must be some kind of French thing. You can cheat in single player games, just the impact only affects users, not issue. But then here's the question, right? Here's the question. If you are playing a game, there is a skill-based game, and you're cheating, what do you get out of it, right? Aren't you just that kid who goes to school and says, my dad is Superman, and you have like this compulsive liar thing going for you, and everyone knows you're full of shit, but they're too polite to say anything, right? Aren't you just being that kid if you're cheating? Because you're not really good, you're not really winning. It's just, it makes no sense, right? It's because the game's are rules for reasons. You only probably beat the game if you stick to the rules. Yeah. Spotted my baguette mine. It's okay. Some of my best friends are French. It's the same people who would change the cards if they got the wrong card in solitaire. But do you guys know anyone who cheats at a game, being single player or not, who continues to play their game and to cheat in it, and they still get the same sense of achievement out of playing the game, right? I feel like there's you're removing the skill from requirement from the game, right? Yes, me. I will never trust you again, Smith. I do. All right. I have real friends. See, this is a little bit, this is up there with you not having the Jai compiler humanoidism, right? It makes it very dubious, the legality of your comment right there, okay? All right. So, welcome back, Christoph. Hope you got a good cup of tea. Should we get cracking with the movie night?
Yeah.
Let's see what you got.
Okay, so the idea is this, right? Okay, have you opened Watch Together? Are you in?
I have. Oh, wait, no, I have to agree to something. They value my privacy. Receive push notifications. No. Pick a nickname. Okay. TB for tuberculosis. Joining the room. I am there. Okay, let me stop my music here as well. There we go. I'm ready. Wait, can I kind of get rid? No, I guess it's okay the way it is. I don't need to get it more screen.
Yeah, in your case, it doesn't matter because I'm screen sharing mine. Yeah, there is some stuff that would be nice to get rid of, but it's fine.
Yeah, we can deal. All right. What is there like a precursor to? I also had that VPN thing. Try disabling your ad blocker or VPN. It's like, you seem to be having a good time. Try taking your condom off. What could go wrong, right? Nice try, internet. All right. So, yes, do you want to give us a little bit of a precursor to why we're watching this?
So, the reason why we're watching this is because we don't want to stay in our own bubble where our own ideas are. It's an echo chamber. Everything that we say, we say to each other, yes, you're right. Yes, you're right. Audience agrees with us. We want some diversity of opinions. You want to Can
I just raise no one who's here from my stream has agreed with anything that I've said. Just look at like everything that I say. It's like, no, I don't agree with that. No, you're wrong. There you go.
We want to widen our horizons, and so we want also to give space to different ideas. Or in other words, I think we just want to have some fun with some very spicy takes by Jonathan Blow. Feel free to press play whenever you want because you're controlling my stream.
Because I'm watching your screen share. You kind of have to do the pressing of the play.
Okay, but you're gonna hear, right?
Yeah.
I think so. Okay, then maybe let's
assume that it plays the video.
Let's do a test. Okay, did you hear that? Yes, you did.
I did. And I didn't know that it's been stagnant for 20 plus years.
Let's go. This is a great way of starting it. Including you, Togo.
Okay, wait. Goodness me. Is some of this stuff taken out of context, or like I'm worried that we're missing context because I reckon that someone could make a video of me sounding like a fascist if they wanted to. They just took sound bites from me. I'm like, is this really the sentiments?
I would say keep listening. There's going to be longer segments that you.
All right.
I
won't interject.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, feel free to pause whenever you want. Oh no. Wait. Sorry, I was talking over the most important bit. I was saying, feel free to pause whenever you want, and if you want to comment on things, of course. But yeah, there's gonna be longer segments now. This one is particularly good. I deeply apologize for speaking over it. Let's listen to it again.
Sorry.
Wait, people on YouTube can hear the sound. Yeah, that's true. Wait, give me a second. Okay, how many of you are there? 23 people. Okay, I'll.
Shit, how do you get that many views on YouTube? I had like one person, and that was a bot.
Okay, give me a sec because I need to figure this out. So to allow people to hear that, I need to mute toggle, unmute this. Okay, no. Okay, you know what? No, sorry, YouTube. I can't do it. I'm sorry. If you want to watch from YouTube, you know what? I'll try to enable subtitles because I think we should be able to do that.
What's that there?
Yeah, enable subtitles. Can I? Okay, so so we're gonna have subtitles, but yeah, that's all I can do for you. Sorry, YouTube. Okay, Toggle, feel free to play whenever you want.
Okay. Okay, well, okay, so this sounds very much like he had to do something with LVM, but someone didn't like it. Also, that's kind of a weird perspective on things as well. To look at you contributing to something as being part of some hierarchical structure. But the first thing it says when it says then submitting a PR to someone and they don't take it means that you wasted your time and they wasted theirs. That part I kind of agree with. This is why I think you should never just submit a PR without having a conversation with someone, right? That is kind of just a sort of a given, right? But it's not necessarily a given. But this is very this so far this thing feels very much like it's painting a very bleak perspective on pull requests. And like, let's contribute to software together in this hierarchy where I am the Lord and you're all my right? And like, I don't quite see it that way, but okay, let's continue.
I mean, that's like how projects work normally. It's like you don't have random people be able to submit PRs that get merged at random, right? It's like
that slide from Rob Pike, the true open source that never existed in the first place. Right?
They, you know what? They probably went on the same like alternative reality internet. Road Pike and Jonathan Blow, and so this like weird version of everybody can push to master version of open source that unfortunately I was never be able to access. Is this something from the 60s? No, what is it? 60s?
Like some kind of crazy 80s? Thing with the CVS that I never saw, right?
Yeah, you know how they say, is it the 80s? I forget this thing where people say, oh yeah, in the 80s in the United States, yeah, drugs, sex, everything was like
And that was the 60s,
Yeah,
right?
the 60s.
The free love movement.
Yeah, it's
And
like
that's
maybe
also where the term boomer comes from, is the baby boomers, because they were told to have kids. So when people say boomer today, they kind of, oh, fuck it. What do I care? Let's get on with it. Go on, what were you saying?
No, so yeah, maybe this is like a thing like, oh yeah, in the 60s we did that. It's like they're thinking about some form of open source from the 60s or something. I have no idea. I don't think open source even existed in the 60s, but like, is this a thing on Mercurial? Is this how projects that use Mercurial work? It's kind of weird though, right? And also, Toggle, you were talking about earlier about like you discuss it with people before sending a PR. You could do that. I do think though that if you think about it real hard, discussing with people about sending a PR, that's still kind of what a beta male would do. If you ask me, beta loser would do. So I mean, if you're an alpha, you wouldn't have that kind of discussion, honestly. But
Sigma mentality.
yeah, the Sigma mentality. It's okay. Feel free to resume whenever you want.
Sigma's push falls. There you go. Right.
Damn it. Yes.
Okay, but the thing is, as much as I am like, I'm watching this thing, and there's a part of this is kind of a bit surreal. But like, I'm hoping that I kind of wish I knew more about the context around this, because the take seems so arbitrary. But this is what we were talking about, isn't it? That you invest time in certain individuals to help them get to a degree where they can continue, or you help people, and you're hoping that you're investing in the right person to do this, right? If you don't do that, if you never help anyone get into your project, then you are alone, all right? And everyone around you is gonna be doing the wrong thing according to you, because you never helped anyone. It's like leaving a child unattended, and when the child says fire to the house, you go like, what are you, stupid, you're burning the house down? But then the child goes, but dad, but father, but papa, you never told me about fire, right?
Yeah.
It's like, but
sorry.
no, I just feel like we're if we constantly just look for this perfection in people, saying you're not allowed to learn, you're not allowed in my project unless you successfully learn all these things, right? I think we would not have a lot of the great software we have. We would not have a lot of things we have, right?
We probably wouldn't have society. Yes, but like I suspect that being able to like reliably induce this kind of transformation in other people, new generations especially, is kind of the defining difference between humans and, like, I don't know, chimps. But but what I find also funny is that he did mention it himself. It's like, you want to find a list of people that you can trust, and then he says, I don't know how you do it. That's one way of doing it. One way of doing it is that you progressively, you start easy with a small interaction, and then if that interaction is good enough, then you have another bigger interaction, and then at some point you build the trust necessary to allow that somebody to be a core contributor. And like hiring at a company, I'm guessing, I have no idea what kind of battle royale they must do to get hired at Tekla, I guess. But like normally to be hired at a company, right? You have an interview, you start having like, you have a, what do you call it? Like not probatory period, but like you have like those
probation period, yeah.
The initial 6 months where like it's easier to interact the contract. And then, like, over time, like, you build a trust relationship with your employee. Like, this mechanism has to exist one way or another. So I find it funny because he is basically completely discarding the whole PR system. And at the same, he's asking the question of, I wonder how I could get trusted people to contribute to my project and only have them be the ones that contribute. And it's like, man, you had the answer in front of you all the time.
Yeah, it does. This seems a little bit disconnected. I do wonder if it's because things are a little bit like out of context. Let's have a look.
Yeah. by the way, so yeah, these are clips taken out of context. True, and I guess his complaints about LLVM are like his frustration with LLVM comes from first-hand experience. I think everybody who's making a programming language and has to deal with LLVM gets frustrated by it, and they conclude that there's something wrong with the development process of LLVM, which I would consider a correct conclusion. At the same time, LLVM is not a representative open source project. It's a really weird thing. I would argue that probably the vast majority of contributors to LLVM are not volunteers. I suspect that it's probably people who work at big tech companies. So even though it is open source, it has a governance model. Like, it's different. It's not Anathema. It's not Zine. It's not even Zig. It's a very different beast on top of everything. But then he also has this problem where he's like, oh, so he starts by saying, well, I make a PR and then I'm a beta because there's like I'm lower in the caste system because I subject myself to validation by somebody else.
Yeah, there's submit PR, like submit has
you have to submit.
Additional connotation.
Yeah, you're not submitting the PR. You are submitting and sending a PR in doing so.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, but then now the problem is different. Now the problem is that everybody merges every random code. So previously the problem is that somebody else has to vet you, and nobody should be able to judge me. But now the problem instead is different. Now the problem is that apparently no, PRs do not get judged. Now PRs just get merged at random, apparently. And so this is the other problem of open source software. I don't know.
I need to rewind a little bit to get context to what we're currently looking at.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, but what is open source patches welcome? Is that submit a patch whoever you are whenever you want without any?
That's a good question. Definitely this is not Zig's model. Zig's model is there's a BDFL, there's a core team. Doesn't matter how many thumbs up or thumbs down your PR or your issue has. There's a design that decides what goes in and what does not goes in. So clearly this has nothing to do with Zig, for example. I think that he's referring to maybe stuff that you read on the internet, which is not the real experience of any specific open source project that has a given specific merge policy. But in general, the discussions that you hear maybe developer advocates make, or like you read a random generic blog post posted somewhere, which is actually an ad for a product. They just don't tell you. And then in there, people say, yeah, everybody can contribute to open source. And I think this is what he is referring to. I think, because otherwise I wouldn't know what to map it to.
I see. Okay. All right, okay, I just gotta stop that one there. Okay, so because it sounds from the tone of his voice that he's kind of making fun of it a little bit, right? But they're not. It's not either all of that or none of that, right? I think there are places where you can commit and such, but I don't know any open source project that goes everyone can program and you can just submit a PR, right? That's also a little bit. I don't know. I think maybe like he's had an experience that I can't even remotely relate to. Maybe that's all it is. Is he new to the internet? I have never seen so much caustic and toxicity as in programming communities and people disagreeing with each other, and people are being outright insanely rude, dismissive, and I have never like the level of wankers in software development. This is astronomical. I don't know where this comes from. Right? There's so much. There's so much of it. I don't get this. Where is this beautiful world that he describes where everyone's welcome? Right?
Yeah.
Where is that?
I'm gonna try another guess. And by the way, I'm kind of stumped. So if anybody in chat has a guess that they also want to share, please do feel free to pitch in, because maybe we are missing something. But again, the only thing that I can really think is that he is referring to stuff like you read a README. Most open source projects have a README where they do mention the contributions are welcome. So the README tells you that you can contribute if you want, and there tends to be in many open source projects like some kind of guide for people who want to start contributing that basically tries to make it accessible to you as a new contributor to some degree. I mean, you know what? I'll briefly tab out to I don't know, my own project development. No, never mind. I don't really have a long spiel about how to contribute. I just have some hints on what you might want to know if you decide to develop Zine. Let's take a look at Zig. Building from source, contributing, donate monthly.
No, not even being coy about it. Just cash. Come on.
Let's see. Zig is free and open source software. We welcome bug reports and patches from everyone. However, keep in mind that Zig's governance is BDFN, beloved and dictator for now. Wait, Andrew is walking back there for life. Well, I guess he can do that since he's the BDFN. Which means that Andrew Kelly has a final say on the design and implementation of everything. One of the best ways you can contribute to Zig is start using it as an open source personal project. So yeah, so no, the Zig README doesn't beat around the bush, huh? How about
this is interesting, right? Yeah, sorry, keep reading that part. I think this is interesting now.
Okay, so one of the best ways you can contribute to Zig is to start using it for an open source personal project. This leads to discovering bugs and helps flesh out use cases, which lead to further design iterations of Zig. Importantly, each issue found this way comes with real-world motivations, making it straightforward to explain the reasoning behind proposals and feature requests. You will be taken much more seriously on the issue tracker if you have a personal project that uses Zig. The issue label contributor friendly exists to help you find issues that are limited in scope and or knowledge of Zig internals. Please note that issues labeled proposal but do not also have the accepted label are still under consideration, and efforts to implement such proposal have a high risk of being wasted. If you are interested in a proposal which is still under consideration, please express your interest in the issue tracker, providing extra insights and considerations that others have not yet expressed. The most highly regarded arguments in such discussion are a real-world use case. For more tips, please see the contributing page on the wiki.
I guess you could read this as PR's welcome without any conversation. And you probably should go and maybe there's something in that contributing page on the wiki that it shouldn't say for more tips. It should maybe like please read if that's the case.
No, I think he continues in suggesting doing anything that isn't strictly sending PRs. So like start a project using Zig, spread the word, finding a contributor-friendly issue, editing source code. So like it first goes into everything else before it says, okay, like if you really want to send out a patch, then this is all the development stuff that you need to be aware of.
Yeah, I think it should probably not say like for more tips on how to. It should probably read before contributing. Read this kind of thing maybe instead. But yeah, no, that's fair enough, right? I mean, I guess if you don't read, if you go, I don't need tips for this thing, I'm just gonna submit a PR. I guess you could interpret like that. You probably shouldn't, but I guess you could.
Well, I think that this is still not probably what Jonathan Blow has in mind.
I don't think so either, of course.
I don't know. Go Hugo. Let's see. Does Hugo... Does somebody have a good example of a project that has a very, nicely worded feel free to contribute. We are happy if you
We're happy
contribute
with
to it.
everything.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't
Do not submit a pull request until the project lead accepts the proposal, right? I mean, I think it's unsustainable to do it in any other way. I do see what Vladislav is saying up there, that Jonathan Blow might have experience in both of these. And I can see that if that's the case, maybe something has carried over.
But
and honestly, I have no idea what I mean, he might have had and still exhibits a really shitty take, as in experience, not a shitty take, having a shitty experience with some of the stuff he's been working on, right? I can see how you can get frustrated if you're inundated with pull requests or merge requests. I can see how you can be I mean, this could very well be the reason why you close source your compiler for a period of time as well, right? Well, have they changed the logo, LLVM? I thought they had the, or maybe that's a different page.
Yeah.
When did that happen? I remember the dragon, like the full dragon body for a while.
Yet another thing that they regressed. It has a full body. Now it's just the head.
It's just the head now. Oh.
So maybe, okay, here's the thing. Maybe Jonathan Blow was referring to literally what was written here. So here's what I think it's happening. Okay, now I feel like I'm converging towards a concrete, reasonable explanation. What I think it's happening is that he has issues with LLVM because LLVM is bad in plenty of ways. And then he went to somebody pointed out to him that the contributing to LLVM page says there are multiple ways to contribute and we appreciate all contributions. He saw this and then basically that turned into his opinion about open source. That's an uncharitable way of looking at it from my perspective. So like I maybe I should give it more credit, but seriously, where do you see a thing that says that like honestly all the way through says, yeah, just send us whatever, we're gonna merge it? Nobody does that.
I can't see any product functioning like that because you're gonna get more. Reporting a bug takes 10 minutes if you're having some diligence and not just go, it's not working. All right, so reporting a bug will take a while. Implementing a fix for that bug will take significant more time to do, right? And you, like I said before, you're never gonna have bug-free software. Okay, that's a pipe dream. All right, but you can try to reduce the bugs as much as possible. It's a never-ending race. So I can kind of see this being an issue with all this stuff, but yeah, I don't think they're sustainable pattern, right? I reckon if you have a very open policy to contributions, either you are new, like you just launched your project, you announced it on Hacker News, and people are now submitting pull requests, and you started to have regrets, right? Or it's a long-running project that simply just ignores pull requests. Right? I don't think that is sustainable, right? Because you don't have the number of people writing bug fixes versus reporting bugs, right? There's always going to be more people submitting issues than fixing issues, right? That's just how it is. So I don't think that's
I don't know.
Case.
Like PyTorch also wants you to sign a CLA, so they steal your copyright. Good to know. Then you click on the PR guide, and it tells you how to familiarize yourself with the code base, set up the developer environment, submitting a change, overview of the pull request lifecycle, finding or reporting issues, how to propose feature changes to PyTorch. Like the reason why they're telling you all this stuff, I'm guessing, is because they just don't accept random stuff. Submitting a 1,000-line PR for a feature no one has heard about rarely results in a good experience for neither the reviewer nor the coder. I don't know, man. Nobody does this for real. Like, what is it? About saying maybe some projects, but we can't find one. The thing is, we just cannot find one. Yes, you can find documentation that as an opening, to how can I say, like, be nice, as a first approximation says, sure, you're welcome to contribute. But then they always qualified more, and it never turns out that this is all it is.
So what Bowden is saying, I think Amethyst was kind of like that. No leadership. It fell apart and Baby replaced it. I think those are kind of orthogonal issues. Amethyst was created in a time when Rust didn't have a lot of the nice features that it has today. So it was a very clunky project. Their take on an ECS, which was called Specs, was incredibly clunky and chunky to use. A component was effectively a trait implementation. There was a lot going on, and the product just wasn't as sleek as Baby was. And Bevy turned up and had all these like really nice things going for it. It basically did a lot of the stuff that Amethyst could have benefited from, but they weren't available back then, right? So it was, but to be fair, I can't really say much about that because I paid little attention to Amethyst. I saw specs. I read a little bit in the book about specs and that RLTK or whatever it's called for this. But yeah, no, I think it could have been. But I do think the Amethyst had some kind of body that governed some of it. But honestly, I don't know. You could be right. PyTorch is a terrible example right now. Too much AI interest to be a normal open source experience. That's a good point. Any project that's positioned itself in the AI space, hint, hint, Mojo, is going to get a lot of attention and definitely going to get a lot of people who want to get involved as well, right? Blender as an open source project. I don't know what Blender is like. I am reasonably confident that if you're going to contribute to Blender, you got to have your ducks in a row, though. I don't think they're going to accept any random pull requests there, given the quality of that project. Blender is an immensely good open source project. And I say good as in the product itself is amazing to use. I don't know what the code base is like. Blender has a foundation. Everyone needs a foundation. Do you guys want to get involved? We're going to start a foundation. You guys involved? You can submit yourself to the PRs. Badly. It could have been. It definitely could have been bad leadership, right? But that I definitely want to say I know anything about. That would be a straight up speculation on my account, right? If you don't have a foundation, you're not a real open source project, right? I mean, you're gonna have a foundation to stand on. I don't know, right? I honestly don't know what the purpose of a foundation is for smaller projects. I'm not talking about Blender, of course. I'm talking about like small, like you start an open source project where I don't know what it's doing, but it's doing something, and it's like you and maybe a mate of yours working on it now. You don't need a foundation. You don't need anything, and then you're gonna be like, all right, let's put this into the public eye, poke it in the eye. And so you come up with like a contributing.md file saying, please don't submit PRs without chatting to us first. You open up the issues and, off you go. No need for a foundation, right?
So apparently there's a way of searching a closed PRs by not being merged. The problem is that then you need to also in here not have the merge label, because I guess sometimes some get merged in another way. Use is this command click? No, is this control click? What the heck is this thing? Alt click? Dude, what's happening?
No longer dirty. Oh, you popped a new one. Yeah, Blender is really big, and so there are a million, billion, trillion open source projects out there that are straight up rubbish, and I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings by saying that. So I'm definitely not talking about your project, but there are a lot of like projects out there that are not going to amount to anything, and that's okay. And then there are projects that really do go somewhere, and I think Blender is one of those, where it's been really, really. It's produced a really high quality product that is used by more than just hobbyists, right?
I don't think I know how to do option. God damn it, because I have a different keyboard and I don't remember where I mapped option.
Right. Do you not have the laptop in front of you? Can't you like reach over and slap it?
Oh my god, no, it's a Mac Mini, so I don't have that. God damn it. I just need to know what the freaking syntax is, like label not.
I am being colored here. Yes, please.
Minus label. Thank you. Okay, there we go.
Right, that is my announcement that I have 10 minutes left.
Okay.
Then I have to go and be a father. Well, I'm, an active father. I'm very much a passive dad, right?
Just to let people know, PyTorch has 37,000 PRs that were closed and not merged. just putting it out there.
Okay. I'm starting to side with Jonathan now when I see that 37,000 unclosed PRs.
I mean, but filtering happens. I guess my point is that filtering happens. Like people just don't merge random stuff that they don't want. Yeah. In any case, okay. Do you wanna finish the video or do you wanna change subject?
No. We can finish the video, right? We can finish the video. Okay, but I'm seeing where this is going, I think, and the thing is, you can say to someone the same thing in many different ways. All right, I'm not saying that someone has said anything specific here, but you can say to someone, this code does not meet the quality standard, or you can say to someone, you're absolutely shit. Do not ever contribute to this again. The fact that you write that you think you're a programmer makes me embarrassed for both of us. All right. There's very different ways that you can say something to someone, and you don't have to look for this. Like, it's not either you treat other people like they're freaking human beings, right? Versus saying that everything is just flowers and holding hands. There's certainly a middle ground there. I don't think that it's a programmer version of anything. All right, I wouldn't go that far. Okay, I wouldn't go that far, but I definitely think that there is a way that you can say to someone that this code is not of high enough quality, and that is painful enough to hear. Okay, whether you want to continue that sentence with "I'm happy to help you," or "We can improve this," or "Talk to this community to improve the quality of this code," but there's that, and then there's straight up what is cult-like behavior where you basically try to destroy someone's self-worth, right? That is fucked up, okay? There's no one has the right to do so, okay? I think that has nothing to do with everything being airy-fairy and being flowers and all around. That just has to do with the fact that you're not alone in the world. You have to coexist with other people, and you don't do so by saying, I'm amazing, no one else is, and what you do is shit, and what I do is amazing. I hope you feel good about yourself. Hope you're having a wonderful day.
Yeah, so far, I think, right? I think that these theses can actually be tested, can be put to the test actually quite easily. Like, the question is, what is the current state of code quality in the Jai compiler? Is it significantly better than other comparable open source projects? So let's not say Zig. Let's put Zig aside. Let's say, is it considerably better than Odin, for example? Odin is an open source programming language that exists in the same ballpark as Jai. Is the code quality in Jai so much superior? I think that there are people out there who have access to both Jai and Odin. Well, I mean, everybody has access to Odin if they want to, but like they are acquainted with both. And somehow I'm not convinced. I suspect that, like every software project out there, while it is true that you can be better or worse at that. So like if I try to stillman the argument from Jonathan, like at its core, you could argue that there is a cultural current of people doing open source when, even though, yes, there is some filtering happening and there are reviews that happen to pull requests, it could still be that, culturally speaking, on average, open source projects just have a much lower quality baseline threshold than him. So that could be true.
Yes, I was going to say, how can we argue about open source quality versus closed source quality when the closed source is closed source, right?
That is true. Yes.
You don't see that. And I'm sure most of you has worked for companies where bad code gets written. The fact that people think that you can exist in a space where bad code is never going to be written. Bad code. The only thing that happens is that you'll find excuses. You make excuses for the bad code that you write or that someone else writes. It's just all there is, right?
Mm-hmm. Well,
a lot of proprietary code is straight for absolutely.
Yeah.
I have, and the thing is, I was working as a junior developer for a company, and I committed a lot of shit code, okay, because I was sucked as a programmer when I was 2 years ago. But I sucked as a programmer when I was younger, and that's fine. You know, you bad and you grow.
Yeah.
You're not gonna grow if someone constantly tell you how bad you are, right? The worst that'll happen is that you stop trying because you just go, well, if I'm that shit, what's the point of trying, right? I don't think anyone should have that right.
In a company, you also have, I think, some like internal politics struggles, and like for a variety of reasons, things are more complicated. But regardless, but my point is, I guess, is not that I don't think that the Jai closed source code is necessarily bad. I don't think so. But what I'm saying is, I don't think it's. But on the other hand, I do not think it is significantly better than, say, Odin. And so this, in my opinion, falsifies the thesis by Jonathan. His thesis is that open source software is worse because people just have shit taste and they allow bad code to go in when it shouldn't. But then I think that if we look at Odin and Jai, I suspect that the code quality is going to be somewhat comparable between the two projects. Maybe for certain things, one project will be better than the other. You know what? Maybe Jai will be better than Odin in some, maybe plenty of ways. But I don't think that Odin is bad in the way that Jonathan Blow describes it. And by the way, to your point, yes, you can't evaluate closed source code. I agree. But people who are in the Jai beta can observe the standard library source code. So people in the Jai beta can take a look at the standard library of Jai and compare it with what they get from Odin. And I would be curious to see that comparison. I bet you that there isn't that big of a difference, if there is even any. Or I guess you can also do it with Zig, but I guess my point is that it's not just like a matter of Jai versus Zig. Like I think any open source project that is somewhat comparable could probably do.
They say I'm taking that these videos are a little bit dated as well, and I would say in Jonathan's defense that maybe some of this stuff is a little bit out of context, and like the video is edited together in such a way that I do feel like someone could probably make a similar video where I'm the subject, where I have been. They could take parts of what I've been saying here today, that no one has the right to do this to people, and they could paint me in a certain way as well, right? So I would say that in his defense, right? I do not know anything about the backstory there as well, but I do. This is one thing that I feel very passionate about: the fact that programming is some kind of exclusive club where, and no one has said this, this is a picture that I feel is painted for me, right? The programming is a kind of exclusive club where we have the right to deny people entry. No, it's not like that. If you can't program, you learn to program. It's as simple as that. If you want to program, you learn how to program. If you don't want to program, you're not going to learn how to program, right? And then I mean, like, this has been proven over and over again. Imagine if you treat children like that in school, and you'd be like, "Oh, Kevin, look at your math test here, and you fucking shit, mate." That's not gonna do Kevin any favors, right? But then again, I don't think that this is coming from a place where people are interested in educating other people in programming. I think this comes from a place where people want to get things done, and they don't necessarily care about programming. Fuck you, Kevin. I'm making you VIP right now on my stream. Oh my god. Okay. VIP Kevin RP. There you go. You're probably not even following me or ever seen my stream. You got a VIP right there, buddy. God damn, that's good. That's pretty much what some professors do. Yeah, but those professors suck, man, and they shouldn't be allowed to teach. The tables have turned, right? No, but that sucks, right? Like, beating people down, tough love, it's not effective. We've seen this. We realized this in like 60s or whatever. We said hitting the kids are not making them smarter. Let's stop beating the kids, right? You can't, quote unquote, beat sense into someone. That doesn't make sense, right? Either you ignore them, or you say, okay, You are not up to standard with the quality requirements of this project, right? So please submit less PRs or no PRs, right? But to be this dismissive and saying that yeah, to be dismissive, I don't know. I don't like it. It rubs me the wrong way. I feel like this is really a great way of ruining something that is a wonderful hobby, which is programming. It's not a place where you like only select few are allowed, right? No, thanks,
Well, he has
Colin.
a different opinion, but still, I think he just doesn't know how to play open source poker, and he's just coping for his skill issues. That's my take.
All right, I have to run, but it's been a good stream, and we shall do a stream together again, maybe on Wednesday. Is that maybe what we should aim for? We'll see.
If you want to, that would be awesome. I'm totally up for it.
Yeah, I think we will have finished our quote unquote project by Wednesday. I think we're gonna nail this, man. It's gonna be good, right? Thank you all for watching. I'm gonna go. That doesn't mean that Christoph has to go, but I'm gonna go. It's been wonderful being here. You guys have been wonderful, and I hope to see you guys for the next stream. Bye for now.
Yeah. Bye, Toggle. Okay, close the screen share stuff. Yeah, that was fun. By the way, I'm assuming that most people here already follow and watch Toggle, but if you don't, I left a shout out so you can go follow him. His streams are also entertaining on his own. He doesn't need me to be entertaining. I can promise you that. Man, what an adventure. What an adventure. I don't know. You know what's funny? The first time that Primagen raided me, I think he was watching this video from Jonathan Blow. And I was watching him watch the video from Jonathan Blow, and I was screaming, man, fucking Jonathan Blow, he's like Andrew Tate. I was also somebody commented that in chat earlier, but I was also saying, man, this is like Andrew Tate, but for software, what the heck? Might have left not the most positive impression to Primagen, I guess. If you want to have a family-friendly, wildly appealing stream, you probably don't want to do this. But on the other hand, I do think that people misrepresenting a practice like open source software development this badly is a problem, and it shouldn't be left unchallenged. It is such a bad way of thinking about things, and just inefficient. It's just bad and ineffective. It's an entire cultural way of looking at things that is just plain shitty. So I do think that some pushback is due, and so I guess that's what I've been doing every time that I saw that video. He has similar views around other things that he's not that involved with. Yeah, I mean, you know what? I think that Jonathan Blow is a very smart game designer, and I think that if you watch his talks about game design, there is definitely a lot to learn. But it's hard to be able to come out with a uniform way of looking at life that allows you to keep spitting out all those what do you call them, maximas about life, these overarching big statements about life. It's really hard to be able to state good ones that apply to such a wide variety of things. Usually what you want to do if you're just a normal everyday dude is that there is one thing that you're more proficient at where you are able to make stronger statements about, and then when it comes to everything else, you kind of tone it down a little bit and you say, you know what, this is my experience, this is how I think about it. In my experience, I started thinking about this subject in this way, and it has really worked out well for me. And so this is how, based on my experience, this is how I want to live my life. But that requires, some form of self-awareness or something that not everybody has. And so when you don't have that, what you end up doing is shouting these absolutisms that just don't make any sense. Open source have been stagnant for 20 years. They just copy what everybody else does. Which, you know what's funny? Even if that was true, the fact that open source, if let's say that this was true, the fact that open source software has been copying proprietary software and made it available for free, holy shit, that alone would be a huge achievement. Because if open source didn't do that, and all you had is the proprietary version, it means that every single thing that you're using wants a monthly subscription by now, because that's what's happening with private proprietary software. People lately have discovered that selling something isn't as profitable as selling a subscription to something. And so now every single piece of software out there would be a subscription that you have to pay for. But unfortunately for them, they can't extract all that rent because open source software has created like a baseline of quality that proprietary software cannot go below, right? If you're making something proprietary and you want to ask people for money, your stuff has to be at least better than the already available free version, which is usually open source. So it's kind of a funny thing to think about. And I don't agree with him, and I do think he overstated his opinions, but yeah, he wasn't going elsewhere and trying to talk with authority. I mean, sure, it was his stream. To be fair, it's saying stuff on your own stream is different than saying stuff elsewhere. But I do think that his statements were like made in a, I don't know, like useless way. Cancelled for Handmade. Oh, I guess your point is that, well, was he actually cancelled for Handmade? I think did he ever try to interact much with Handmade? I don't think he by himself never really did much of that. Like, I don't think he has ever been in voice chat in the Handmade Network Discord server, for example. I'm guessing. When I see somebody like that make that kind of statements, I wonder if they're actually playing a character and just want to actually promote radical reactions, but probably this is just me being optimist. You know what? That's a question that I've also had myself on occasion. I think that more often than not, people are not really playing a character. Some of it, to some degree, some of it is playing a character. Like, I do think that Andrew Tate is playing a character to some degree, because that's playing that character is what gets a reaction from his audience. But I don't think that, you know, if by that you mean that the person is playing a character, but then, you know, when the camera turns off, they are actually fully self-aware and they fully realize that what they're doing is a character and that their opinions are just, you know, funny takes to rile up an audience. I don't think it's that way. I don't think it's that way at all. I think they just basically, in my opinion, the degree to which people play a character online is maybe an exaggeration of what they already are. Not much more than that. That's how I see it personally. I was making a joke about how you were bringing up a point from Andrew's Handmade Subtle Talk. Oh yeah, yeah, sure. I did. Yeah, the idea of the baseline quality of open source software that comes from Andrew's talk at Handmade Seattle. But it's totally true. It is totally true. You cannot, thank God, you are not allowed to charge people $5 a month for a piece of software that exists out there in form of open source software. So if all open source did was copy, great, still great. But it's still not true. It's not absolutely not true that open source has been copying. Copying who? Copying whom? Microsoft? Google? Oh, maybe he was referring to other open source languages copying his ideas. Maybe he was complaining about Zig and Odin. Who knows? Who knows? I feel like if the video wasn't a supercut, it would have been more plausible that all those statements were believed at the same time. I do think that the clearly opposing statements came from two different videos. Although I would not be surprised if they were believed at the same time. Like the part that it's annoying that you're a beta if you send a PR, and also the belief that everything gets merged without any question. But they were probably segments from different streams. Yeah. I think he was more talking about uh, things like LibreOffice. Oh, I see. Maybe Blender. What about maybe Blender? It would be a fair statement about GIMP. Copying. Oh, because GIMP is like an open source implementation of an image editor. Maybe Blender, but even then it's a bit too high quality. I mean, at this point, it's other things that I'm guessing copy Blender. As far as I'm aware, Blender pretty much became the de facto 3D modeling tool that everybody uses, right? Open source game engines are pretty much copying either Unreal Engine or Unity. That might be part of what informed his opinion. Okay, that would make sense. Like, I would not be surprised. I mean, if you think about it, it makes sense. Like, you want to make an open source game engine, then you make an ECS, you make I don't know, particle system, you make an asset pipeline thing, you make a physics engine, and so they probably this is basically the same toolkit that you get from all the other things, I guess. Well, Odin did steal some of his ideas, at least others said. Don't know if Jay Blow is mad about that. I don't remember precisely, but I do think I remember Jonathan Blow complaining about Odin. Maybe somebody who is more of a Blow fan than me can confirm or deny whether he addressed Odin in the past more or less directly, and if so, how directly. He doesn't seem like someone who follows open source projects closely. I guess, but like as a user, like I guess my point is that if you want to make a statement on open source software, like, man, you should know a little bit of what's going on in your ecosystem, right? All the open source programming languages that you're using, all the open source tools that you're using, both as part of your programming language, but also as, I don't know, your text editor, software that you have on your computer, Git itself. Although, yeah, he probably lives in Windows, I'm guessing. That's gotta be his main operating system. And so maybe he just doesn't. He's using SVN. Wait, what? I saw him use a weird. Wait, no, is he using SVN? Is he using SVN? Oh yes. No. No. It's not a joke. Wait, I think I remember. I think I remember Raphael using Git locally, but then interfacing with a Git to SVN bridge type of thing. Yeah, he uses Tortoise SVN. Oh my god, I'm having PTSD from my days back in university when they had us use that garbage. No, come on, man. How can they make any progress? Like, branching on SVN takes forever. What? For game and assets, it's better. Maybe? Well, for games, well, the source code, not really. For assets, maybe? I don't know. I don't remember having a good experience with SVN. There's a quote on YouTube. Someone asked Jonathan Blow who is forcing him to use SVN, and he replied, "Your mom." Rip. So let me see if Mlag is alive. If Mlag is alive, he had some suggestions for things that I could improve in my PR. Okay, so let's say I have completed my implementation of deprecated enough to be able to make a PR for it, but there is one thing that I would like to fix, and like, no, this is not the one. Where's my thing? Implement deprecated. So I implemented it, but then there's one fix that I want to make to my tests, even though I pass the entire test suite, so I'm happy. But I want to improve one thing. And then also Mlag told me something like, I had a second to pull up SEMA and find the thing I was talking about. In Switch extended OP code, which you're in, there are cases which look like this. These are optimized paths for instructions which will never be referenced, and that's exactly what you want to mimic. So something like blah blah blah. Okay, so let's go take a look at what what MLAG is talking about. Let's see if I can make heads or tails of it on my own, and then use that as an opportunity to improve my proposal. In the meantime, here's what I want to do. I want to take this out. So I want to see if I can improve my tests slightly. This is where I want to open my thing. Oops. It's test/tests. Okay. Deprecated. This is my stuff. Okay, I took out a line here. And now I want to zig one. No, I want to zig to build test. Wait, really? Where's my tab where I have this stuff running correctly? Is this it? No. Oh well, it's the CLI. So basically what I'm gonna do now is see if this change breaks my tests or not. In the meantime, maybe should we add some music? I think it's a good time to add our music. Okay. Okay, so we didn't break our tests. Let's run them again. Okay, so this is a good fix. Okay, so I'm gonna amend my last thing. Why does it want me to pull? Did MLAG actually push to my PR? What? I have too many tabs open. Let me close all of them. It's still a valid title. It hasn't been for a while. Yeah, I'll change it. On YouTube, I don't think I can change it though. So am I going insane? Oh, I guess we see, maybe we see the difference because I amended my last commit. Yeah, and that has caused me to diverge from upstream. So that's why we see this, I guess. Okay, so git push. Well, let's not push yet. Let's see if we can make the other change. So the other change is in SEMA. Analyze body inner. Extended. How do we implement deprecated? So deprecated was implemented. Let's see. Let me bring up the private message from MLAG. Let's see. We are switching tags enum. Try block add no op. Oh, there we go. Okay, let's see. Breakpoint. If not block is com time, try block add no op breakpoint. I+1 continue. If not allow deprecated, where the failure. Okay, I see what he's suggesting. We want to break exit with void value. I'm actually slightly curious by this. Oh no, I remember. Okay, I think I remember. So here we want to do this basically. I plus equals 1, continue. I think this is what we want to do according to Amlog. So if it's a compile thing, then yeah. Otherwise, we want to basically skip it instead of returning void. Okay, let's recompile our debug build of stage 2. Oh, sorry, our debug build of the compiler, and then after that, I guess we can see if it passes tests or not. Let's see, Git is way better when you're dealing with a distributed team that doesn't have a central repo, but SVN is fine for small teams that can share a more local server. I see. Is this now toggle bit less toggle bit stream? I guess. Well, we toggled the toggle bit. Then you don't have to track that instruction to know what later instructions that reference it are referring to, since nothing can refer to it. I think being able to collect all deprecated warnings, well, errors, would be a very nice feature to have. But obviously, depending on how this stuff is organized, it might be complicated to pull it off. Yeah, so man, it's painful that I don't have an incremental compiler workflow, unfortunately. I think I have test cases, and then I'm gonna try test CLI, and then I guess we can also just try to use it and see how it is. For example, oh my god, this is like Oof. This is laggy AF. It's because I'm compiling. Well, I'm running all these in parallel, so yeah. Setting the arch. Yeah, I guess I could. I could run it in a way that targets a different architecture. But then the problem is that it would help me with, like, I would get compile errors, I guess. Yeah, but I don't think it, like, I guess you're right. This is a suggestion about Rosetta. I wouldn't do it in a Rosetta way, right? I think the way I would do it is like just use that for as long as I get to compile errors. I would use it basically with fno emit bin and watch. But right now it doesn't matter because I need to run it. And yeah, there's like, out of curiosity, Jacob Lee, why do you say that the backend does not support Rosetta? Like, wouldn't you just create an executable for x86-64 and then that would be fine? I guess we don't. I guess the compiler doesn't support maybe macOS, like the linker, right? So the linker is not ready. Rosetta bugs cause it to crash when running our executables. RIP. Okay. You know what? I think I'm doing. Oh shit! I closed Borg. I think I'm doing this poorly. I think I should do. I should do only debug, skip release, and then native only. Where's native only? Skip non-native. Oh, there's a way of doing that globally. Oh, that's cool. Editor file picker section. And then you can have a ignore for Helix global one. That's good. Yeah, let's go do that. So how does it work? Exclamation mark dot Zig cache. Nice. So here, I remove the git. Oh, it does see the cache. What did I mess up? Oh my god, bang is to unignore. Okay. There we go. Nice. Thank you. What is going on? Why am I getting Mipsel? What? Did I do it wrong? Main test suite. Oh, you know what? Maybe this might be that test cases doesn't support these flags. I think it supports the debug one because I don't see anything being done in release, but I don't think it's honoring skip non-native. Yeah. Okay, let's do test CLI then. Let's see if test CLI works, and let's see if the rest works. Okay, so we succeeded. That's beautiful. Then let's see if we can replicate our success in here. I need to run it with Zig 2. Zig 1. Well, Zig no number doesn't know about the new built-in. Found deprecated code. And now everything worked. Yeah, I would say we probably didn't break anything. Zig hasn't learned the hard lessons. Yeah, that Zig 2 has learned. True. But it's about time to teach it, huh? Okay, so git status. Okay, let's see. How do we describe what we just did? Optimize sema impl for optimize sema implementation. Mlog suggested a better way of implementing analysis of an instruction that cannot be referenced by other instructions. Git push force. Okay. So now with this, I have force push might change the tests. Oh, typo, dial too late. And now we have a ton of checks that have started. So yeah, it's fine. So this seems like a success. I think everybody is going to be happy with this stuff. I think I don't know. I don't have really anything else that I want to work on right now. So starting something new from scratch, I'm a little bit too tired. It might not look like it, but like streaming with Toggle since 11 in the morning throughout most of the day, it makes for a good podcast that people can idle to, which is fine. Yeah, the typo will persist in there. You know what, maybe Jonathan Blow was right in the end. I force pushed my typo into the Git repository. Nobody will notice. Nobody will blink an eye at my typo. They would just merge it, and now open source software has yet another imperfection inside of it forever. You should set spell for your Git commits. How do I do this? What is this? Is this a setting in Helix? Wait, is that a Vim thing that I don't have in Helix? Yeah, we're real open source slop shown live. God damn it. He was right all along. Yeah, it's a Vim thing. Unfortunate. Let's see. Helix spell. Spell check in Helix. They're having a discussion, I see. Spell LSP. Spell sitter. Ew. Well, I mean, if it works, you know, where can I find a spell LSP? Typos LSP. Let's go. Please tell me it's not TypeScript. Please tell me it's not TypeScript. Okay, it's Rust. I'll take it. Have a good night, Scott. Have a good night. So, Helix, download typos LSP from the releases page and place it on your path. Arch64, Apple Darwin. Yeah. Wait, dot local bean? It's not in my path? That's weird. Just go in there. Okay. But then how do I... Okay, so how do I enable it for Git commits? I wouldn't hate enabling it for Git commits. Maybe Markdown, Super Markdown. Honestly, I don't know why. Well, I'm developing more on macOS lately. Previously, I was doing this stuff more on Linux. I don't know why I don't have that folder. It surprises me. Let's see. Right, you have to create a language server. Copy. That makes sense. Although, wait, this goes in languages, right? This doesn't go in config. Where's languages? I forget. Isn't it in runtime? Oh no, it's in here. No, that's the official one. Wait. Where's my languages? It's in runtime, right? No, is it config? Man, I don't remember. Yeah. Typos LSP. Custom config. Code. Typos LSP. Crates. Typos LSP. What? Error warning info or hint. Then I want to enable this guy for probably Super HTML. Then Super MD. I don't have an LSP for Super MD for now. Ziggy schema, not that important. Okay. What are Git commit messages? What language type is that? All right, and it's called typos. Oh, probably also for this guy. Git dash commit. Git dash commit, yeah. Now, where was my thing? I think I can just. I think if I can just leave name there, maybe. Let's see how this goes. There we go. We have it. I'll take it. I'll take the typos LSP. Not bad. So with this now, it's a matter of waiting for my tests to pass again. We got typos. By the way, thank you for the suggestion. In the end, this was like, I feel like this is going to be an improvement for my workflows. So thank you. I'll take it. And I think with this, I'm kind of happy with what's going on. So yeah, full day of streaming. Had fun with Toggle. Did the final polish pass that I needed to do to my PR, at least until somebody reviews it. It's been a good day. Not a super productive day necessarily, but it was a good day. So thank you, everybody. And I think it's time to pass the torch forward. So let's see if there's somebody streaming Zig content out there. And I'll send you to them. Well, I'll send you to somebody even if there's no Zig content, but let's see. OCaml, random projects in Rust. See you later in Discord. Maybe we'll see. I have a meeting tonight, a CSF meeting. We'll see. We'll see after. So, does anybody have any? You know what? I don't know what to send you guys to. Async comes for the win. Well, that's what Zig is 99% of the time. But we have one weekly meeting, in good part precisely so that we can have occasionally some time to chat and socialize. So this is like one of the main reasons why we have these meetings. It's not like we really need them. It's more like we want to have one weekly meeting where we basically talk with one another. So you know what? I think I'll send you maybe to Team Bode, I guess. Yeah. So be good. Excited for D2 still. Yeah, we'll see. Mark counts. Wait, is he doing? Wait. Is he doing? I might change my mind for the stream then. Mark counts. Mark counts. Wait, he was doing Zig the other day, right? There's space, no space. Yeah, well, it's fine. Whatever. Enjoy the raid. See you all next time.